Welcome to the podcast. I hope you enjoy my stories. Divine Dysfunction by James Byron Love. Copyright 2025. All rights reserved. Now let's get into the story.
Todd sat slouched on the edge of his living room sofa, staring at the blank screen of his laptop like it owed him money. The hum of the refrigerator, the creak of the apartment's ancient plumbing, the distant wail of a siren molly felt louder than usual. He hadn't slept properly in 3 days, not since that first, insistent voice had appeared in his head. Across the room, Mara, tall, with a sharp tilt of suspicion always in her posture, leaned against the doorway, arms crossed. "You look like hell," she said, voice carefully neutral. She didn't wait for an answer. "And by hell, I mean you look exactly like someone I wouldn't want to run into in an alley." Todd managed a half smile that probably resembled more of a grimace. "I'm fine, just processing." Mara raised an eyebrow. "Processing, that's the polite way of saying you're slowly losing your grip on reality because some invisible guy decided to narrate your life again." Todd groaned. "Yeah, that's about the size of it." From nowhere a whisper, a voice that somehow sounded like it was coming from the carpet itself. God spoke. "Good morning, or afternoon, or evening, I never get time right, but it's all relative anyway. Isn't it fun how humans keep trying to measure me?" Mara blinked at Todd. "Did you just?" Todd rubbed his temples. "Yep, that's him." "Who's him?" God's voice chimed again. "I'm God, obviously, not the other guys though. They call me that too, but I'm the star of the show, or at least I would be if I were better at it." Mara leaned forward, eyes narrowing. "Wait, let me get this straight. You're telling me some alien calls himself God, and you hear him in your head?" "That's exactly what I'm telling you," Todd said flatly. "And he won't shut up. 3 days without the full night's sleep, nothing, pills, booze, meditation. He doesn't care." Odd, ignoring Todd's human complaints entirely, chirped, "Pills, booze, oh, delightful, alcohol, my favorite substance, not because I can taste it, of course I don't have taste buds, but because I enjoy watching humans make faces at it. It's hilarious. Why do you do this to yourselves?" Mara shot a glance at Todd. "You ever considered moving, like, somewhere far away, where she waved at the air, it can't reach you?" Todd laughed bitterly. "Yeah, I've thought of that. Unfortunately, apparently, birthrights don't care about geography." "Birthright, sir?" Mara's eyebrow climbed. "Now it's a birthright?" "Yes, birthright, lucky me." Todd shook his head. "According to him, I'm the first human he's talked to in, I don't know, 1500 years, something like that." God interrupted cheerfully, 1500 years, isn't that amazing? So lonely, I thought I'd die of boredom, literally, not that dying is fun, it's very permanent, you humans have it easy." Mara snorted. "Wait. Hold on, you're telling me there's a pantheon of actual aliens, you're gods, and they've been messing with humans for eons, and this idiot is the one talking to you?" Todd groaned, flopping sideways. Exactly, he's the idiot." From somewhere beyond comprehension, like a ripple through Todd's consciousness, a deep, sardonic voice cut in. "And I'm the one pointing it out." Mara's head snapped around. "What was that?" God, undeterred, said, "Oh, that's just Lucifer. He likes to say things like that, very sarcastic, constantly." Lucifer's voice, dry and cutting, echoed in Todd's skull like a cold breeze. "Oh yes, this is going to go swimmingly. God, the walking encyclopedia of stupidity, is explaining cosmic mechanics to a human who literally has no choice in the matter. Brilliant." Todd pinched the bridge of his nose. "Perfect, just perfect. Now we have commentary." Mara's lips twitched. "That's actually kind of impressive. You hear the guy too?" "Yes." Todd groaned. "And he's mocking me, constantly." Lucifer's voice purred with delight. "I mean, honestly, I'd be bored out of my mortal mind if I weren't, watching someone try to wrangle a creature who can barely form coherent sentences. Oh wait, that's God. Never mind. Carry on." God, oblivious to the insult, said brightly, "Well, Lucifer, you should be nicer. Humans like stories, and I have stories, great stories, amazing stories. Did I ever tell you about the time Yahweh parted the river? Spectacular, really just wonderful. Moses almost tripped on the sandbank. Hilarious, really." Lucifer sighed. "Oh yes, riveting, sand, parted, human panicked. I'm almost crying from excitement." Todd rubbed his eyes. "You're not even going to try to shut him up?" "Shut me up?" God asked innocently. "Why would I do that? I'm a benevolent deity, mostly, well, occasionally benevolent. Sometimes I just like to talk, or, well, I like to talk all the time. I'm very chatty. The other guys, they can handle forms and miracles and whatnot. I talk." Lucifer's voice was practically dripping with venomous amusement. "Yes, talk, brilliant strategy. If I were a human, I'd have been institutionalized hours ago. Oh wait, he already is." Todd flopped back. "Yeah, Mara, 3 nights, no sleep, every word of it." Mara frowned. So what? This god, this alien, is basically just incompetent. Exactly, Todd muttered. Completely, full-on, cosmic-level idiot. He can't even maintain a form for longer than an hour, let alone do anything else the other gods can. He's literally the laughingstock of the pantheon. Lucifer adores mocking him for it. Lucifer's voice piped up again, razor sharp. Oh, don't be modest. I immediately point out the obvious. Watching him explain DNA to a human is, well, it's performance art, really. Utterly unintentional, of course, but still. God, ignoring the sarcasm, said brightly, DNA, right, we were talking about DNA, fascinating, really. Athena thought humans were fine, mostly, except for the junk DNA. My notes say it's still, well, complicated. I'm not great at science. I leave that to my brothers. Mara's eyes widened. Your brothers? Yes, God said cheerfully. All my brothers and sisters, there are many of us, connected, sort of. Some of them can take human forms, some can do amazing things. I mostly talk. Lucifer groaned in Todd's mind. Talk, that's the best description anyone's ever given. Genius, truly a cosmic prodigy. I envy him his boundless competence. Todd sighed. You're hearing him too. Mara shrugged. If you're going to go crazy, might as well have an audience. Todd clapped his invisible hands together. Yes, audience, wonderful, I love an audience. You two are going to love my stories. Oh, they're fabulous, hilarious, really. Like the time Loki tricked Raya into wait, no, that's another story. Or is it? I have so many stories, it's hard to keep track. I blame my memory. It's not great. I never was good with names. Lucifer's dry, amused tone cut in. Memory issues, that explains everything. Yes, that one human knows what I mean. Your ability to ruin every plan, confuse every conversation, and generally flail through existence. Classic odd. Todd groaned. Why am I even listening to this? Mara leaned forward, smirking despite herself. Because you're stuck with him, apparently, and also because I think this is hilarious. God pouted and Todd said. Hilarious, I'm not boring, my stories are wonderful, hilarious in a very sophisticated way. Some humans have a low threshold for entertainment, I suppose, but you too, you'll get it eventually. Lucifer's voice, razor sharp, whispered, oh, he's hilarious, you'll see, if you survive, you'll see, mostly because you'll be too exhausted to do anything else, truly a masterclass in idiocy. Todd slammed his laptop closed. Okay, enough exposition, let's try to survive this. Mara, we need a plan. Step 1, don't die from listening to him. Mara crossed her arms, smirk never leaving her face. Step 2, don't punch him in the face, or me. I'm particularly fragile when it comes to deity-induced chaos. Todd brightened. Step 3, listen to me, you'll love it. Truly hilarious stuff at the pyramids, Odin, Loki, and that time Lucifer. Lucifer's voice cut through like a knife. Yes, the part where God manages to mangle every historical fact and still insists he's brilliant. That right there is the highlight. Todd groaned, burying his face in his hands. Mara shook her head, stifling a laugh. And somewhere, in the background of Todd's increasingly frazzled mind, God continued narrating, oblivious, while Lucifer's sarcasm pierced every word. It was going to be a long 1,500 years if Todd survived. Todd barely had time to process God's relentless commentary before something strange happened. The air in his living room thickened, shimmering like heat over asphalt, and then pop. There was a ripple in reality itself. Mara yelped. Okay, what the hell was that? Todd groaned. That, my dear Mara, is our cosmic welcome wagon. Buckle up. From the ripple stepped a tall, imposing man with one eye covered by a golden patch, a long beard streaked with silver, and a cloak that looked like it was woven for midnight. The room seemed to grow colder, or maybe that was just the way the guy carried himself. Who the Todd began, but God cut him off. Odin, that's Odin, all-wise, all-knowing, except sometimes he's moody, but brilliant, very impressive. Look at that eye. Majestic, right? Absolutely stunning. Odin raised his good eye and surveyed the humans. Greetings, he said in a voice like gravel over steel. Humans, you are involved. Interesting. Mara folded her arms unimpressed. Interesting, that's your greeting. Interesting. Odin blinked. I am not one for pleasantries, titles, histories, conflicts. I deal in the inevitable, and youth. His gaze sharpened on Todd. You are the one God has chosen, or burdened, hard to tell. Lucifer's voice slid into Todd's mind like a blade through silk. Chosen, burdened, he's barely aware he has thumbs half the time, and you're staring at him like he's a strategic genius. Hilarious. Todd groaned. I am not aware of anything right now. From the corner, Athena materialized, tall, elegant, wearing a tunic that could have been straight out of a museum exhibit, with eyes that seemed to see straight into Todd's soul. Greetings, she said, voice calm but commanding. We monitor, we guide, we intervene when necessary, mostly when this one, she gestured at God, creates irreparable chaos. God waved enthusiastically. Athena, wonderful, so glad you could join humans. Meet Athena, brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Doesn't need me to explain history. She practically invented strategy. I like strategy. I understand strategy, mostly. Lucifer sighed so audibly Todd was sure someone could have heard it in the building next door. Mostly, yes. A commendable metric of competence, that one, bravo. Todd whispered to Mara, do they all talk like this, just appear and start lecturing me? Mara whispered back, I don't know, but I think we're about to find out. Before Todd could react, a flash of red light appeared, and a short, wiry man with a mischievous grin appeared. Loki. Yo, this is delightful. Humans struggling to grasp the nature of divine bureaucracy. I adore it. And look, God's here too. Adorable. God's voice rang out. Loki, I'm so glad you could join. We were just talking about tricks. Yes, tricks. I understand trickery mostly. I'm very observant. Ask me anything about trickery, or riddles. I know a riddle or two. Loki's grin widened, flashing teeth that were too sharp to be reassuring. Oh, I'm sure you do, and I'm sure they're memorable. We'll have to test that soon, perhaps in front of humans. Do you know how they love testing? Lucifer's voice, dripping with sarcasm, whispered, yes, testing humans with the bumblebee version of God narrating the rules. Predictable genius. Todd buried his face in his hands. I don't think I'm physically capable of surviving this. Mara muttered, it's going to get worse. I can feel it. Todd clapped, oblivious to the dread bouncing on the balls of his metaphorical feet. Worse, oh, yes, worse is fun. Humans enjoy surprises, don't they? Isn't that right, I assume? Athena fixed her gaze on God. You assume too much, that's your problem. Lucifer snorted. Problem? No, my dear, that's an art form. Observe, he manages to turn every plan into a farce simply by existing. Odin's gaze swept over Todd and Mara. You two are spectators, temporary, fragile, yet necessary. Do not panic, not much, mostly just survive the idiocy surrounding you. Todd muttered, great, just great. I didn't sign up for spectator mode in a cosmic sitcom. Lucifer purred, sitcom is generous, more like a disaster documentary with a laugh track you can't turn off. God ignored the commentary, waving at the assembly. Everyone, look, humans aren't they marvelous, tiny, fragile, endlessly curious, and so amusing. I tried to teach evolution once. Well, I sort of interfered. It was okay, mostly, some surprises. Incredible species, though. Mara arched an eyebrow. Interfered how? Well, God hesitated, then shrugged. Minor adjustments here, there, slightly confusing for humans, but entertaining, you know, the usual. Loki grinned. Minor, oh, that's adorable. Your minor is the catastrophic level for them. Humans think they're in control. They're not. Hilarious. Lucifer chuckled. Hilarious indeed, and here we are, 3 millennia later, watching one still try to manage chaos by talking to it. Excellent. Todd groaned. Could we maybe leave, or are we trapped in this divine intervention show? Athena's eyes glinted. Trapped is a strong word. Observed, influenced, manipulated. That's more accurate. You part of a pattern. It's very entertaining for the gods. I mean, less so for you. God clapped. Exactly, less so for you. You understand, that's the spirit, and you get to meet all the others eventually. Thor, Ra, Quetzalcoatl, so many, and they all have opinions. Lucifer, his sarcasm practically audible to anyone nearby, purred, yes, opinions, divine, absolute, and utterly unnecessary. Everyone gets one, including me, obviously, but I do enjoy pointing out the failures of this one. He gestured to guard with invisible emphasis, and you'll see plenty of it. Mara muttered under her breath, I think he likes you. Todd groaned. No kidding, he's like the annoying friend who never leaves, but has a doctorate in sarcasm. Loki twirled an imaginary mustache. Exactly, I'm a mentor of sorts, observer, commentator, occasional chaos instigator, and yes, God provides excellent material, so generous of him. Todd clapped again, oblivious. Yes, material, I love providing material. You humans understand, I provide, I'm helpful. Lucifer's voice rolled like thunder in Todd's head. Helpful, oh yes, nothing says help like 3 gods laughing while a human slowly loses sanity. Todd pinched the bridge of his nose. How am I still coherent? Athena, ignoring him entirely, fixed her gaze on the others. We will monitor, influence subtly, contain when necessary. God's incompetence is predictable. Loki will, of course, escalate. And that is, she glanced at Todd and Mara, is your problem. Survive, adapt, do not antagonize unnecessarily, or else. Mara whispered, I like her already, she's the competent one. Todd grumbled, yes, competent and terrifying. Todd bounced in invisible excitement. Yes, terrifying, that's fun. Humans love fun. Well, Some humans, maybe not all, but you too. Oh, you'll love it. You're in for stories and adventures and mistakes, lots of mistakes. Mostly mine. Lucifer chuckled. Mostly his, yes, and watching everyone else deal with the fallout. Oh, bliss, pure unadulterated bliss. Todd groaned so loudly he worried neighbors might complain. I need a drink. Mara smirked. I think we're going to need a lot more than that. And with that, the gods began their chaotic conference right in Todd's living room, oblivious to furniture, personal space, or basic human patience. Odin lectured on the inevitability of fate while God misunderstood every concept. Athena surveyed the humans like a general preparing for battle. Loki grinned mischievously, already plotting minor inconveniences. And Lucifer, well, he simply laughed, invisible, sarcastic, and infinitely amused. The humans were trapped. The divine dysfunction had begun. Todd woke to the sensation of his apartment tilting sideways. He opened one eye to see Mara standing over him, pointing at the ceiling, which now seemed to ripple like water. What did you do? He mumbled, sitting up. Nothing, she said, voice tense. I swear I didn't touch anything, look. She gestured toward the window. Outside, the world had gone completely sideways. A street lamp curved like a bent straw, a cat floated halfway between the curb and the sky, and across the road, a man was suspended midair, frantically waving at nothing. Okay, Todd said slowly. This is new. A booming voice filled the apartment, almost vibrating through the walls. Greetings, mortals, observe reality bending, welcome to, well, something spectacular. Todd appeared in a flash of blinding light, bouncing on his heels like he'd just downed a gallon of espresso. His robes flapped as if caught in a windstorm that existed only around him. God, Mara said flatly, can you not? Can I not? Todd chirped, waving his hands. Oh, of course I can't, but then how would you ever see the wonders of wait? What is this, Todd? You have an odd expression. Fascinating. Todd rubbed his temples. I have an odd expression because I'm not insane yet. Lucifer's voice dripped through Todd's skull, soft and venomous. Yet, that's the perfect word. You're on the cliff edge of sanity, hanging by fingernails made of confusion. Outside, a shimmer of light announced the arrival of Athena, stepping through a thin veil between dimensions, eyes sharp and assessing. Humans, she said, voice calm but commanding. Your awareness of what is and isn't real is irrelevant. Adapt, survive, observe. God jumped toward her, hands clapping. Yes, adaptation, observation, humans, isn't this thrilling? Mara's hand shot up. Thrilling? No, terrifying. Thor's hammer slammed into the street with a crack that rattled the windows. I will assist these humans begrudgingly. Let it be known that your survival is under my watch, temporary as it may be. Loki appeared at the corner, leaning against a street sign that had bent at an impossible angle, spinning a dagger lazily in one hand. Survival under Thor's supervision, how reassuring. Truly, I can already feel the panic. Lucifer's grin echoed in Todd's mind. Reassuring, he says that as if the humans are going to enjoy being tossed around by cosmic toddlers and capes. A flash of golden light announced Ro's arrival. The sheer brightness forced Todd to squint. Do we get sunglasses for this? He muttered. Light is the truest measure of divine opinion, Ra intoned, stepping closer. Your species is erratic. You will endure what you must. Some will succeed, others will fail. God bounced forward, waving frantically. Yes, observation, endurance, success, mostly everyone. Wait, no, don't listen to that. Humans, luck, light, magic. He waved, sending a few sparks toward the floating cat, which yelled in alarm. Mara muttered under her breath, I think my brain is trying to run away. Todd leaned back, scanning the chaos. Odin materialized on the sidewalk, single eye glinting with a mix of judgment and amusement. Humans, he said, voice low, you exist in a pattern you cannot perceive. Consider your options carefully, or not. That is subjective. Loki's grin widened. Subjective, excellent, just the kind of guidance mortals need. A confusion with a hint of doom. Lucifer laughed in Todd's head. A hint of doom? Oh, meatbags, that's the understatement of the millennium. You have no idea. The street rippled again. Quetzalcoatl's immense serpentine form glided above them, undulating with impossible fluidity. The colors of his scales shifted, brighter than any earthly spectrum. Humans, he said, do you understand yet? Your perception is optional, compliance is preferable. God spun in place, clapping like a maniac. Oh, look at that flowing, majestic serpentine. Humans, isn't this astonishing? Mara's voice cut through the noise. I am going to scream, and not in a fun way. Not yet, Todd shouted. We need a strategy, or a plan, or anything. Athena's gaze swept over them. There is no strategy that guarantees survival. Observation, however, will provide advantage. Watch, learn, move. Thor stomped down, making the floor crack slightly beneath him. You will obey basic survival instincts. This is my contribution. Consider it temporary mercy. Loki whistled, spinning his dagger. Temporary mercy. Brilliant. What could go wrong? Lucifer purred, amused. Everything. Everything could go wrong. That's the fun part. Todd ran a hand through his hair. Is everyone just here to make fun of us? God blinked. Fun? No, not fun. Well, yes, fun, but education too. Observation, experiments, mostly. Oh, forget that word. Humans. This is important. Ross stepped forward, voice like molten metal. Here are instruments for a brief experiment. Learn quickly, or stumble spectacularly. The results will amuse us all equally. Quetzalcoatl overhead. Witness, you are insignificant yet crucial. That is amusing. Lucifer, as always, injected commentary. Insignificant yet crucial. Delightful phrasing for doom puppets. The humans looked at each other. Todd swallowed. Do you think any human has ever survived this kind of testing? Mara snorted. I'm guessing some have, but mostly by screaming and running really fast. Thor raised an eyebrow. Screaming is optional, running is encouraged, survival is subjective. Again, humans adjust accordingly. Loki's voice stripped with mock sympathy. Adjust accordingly and try not to break anything. By anything, I mean yourselves, the street, or the universe. Lucifer snickered. Universe breaking, subtle encouragement, excellent. Athena raised a hand, and suddenly the room's walls projected illusions of countless worlds layered atop each other, spinning and twisting in impossible dimensions. Observe the complexity. Human cognition is limited. You must adapt. You must, sir. Her voice trailed off as God bounced in front of the display, blocking the view. Oh, look, colors, shapes, humans. Isn't it exciting? God clapped. Mostly good, mostly interesting, mostly oh, forget it. Humans, look here. Mara groaned, leaning against the wall. We are completely powerless. Todd, rubbing his eyes, whispered, I think I just got a migraine from existing. Lucifer purred, amused. Powerless, delightful understatement. You are being shredded by reality, watched by omnipotence, and only just noticing. From nowhere, Vishnu appeared, multiple arms executing impossible motions simultaneously. Each hand produced a different effect. Some levitated objects, some traced patterns in the air, some cast small illusions. Observe consequences of interaction, he said. Decisions are amplified. Humans are fragile. Rod clapped, bouncing again. Fragile, but also resilient, and fascinating, and fun. Humans, look, Vishnu's impressive. Loki leaned lazily against the floating lamppost. Impressive, yes, also terrifying. I hope you enjoy fear, humans, because that's your new roommate. Thor slammed his hammer down, creating a shockwave that sent the floating cat spinning back to the ground. Fear is natural. Adaptation is required. Survival is debatable. Lucifer's voice peered through Todd's thoughts. Debatable, the understatement of the century. You are walking chaos, humans, and it's spectacular. Athena's eyes met Todd and Mara's. Observe, learn, move. Even in chaos, pattern exists. Even when the gods mock, opportunity remains. Todd muttered, opportunity. I feel like opportunity is a cruel joke right now. Mara's lips twitched. I'd settle for normality at this point, anything resembling it. God bounced so high he nearly hit the ceiling. Normal, yes, humans, you shall witness everything, observe, enjoy, and participate, mostly fun. Lucifer laughed softly in Todd's head. Mostly fun, he really can't help himself, it's adorable in a tragic way. Outside, the world has continued to warp and twist. Street signs bent into impossible angles, colors bled into each other unnaturally, and the air hummed with the combined energies of gods who could barely agree on the same thing. Todd leaned back, eyes wide. We are definitely doomed. Mara exhaled, resigned. Welcome to our lives now, gods, chaos, sarcasm, and survival. I guess we'll figure it out eventually. Lucifer purred one final time, smirk clear, eventually, yes, mostly, fine, whatever. And so the day began, the humans trapped between omnipotent power, subtle cruelty, and relentless sarcasm, trying to navigate a world where reality itself refused to obey any rules. Todd and Mara had barely adjusted to the first wave of divine interference when the world seemed to shudder again, a subtle vibration at first, like the earth clearing its throat. Todd looked out the window and blinked twice. The street outside had transformed into a labyrinth of impossible geometries. Sidewalks folded over themselves, cars floated like driftwood on invisible currents, and streetlights twisted into knotty spirals that no engineering or logic could explain. Oh, that's new, Todd muttered. Mara's voice was sharper this time, honed by frustration. New, Todd, this is apocalyptic levels of new. A soft chuckle, silky and poisonous, curled around Todd's consciousness. Apocalyptic is generous. I was going to say catastrophic, but let's leave the subtlety for the humans to discover. Lucifer, Todd muttered, already regretting opening his mouth. Oh, I'm here, Lucifer purred, his tone dripping with disdain for everything and everyone. Of course I'm here, someone has to narrate the train wreck. Before Todd could reply, a gust of wind heralded Odin's arrival. The All-Father materialized on the highest twisted lamppost, one eye gleaming, the other covered by a glinting patch. Humans, Odin said, voice low and measured, perception is an illusion, chaos is your tutor today, absorb it. Todd swallowed. Absorb it, like a sponge, or like a migraine? Odin's one visible eye twitched. Both, possibly more. Todd appeared with a triumphant leap, landing on the sidewalk as if it were a trampoline. Observe reality is malleable, humans, you will witness wonders, mostly fun, wait no, forget the word, observation. Mara groaned. Can we all agree that God is a certified menace? Lucifer's laugh echoed softly in Todd's head. Certified menace, human understatement, I'll give you extra points for understatement, meatbags. A ripple in the air announced Athena's presence. She stepped lightly among the chaos, calm and precise. Humans, she said, voice carrying authority even across the warped landscape. Adaptation is not optional, learn patterns in disorder, or you will fail spectacularly. Todd muttered, we're definitely going to fail spectacularly. Spectacular failure is still an outcome, Athena said. You may survive if you observe closely and act accordingly. From above, Thor swung Mjolnir in slow arcs, sending shockwaves that rippled through the twisted streets. Failure is temporary if you interpret my signals correctly, otherwise, the outcome is a variable. Loki appeared, lounging on a floating car roof, dagger twirling in a casual flourish. Variable outcomes, delightful, I'll make bets, my money is on screaming, always screaming. Lucifer's voice, variable, yes, that's the understatement of the millennium, let's call it inevitable doom. The humans barely had time to process the chaos before Vishnu appeared, limbs multiplying and folding in impossible geometry, hands casting small miracles, illusions, and disasters in rapid succession. Each gesture produced unpredictable results. One hand floated a trash can midair, another turned a puddle into a miniature hurricane, yet another caused streetlights to emit the smell of roasted peanuts. Todd blinked. Did that just happen? Mara covered her nose. Yes, and it smells terrible. God bounced nearby, oblivious. Wonders of the world, observation, mostly wait, no, humans, look. He waved frantically, accidentally tipping Vishnu's puddle hurricane into the floating cat, which screeched as it spun away. Lucifer smirked, humans, congratulations, you are now victims of a divine pet tornado. Outside, Loki was entertaining himself by tossing tiny fireballs at the warped street surfaces which harmlessly bounced around like pinballs. Fire hazard, no, fun hazard, absolutely. Thor raised a hand, summoning a controlled storm above the humans. Be aware, safety is a preference, survival is encouraged. Athena's expression was one of impatient efficiency. Humans, focus, observe each action, each deity interacts differently, identify patterns, predict chaos, adapt. Todd rubbed his temples. Patterns in this, you're insane. Mara added, yes, and we're supposed to find them while not being fried by gods. Lucifer's chuckle reverberated, fried, crush, vaporize, humiliated, yes, pick one, you'll experience at least 3 today. Raw descended like molten gold, heat radiating without harming the humans. Observation is not passive, he said, voice like burning metal. Engage, interact, fail, succeed, repeat, humans are fascinating specimens. Todd muttered, specimens, that's comforting. Mara snapped, I want to throw something at him. Please don't, Todd said. I'd prefer we don't get vaporized just yet. From above, Quetzalcoatl weaved through the warped skyline, massive scales glittering in impossible colors. Humans, your perception is inconsistent with reality. Adjust, comprehend, endure. God, seeing the serpent, bounced in awe. Magnificent, colors, patterns, look, observation, mostly wonderful. Lucifer snorted. Mostly wonderful, he really can't help himself, that's adorable if it weren't apocalyptically dangerous. Todd groaned. We're just moving targets, aren't we? Indeed, Athena said, voice precise. The targets for observation, learning, and survival testing. Vishnu's limbs created a small temporary vortex that spiraled around the humans, throwing debris and light into chaotic orbits. Todd dodged a bouncing traffic cone, narrowly missing a floating cat again. God, fix this. Todd shouted. God waved. Fixing is complicated. Observation first, mostly safe. Wait, humans, don't touch that floating cat. Lucifer laughed, a silky, venomous sound. Mostly safe. He really can't restrain himself from verbal disasters. Odin's voice cut across the chaos. Humans, trust your instincts, predict divine patterns, or die trying. Consider it interactive education. Loki tossed a fireball at the warped lamppost, laughing. Interactive education, oh yes, I approve. Screams and chaos are the best curricula. Thor slammed and Mjolnir again, generating a controlled shockwave that sent the humans stumbling backward. Controlled chaos. Observe carefully. Interpret results. Athena gestured toward a fractured building, walls folding in on themselves like origami. Analyze structural integrity. Humans' survival depends on comprehension, not courage. Todd muttered, structural comprehension in a building folding itself like a paper crane, really? Mara's eyes darted to an overturned car levitating above the street. I'm not even sure comprehension is possible anymore. Lucifer's commentary, comprehension, a quaint human notion, delightful in its futility. Rose golden form shimmered closer, heat radiating. Patterns exist, you may not perceive them, that is acceptable. Adapt, interact, respond. Vishnu's limbs orchestrated a chaotic symphony, traffic lights emitted music, street signs shifted languages mid-sentence, and lampposts twisted into impossible polygons. Todd ducked as a lamppost bounced off the wall. Todd bounced next to him, clapping. Observation, humans, isn't this fun? Mostly, oh, forget it, focus, enjoy. Mara's voice cracked. I'm about to lose it. Todd's tone was deadpan. We're halfway through the day, and we're barely existing. This is living. Lucifer purred. Living is subjective. In your case, it's agony wrapped in confusion and sarcasm. Welcome to existence. Odin's voice echoed. Observe, predict, respond. Human cognition is limited but adaptable. Use it. Athena gestured again. Interact with the environment, learn from mistakes, survive if possible. Humans, your decision-making is essential. Quetzalcoatl's massive body coiled above him. Humans comprehend limits. Your survival is temporary, but observation is eternal. Todd groaned. Observation is eternal, that is comforting. Mara muttered, no, it's terrifying. Lucifer laughed softly, terrifying is more accurate. You are cannon fodder for divine amusement, accept it, humans. God, bouncing on a warped sidewalk, clapped his hands. Observation, survival, chaos, fun, humans, embrace reality, mostly enjoyable. The humans exchanged a long, exhausted glance. Todd rubbed his eyes. We're not surviving, we're barely existing. Mara crossed her arms. And yet, somehow, Lucifer finds this hilarious. Lucifer's smirk whispered, hilarious, oh, meatbags, you haven't seen half of it yet, buckle up. As the day stretched on, the humans moved like stunt chess pieces, dodging divine hazards, processing illogical events, and attempting to maintain some semblance of sanity while the gods, competent, idiotic, sarcastic, and omnipotent, watched, mocked, and occasionally interfered with brutal precision. And then, as if the chaos needed seasoning, the air shimmered again. Minor gods past, Karate, and Amaterasu made fleeting appearances, just enough to add another layer of unpredictable absurdity. Bass leapt from one warped car roof to another, claws leaving temporary scorch marks, clearly enjoying herself. Karate performed a series of chaotic pranks that somehow targeted only humans, while Amaterasu's brilliance warped the sunlight into fractal patterns across the streets. Todd and Mara were nearly flattened under an illusionary tidal wave of light and sound. Lucifer's voice purred through the chaos. A minor god parade, delightful. You poor mortals will have a headache that lasts through eternity. The sun hovered oddly low in the sky, casting jagged shadows across streets that have long since abandoned the rules of geometry. Todd and Mara stumbled along the cracked pavement, trying to reconcile what they were seeing with anything resembling reality. You think this is permanent? Todd asked, squinting at the building that had folded in on itself like a lazy accordion. Mara gave him a flat look. Permanent, Todd. Nothing about this is permanent. These gods change their minds like they change socks, or stars, or whatever they change. A ripple in the air announced God's arrival. He bounced into existence with unrestrained enthusiasm, scattering a small cloud of light that smelled vaguely like burnt toast. Humans observe witness history, mostly accurate. Todd groaned. Mostly accurate, that's comforting. Mostly accurate? Mara snapped. That's like saying a shark is mostly friendly. Lucifer's voice slid into Todd's mind like warm molasses. Mostly accurate, classic understatement. He's practically glowing with incompetence. Todd clapped his hands, sending a cluster of errant sparks spinning through the air. Yes, history, human events, divine interference, mostly remembered correctly. No, let's see how I think, or was it Thor? Wait, no, that was last week. Or was it Sure, details are messy, mostly accurate. Athena materialized beside them, leaning casually against a lamppost that twisted like a corkscrew. Humanity has a long history of inefficiency. Gods meddling in their affairs rarely improves outcomes. Observe the patterns. Chaos yields interesting results. Todd muttered, interesting is a stretch, that's being generous. Lucifer chuckled softly. Generous, oh, meatbags, you're getting closer to an understanding of divine amusement. Keep squinting. Todd flailed his arms dramatically, inadvertently snapping a lamppost in half. Ah, yes, remember the time humans saw that one with the pyramid, or was it a different pyramid anyway? Mostly accurate. Observe. History unfolds. Mara rubbed her temples. Can anyone else see what he's doing? Or is it just me imagining that God's memory is a sieve? Athena's expression remained neutral. Memory is inconsistent. Accuracy is not his strong suit. Observation must be independent of divine recollection. Lucifer purred, voice dripping with sarcasm. Independent observation, the human's only hope against eternal confusion. Don't get attached to accuracy though. That ship sailed centuries ago. Odin appeared suddenly atop a warped, floating bus stop, one eye glinting beneath his patched mask. Humans, he said, voice slow and measured. Each ear has its tutors. Gods meddle, humans stumble, civilizations rise and fall. Take notes or fail spectacularly, your choice. Todd groaned. Fail spectacularly sounds like pretty much our daily routine now. Mara added, pretty sure it's more than routine, it's a lifestyle at this point. God bounced nearby, oblivious. Oh, lifestyle, yes, humans adapt, mostly. Wait, so observation, yes, observation. Lucifer's voice stripped through the chaos. Mostly is God's entire vocabulary. He's a walking disclaimer. God waved his arms, producing a cascade of floating objects, tiny wooden horses, a half-finished loaf of bread, and an inexplicable assortment of medieval weapons. Remember, humans, divine history, mostly. Observe. Todd ducked as a small mace spun past his head. Mostly observe, that's comforting. Mara jabbed him in the ribs. Comforting my ass, it's dangerous and nonsensical. Athena ignored their complaints. Observe patterns, humans, gods leave traces of their interference, even the idiot ones. You will see that history is not random, it is layered in divine error and mischief. Lucifer's voice purred. Error and mischief, delightful. Humans, take note, your suffering is an education, or a comedy, depends on perspective. From above, Thor's hammer glimmered in the sunlight, swinging lazily in slow arcs. Patterns exist if you can interpret the signals. Observation is your shield, otherwise it... He shrugged, letting the consequences hang in the air like a low fog. Loki flicked into view, perched atop a floating bicycle. Otherwise, hilarity, or doom, or both, betting pools open. Lucifer's voice, sarcastic and warm, flowed through the human's consciousness. Betting pools, because nothing says divine entertainment like watching humans suffer while gods argue over the odds. God clapped excitedly, sending a small flock of pigeons spiraling into impossible formations. Ah, flocks, history, observation, mostly fun. Todd swatted at a pigeon that came alarmingly close. Mostly fun, he says, mostly, that's reassuring. Mara muttered, mostly is the word of the century for this circus. Athena gestured toward the floating debris as if marking it for study. Observe, the gods leave footprints, some are subtle, some are catastrophic. Patterns repeat though the human mind struggles to recognize them without assistance. Lucifer's commentary slid around them. Assistance, my dear meatbags, you've got none. Pure chaos with a hint of commentary from yours truly. Todd bounced again, apparently excited by his own improvisation. Oh, that reminds me, the Great Fire, or no, wait, that was someone else, mostly accurate, mostly. Todd threw his hands in the air. Mostly accurate is giving me anxiety. Mara added, mostly accurate is like saying a ticking time bomb is mostly harmless, mostly. Odin's voice cut through the chaos. History repeats, gods interfere, humans react, chaos expands, observation is survival. Lucifer purred, voice smooth as molten glass. Survival, your mileage may vary, mostly it won't be graceful, mostly it'll be hilarious. Ra descended in a shaft of molten brilliance, casting long, angular shadows. Patterns exist even in imperfection. Humans may not perceive all variables, but adaptation is recommended. Todd squinted at the sun god's gleaming form. Adaptation, I can barely adapt to normal traffic, now I'm supposed to adapt to floating buildings in multiple Vishnus. Mara muttered under her breath, floating buildings, yes, and mostly safe god commentary, that's your curriculum. Lucifer snickered. Mostly safe, yes, he really does try, doesn't he, like a toddler juggling explosives. From the twisted sky, Vishnu's limbs emerged, folding over one another in impossible geometries, casting random illusions. One hand created a miniature volcano in a trash can, another turned a bus stop into a giant cupcake, and another made traffic lights rain confetti. Todd blinked. Was that the cupcake? Mara groaned. Yes, and why is it raining confetti? Are we in a festival now? Todd bounced beside them, clapping gleefully. Festivals, observation, mostly fun, mostly. Lucifer's voice purred, mostly fun, mostly accurate, mostly chaos, a trinity of misery, welcome to divinity meatbags. Odin's voice rumbled. Observe the consequences of meddling. Humans must learn. Observation leads to comprehension. Comprehension leads sometimes to survival. Athena gestured to a floating fragment of street. Every divine misstep leaves traces, some subtle, some glaring. Humans, you must notice, patterns are built for folly as much as intention. Todd muttered, patterns, folly, chaos, mostly confusing, mostly. Mara elbowed him. Mostly indeed, and we're living inside it. Lucifer purred, living, yes, mostly in chaos, mostly spectacularly miserable, mostly educational, mostly. From the distance, Thor's hammer sent shockwaves through the warped streets. Observe humans, even divine idiocy has a rhythm, mostly predictable if you can survive the initial enthusiasm. Loki twirled his dagger lazily. Enthusiasm, chaos, confusion, betting pools remain open. God bounced between the two humans, knocking over a floating teapot that Vishnu's hand had levitated. Tea, observation, mostly safe, mostly fun, mostly accurate, humans, mostly. Todd rubbed his temples. Mostly everything, that's God's motto, mostly. Marumaturu, mostly useless, mostly dangerous, mostly everything. Lucifer's laughter slithered through the air. Mostly is God's gift, in your curse, mostly it's going to get worse. And so the humans trudged through the divine chaos, witnessing flashes of ancient meddling, snippets of God's failures, and fragmented recollections of interventions spanning centuries. Each step forward was a dance through history filtered through the incompetence of a childish deity and the gleeful sarcasm of one who actually understood what was happening. Patterns flickered in their peripheral vision, ephemeral yet tantalizing. Mostly. Todd and Mara had barely taken a step past the floating debris before the city around them began to feel strangely deliberate. The chaos of warped streets and levitating vehicles wasn't just random destruction anymore, it seemed choreographed, as if the gods were performing some absurd narrative they expected the humans to follow. Do you feel that? Mara asked, squinting at a streetlight that had transformed into a spiraling helix. Like it's leading us somewhere? Todd grimaced. I feel like it's leading us straight into a lawsuit with the universe, and I'm pretty sure we'll lose. Lucifer's voice slithered through the air, honeyed with amusement. Oh, you'll lose, meatbags, but it'll be entertaining. Try to enjoy it while you dodge literal flying lampposts. Before Todd could answer, God bounced into view, gesturing at a floating row of houses. Look, history repeats, mostly accurate. Humans, follow the trail of observation, mostly safe. Mara groaned. Mostly safe, I think that's a direct threat now. Lucifer chuckled, the sound like liquid metal. Mostly safe as God speak, for don't get vaporized on my watch. He'll try, mostly. The trail led them past a shattered park, where a broken carousel spun in defiance of physics. Figures of children, some human, some spectral, laughed as if nothing were wrong. Todd's stomach churned. Are those ghosts, kids, or just illusions? Athena appeared on the edge of the park, standing tall, her expression unreadable. These are echoes of divine mismanagement. Humans have always been participants in God's experiments, whether they realize it or not. Notice the patterns. Some endure, some collapse. Todd rubbed his forehead. Endure, collapse, we're barely surviving the sidewalk. Lucifer purred, voice slow and wicked. Observe closely, humans are always collateral, and yes, mostly surviving sidewalks is your current reality. Suddenly a gust of wind announced Thor's entrance. Angelina spun lazily above Todd's head, creating ripples in the warped air. Follow the path carefully, not all divine patterns are kind, some are instructional. Loki appeared in a flash, riding a floating garbage can, dagger spinning in hand. Instructional, yes, like a pop quiz you never studied for, mostly painful, mostly hilarious. Mara muttered, mostly everything, Loki, mostly everything. As they moved, Vishnu's multiple arms emerged from the sky, each limb altering reality in small but chaotic ways, turning puddles into miniature tornadoes, traffic signs into floating origami cranes, and the stray cat into a creature with three tails that glimmered with an unsettling intelligence. Okay, Todd said, dodging a spinning traffic cone. This is officially too much. How are we supposed to? Lucifer's voice interrupted, silky and sharp. Adapt, interpret, fail beautifully if you must. Humans, the story is as much yours as theirs. God bounced into the air above them, accidentally knocking the three-tailed cat into Todd's shoulder. Oops, observation, mostly safe, mostly fun, mostly accurate, remember, history. Todd stumbled. Mostly accurate history is hitting me in the shoulder. Mara glared at God. Mostly hitting, mostly death, mostly disaster. That's your history, yes. Athena stepped closer, pointing to a distant plaza. Focus. Observe the cause and effect. Even divine incompetence leaves traces. Your survival depends on noticing these threads. Begin forming a strategy. Lucifer snickered. Strategy. Cute. Humans, you might as well be knitting while being chased by a tornado of divine mischief, but try please, it's entertaining. The plaza ahead was a mess of temporal and spatial confusion. Buildings folded into themselves, people appeared in duplicate, and the sky flickered with glimpses of different eras, as if time itself were a slideshow curated by incompetent celestial hands. Odin appeared on a floating carved roof, eye gleaming. Humans, notice the remnants of previous interventions, wars, plagues, floods. They are the footprints of divine meddling. You live atop layers of experiments, some intended, some mistakes. Interpretation is survival. Todd muttered, interpretation. I can't even interpret a normal traffic light, Odin, let alone reality folding in on itself. Mara nudged him. Try harder, or we'll be lunch for a three-tailed cat or God's next mostly safe intervention. Lucifer purred. Lunch, yes, metaphorical or literal. Humans, the menu is flexible, mostly ironic, mostly messy, mostly amusing. From above, Quetzalcoatl's massive form glimmered in impossible colors, weaving between floating fragments of reality. Humans, you may perceive little, yet patterns exist. The divine is rarely logical, yet lessons can be discerned. Choose wisely. God bounced next to them, pointing at Quetzalcoatl. Patterns, mostly observable. Observe fun, mostly. Todd threw his hands up. Mostly observable. Are you serious? That's like saying a hurricane is mostly a gentle breeze. Athena's voice was sharp. The metaphor is accurate enough. Focus on the lessons, not the dramatics. Even fools like God leave patterns behind. Lucifer chuckled darkly. Fools and patterns, delightful. Humans, your education continues, mostly painful, mostly confusing, mostly brilliant in an abstract sense. They reached a crumbling fountain, water flowing in impossible directions. Todd leaned against the edge, trying to catch his breath. So, the story we're piecing together is basically the gods have been screwing with humans forever? Athena nodded. In essence, some interventions are educational, others are mischievous. Most are both. Your predecessors were both pawns and participants. Mara muttered, so we're just pawns now. Great. History is repeating, and we're the rook being squished by the divine chessboard. Lucifer's voice purred, silken venom. Chessboard, pawns, rook, good imagery. Humans, I'll even give you bonus points for style. Mostly correct, mostly. God bounced energetically, seemingly oblivious to the sarcasm. Rook, chess, fun, mostly observation, history, mostly fun. Todd groaned. Mostly fun is slowly becoming the worst phrase in existence. As they moved forward, subtle flashes revealed the consequences of divine meddling: an abandoned city square with collapsed buildings, children playing under strange, levitating shadows, and statues frozen mid-action as if the gods had paused time for artistic effect. Odin's voice cut through the scene. Witness these legacies. Humans endure, adapt, and occasionally innovate. History is both a test and a record. Observe carefully. Mara whispered, occasionally innovate, mostly survive. That's what we're doing, right? Lucifer purred, mostly surviving, occasionally suffering, always amusing. Humans, the syllabus is practical and brutal. From above, Vishnu's limbs orchestrated a miniature storm, causing debris to spin and float with chaotic precision. Todd narrowly avoided a flying bicycle, and Mara grabbed his arm. Strategy, Todd. We need one, she hissed. Todd shook his head. Strategy? In this, we can't even figure out which way is up anymore. Lucifer's soft, scathing voice. Strategy is a delightful illusion, but try anyway. The entertainment value is multiplied when humans fail beautifully. Todd bounced next to them, pointing at the twisted fountain. Observation, patterns, mostly fun. Lesson, history, mostly accurate. Athena gestured to the fountain. Focus on consequences. Even divine idiocy produces a cause and effect chain. Trace it carefully. Survival is more likely if you act intentionally rather than react blindly. Todd muttered, trace divine idiocy, right? That's totally practical advice. Mara rolled her eyes. Practical is relative, Todd, and so is your sanity right now. Quetzalcoatl's massive coil shimmered above, and a distant crack in the wall plaza opened like a gateway. Humans, your choices shape outcomes. Even pawns influence the board, if only subtly. Observe and act deliberately. Lucifer's voice curled around Todd's consciousness. Deliberately. Humans, you may stumble, fumble, and curse. Mostly predictable, mostly, but delightful to watch. Todd glanced at Mara. Deliberate, we're basically juggling tornadoes, lava, and incompetent divinity. Deliberate is ambitious. Mara muttered, Ambitious is the right word for staying alive, mostly. God clapped his hands, causing a rainbow of sparks to cascade around them. Rainbow, chaos, mostly safe observation, mostly fun, history, lesson. Lucifer purred, mostly safe, mostly fun, mostly everything. Humans, you are characters in a story without a coherent plot, mostly. The humans move forward, slowly beginning to weave their tentative strategy, follow patterns, observe consequences, anticipate divine missteps, and if all else failed to duck, run, and hope. Lucifer found them amusing enough to survive another minute. The air crackled with tension as Todd and Mara finally stopped at the edge of a crumbling plaza, taking a rare moment to breathe. Todd leaned against a floating lamppost, which wobbled precariously like a drunken tightrope walker. I think we're learning something," he muttered. "Maybe?" Mara squinted at the fractured skyline. "Learning that God has a short-term memory and an overactive sense of fun, mostly, that's about it." Lucifer's voice, silky and sardonic, slithered into their ears. "Mostly is the theme. Humans, mostly accurate, mostly amusing, mostly lethal, but yes, learning occurs, even if it's at your expense." From above, Thor twirled Mjolnir, producing a small controlled lightning display that sent sparks cascading through the plaza. Humans notice the dynamics between the gods. There is hierarchy, even in chaos. Observe and interpret carefully. Todd groaned. "Hierarchy, you mean like a divine soap opera? Because that's all I see." Athena appeared, floating down to ground level, her expression sharp and precise. "A divine soap opera, not inaccurate. Observe the interactions. They reveal priorities, alliances, and weaknesses. Predict these patterns, and you may survive." Lucifer's soft chuckle. "Weaknesses, rarely lethal, mostly embarrassing. Humans, your survival will be judged on style points as much as skill." Suddenly, Loki appeared, lounging on a floating street sign, spinning his dagger casually. "Style points, you say? Delightful. I'll wager a fireball or two on maximum chaos points today. Humans, consider yourselves the audience for my bets." Mara whispered to Todd, "Do you think he's joking?" Todd sighed. "With Loki, that's like asking if a shark has teeth. Of course he isn't joking." Todd bounced up, arms flailing in a peculiar rhythm. "Attention, history, mostly chaos, observation, fun, mostly." Lucifer purred, dripping sarcasm. "Mostly fun, mostly functional, mostly incomprehensible, mostly catastrophic, mostly adorable in its incompetence." As they moved forward, Odin appeared, landing with surprising elegance atop a floating fragment of broken asphalt. "Humans, observe carefully. Gods argue, deceive, and prank each other endlessly, even in mischief. There is hierarchy. Understanding it is crucial to survival." Todd looked skeptical. "Hierarchy and pranks, that's terrifyingly specific." Athena gestured to a pair of hovering buildings, their facades twisting as if mid-laugh. "Even minor skirmishes among the divine can have catastrophic consequences on your environment. Watch for subtle signals in spaced objects, sudden shifts in gravity, minor disasters. They indicate where the god's attention is focused and where it may shift next." Lucifer purred. "Signals, subtlety, catastrophic consequences. Humans, your new hobby, decoding chaos, mostly futile, mostly fun." A small rumble shook the plaza as Vishnu's many arms created a temporary whirlwind of debris, hurling objects in organized chaos. Mara dodged a floating park bench while Todd grabbed her arm. "Strategy," Mara hissed. "We need one that accounts for God's pranks, mischief, and catastrophic incompetence." Todd nodded. "Right, step 1, survive. Step 2, don't die from divine style points." Todd bounced excitedly, spinning in place. "Step 3, observation, mostly fun, chaos, mostly safe, history, wait no, mostly." Lucifer's laugh dripped with venomous delight. "Mostly safe." He can't even finish a sentence without turning it into a hazard. "Humans, take notes. Mostly safe rarely translates to reality." From above, Ra descended, his golden form radiating warmth without harming them. "Humans, the interactions of gods are rarely predictable, yet patterns emerge from repeated behavior. Watch carefully, observe, react." Todd muttered, "Patterns and unpredictable chaos, great, that's useful." Mara added, "Mostly stressful, mostly terrifying, mostly exhausting." Quetzalcoatl's massive form slithered overhead, scales glinting in impossible hues. "Humans' divine interactions leave traces, minor conflicts escalate unpredictably. Read them correctly and you may exploit their distractions, fail and you will become collateral." Lucifer's voice purred, "Exploitation, delightful. Humans, you might just survive if you play the chaos like a game of chess, mostly." As the humans walked, they witnessed Odin and Loki engaged in a minor skirmish, throwing objects at each other with precision that seemed choreographed yet deadly. Thor hovered above, occasionally tapping Mjolnir against the ground, sending shockwaves to ensure nobody took it too lightly. Look at them, Todd muttered. It's like watching kids fight over a board game, except the board game is reality and we're the pieces. Mara rolled her eyes. And Lucifer is the guy betting on how badly we'll get squished. Lucifer's silky chuckle, betting is too passive. I prefer commentary, mostly brutal, mostly accurate commentary. Todd bounced forward, oblivious. Conflict, mostly fun. Observation, mostly safe. Chaos, mostly history, mostly. Athena raised an eyebrow. Mostly history, at least he gets one thing mostly right. Watch how the others react. Pranks, mischief, subtle sabotage. Each action reflects priorities and weaknesses. Vishnu's limbs created a sudden storm, tossing debris that formed a temporary bridge across a collapsing plaza. Todd hesitated, glancing at Mara. We can't even work straight without divine interference. How are we supposed to read patterns? Mara muttered, by surviving, I guess. Mostly surviving, mostly. Lucifer's soft purr, mostly is comforting, isn't it? Mostly. Now step carefully, mostly. They crossed the debris bridge cautiously, witnessing minor pranks escalating. Loki flipped the camaraderie, sending it spinning harmlessly around Thor, who responded by sending a controlled lightning strike that made the car's tires glow. Odin shook his head, muttering something in Old Norse that Todd assumed meant children, though in context it could have meant apocalypse imminent. Todd muttered, controlled chaos, strategic pranks, mostly harmless, mostly. Mara shot him a look. Mostly is the wrong word for this. Athena's voice cut through the mayhem. Humans take note. Each deity's mischief is governed by tendencies and rivalries. Understanding them will help you anticipate and possibly manipulate the environment. Survival depends on prediction as much as reaction. Lucifer's laughter wove through the plaza. Manipulation. Humans, I love when you think you have agency. Mostly I do. Ra's golden light flickered as he descended again. Notice the human consequences. Each divine skirmish leaves a mark on the world. Study, react, adapt. Todd groaned. Study, react, adapt. Mostly dodge flying cars. Mostly avoid being toasted. Mostly. Mara muttered. Mostly insanity. Mostly survival. Todd bounced nearby, pointing at Ra. Observation, chaos, fun. Mostly safe. Mostly history. Mostly. Lucifer purred. Mostly really does cover everything, doesn't it? Humans, this is your syllabus. Mostly. As they pressed forward, Vishnu's arms formed a delicate illusionist staircase of floating objects, each step spinning slowly. Todd hesitated at the first step. We're really going to walk on or whatever this is. Mara muttered, apparently, mostly functional, mostly. Thor's voice boomed from above. Step carefully, not all divine patterns are benign, interpret and adapt. Loki twirled his dagger, lunging atop a spinning streetlight. Interpretation is optional, entertainment is mandatory, mostly. Lucifer's voice whispered through Todd's thoughts. Optional interpretation, mandatory terror, mostly accurate, mostly. Odin's one eye glimmered. Humans, minor interventions between gods are windows of opportunity. Observe closely, predict their mischief, act decisively. Survival requires initiative. Athena gestured to the floating steps. Each object represents a minor consequence of divine conflict. Move deliberately or be swept away. Humans' comprehension matters more than courage here. Todd glanced at Mara. Comprehension mostly possible, mostly optional. Mara muttered, mostly optional is a generous interpretation, mostly. Lucifer purred again, mostly. Humans, keep repeating it, you'll soon grasp the essence of divine dysfunction. God bounced ahead, attempting to demonstrate the floating staircase. Step 1, observation, mostly safe. Step 2, chaos. Step 3, mostly fun, history, mostly. Todd groaned. Mostly safe, mostly fun, mostly death, mostly confused. Mara muttered, mostly terrified, mostly surviving, mostly insane. From above, Quetzalcoatl's massive coils glimmered, sending ripples across the plaza. Humans, observe the hierarchy. Even in pranks there is structure. Weaknesses emerge in subtle ways. Exploit if possible, survive if necessary. Lucifer's voice purred one final time as they reached the far side of the plaza. Structure in chaos, weakness in strength, mostly invisible, mostly lethal. Humans, you are learning, mostly. Todd exhaled, leaning against a floating lamppost that wobbled but held. Mostly learning, mostly alive, mostly. Mara gave a short laugh, half hysteria, half relief. Mostly is really the best word for today, isn't it? Todd bounced nearby, clapping. Mostly observation, chaos, fun, history, mostly. Lucifer's laughter dripped through the air. Mostly humans embrace it, mostly. The humans moved forward into the next stage of divine mischief, slowly piecing together a strategy while the gods continued their petty squabbles, pranks, and subtle manipulations. Patterns emerged, chaos persisted, and survival remained an art form rather than a guarantee. The city woke with a fitful groan, not used to being watched. Street vendors opened carts to find their umbrellas floating sideways. A delivery van sat balanced on two wheels, one half sunk into a sidewalk that had folded like a bat map. People clustered in doorways, phones out, faces pinched with the particular kind of alarm that comes when the universe stops obeying municipal codes. Todd and Mara pushed through the crowd, slipping past a line of tourists who were taking pictures as if a disaster were a new kind of landmark. "Beautiful morning for mass hysteria," Mara said, voice flat. Todd didn't answer. A bus 3 blocks away had performed the improbable feat of levitating into a perfect horizontal, like a surfboard poised above the street. The driver, pale as pantomime, clung to the wheel with a grip that suggested he had either discovered a new religion or lost a bet with the cosmos. A guttural chuckle threaded through Todd's head, dry, amused, and impossibly close. Lucifer's voice tasted like iron and old money. "They always take pictures first," he observed. "Then scream, then recreate the photos for posterity." Todd pinched the bridge of his nose. "Tell me something I don't already know." Todd arrived in a series of small explosions like confetti, a smell of something that might have been bread. He landed on the corner, robe flapping like an ill-behaved flag, and grinned as if the city were a puppet show and he the delighted puppeteer. "Observe," he announced, clapping melodramatically. "Reality is interacting, witness miracles." He pointed at the bus. "Marvel at the technologies that obey me. No, wait, not technologies, the things that move. No, come here, bus, look." The bus shuddered. Its undercarriage twitched like an arthritic insect. The passengers, half in panic, half in the hypnotic stupor of televised chaos, looked at God with the same bewildered gratitude people reserve for vending machines that unexpectedly work. Odin dropped in, landing on the hood of the bus with the solemnity of a king and the disdain of a man who had seen civilizations fall and fashion trends repeat twice over. His one eye swept the crowd like a searchlight. "Humans," Odin said, voice slow as gravel. "Your morning is eventful." Athena stepped out of an alley as if she had always been part of the city's architecture. Her gaze went straight to the bus driver, noting the tension around his shoulders and the tremor in his hands. "You are between patterns," she said to the humans nearby. "The gods have begun to treat your streets as a theater. That theater is dangerous." A ripple of silver announced Thor. He didn't so much walk as move through the air with the deliberate force of a storm. He lifted Mjolnir in a casual salute, and the clouds overhead responded with a drumbeat of thunder. "You are under observation," Thor said, voice the size of cathedral bells. "Learn to move under thunder." Loki arrived with the scent of ozone and a grin that suggested he left Friesen behind somewhere between two metaphysical alleys. He took a seat on a floating stop sign as if the laws of physics were a local seating chart. "This will be amusing," Loki said, spinning a knife between his fingers. "The greatest comedy watching omniscience trip over its ceremonial robes." Lucifer's laugh curled around the thought like smoke. "Oh, the wardrobe malfunction is exquisite," he said. "And you," he added, speaking to God in a tone that was silk on a knife, "you finally found a way to be useful. You're a spectacular entertainment." God's grin widened. He preened at the compliment and then, with the impulsive joy of a child who has discovered magnifying glass fire, aimed for a minor demonstration. He reached out and, with a flourish, plucked the lamppost from the street. For a heartbeat the lamppost hovered like a question mark. Then it snapped, cleaving the sidewalk. The split let out the breath of earth scent and the ceramic flower pot rolled down a newly formed crack, exploding against a vendor's display of artisanal mugs. The vendor swore beautifully, a kind of elaborate profanity that bespoke both genius and small business ruin. Coffee steamed in the air as if morning. "Accident," God announced cheerfully, as if the collapsing footpath were part of the choreography. "The demonstration, see how reality responds, see the pattern shifting, isn't this?" He was interrupted by a soft, sardonic sound. Lucifer's voice was everywhere at once, amused and exacting. "See how reality responds," he echoed. "Yes, watch the pothole applause, marvel at the vendor's new drainage system." Athena's jaw set. She had the look of someone who catalogued mistakes. "You create consequences when you perform," she told God. "You do not consider the ledger." God frowned. "I am trying to teach them to look," he said, as if lecturing toddlers about art appreciation. Odin's one eye narrowed. "You teach by breaking the stage," he said. "It is not wise." The gods, when gathered, took in the low, catastrophic murmur of a storm meeting a train. Quetzalcoatl drifted between skyscrapers like a living bridge, sails reflecting 1,000 refracted suns. Her presence shifted the air. Pigeons rearranged themselves into a knot of feathers in flight. Raw, radiant, and deliberate, hovered above in a column of light that warmed the wet concrete without burning it, the sort of benign warmth that made people look up and forget for a moment. They enjoy this, Lucifer said, suddenly intimate. They smile when you break things, they smile when you make a bust you tricks, your friends are cruel God, they're like schoolboys in a bomb factory. God blinked, hurt for all of 2 seconds, then shrugged off the feeling with the same lack of finesse with which he had handled the lamppost. They are laughing with me, he said, defensive, then louder, to the humans. Look, learn, not all mistakes are bad, some are instructive. On the other side of the street, a cafe owner tried to herd his chairs back onto the sidewalk. A child cried from the second-floor balcony because a carousel horse, apparently an artifact of some earlier godly whim, had wandered down the boulevard on invisible stilts and decided the city needed more equine spectacle. A woman with a stroller muttered prayers the way people mutter about weather. Athena found the cafe owner, studied the splintered chairs like a surgeon, and said what he needed to know. Secure the weak points, she said. Tie the legs to fixed anchors, use weight distribution. Her counsel was crisp, practical, human-shaped in its usefulness. The owner blinked. He had never heard a god give advice about furniture, but the chairs stopped wobbling when he did as she said. The child stopped crying when the carousel horse returned to a less alarming trot. For the first time that morning, a small cluster of humans saw beyond the spectacle into resource. They always have a teacher, Lucifer mused approvingly. A patron of patterns, Athena's charity is pecuniary competence. Loki's grin sharpened. And I have bets, he said. Who will break first, the bus driver, the earth, or the lamppost? He tossed a coin into the air and it hung there, shimmering as if undecided. Thor barked a laugh that made shop windows shiver. I will not bet, he said. I will ensure spectacle. Quetzalcoatl coiled across the avenue, sending a breeze that smelled of mango and ancient jungles. Observation, she said, voice like riverstone, is not always mild. Your cities are fragile humans. We call them fragile because they were never designed for gods on coffee breaks. A piece of the sidewalk gave way under a woman's shoe and she would have fallen if a hand, a calm, steady human had not grasped her wrist. It was the bus driver, dragging himself down from his post with the slow stubbornness that cities make of their working people. How about a plan? The bus driver rasped, and in his throat was the taste of diesel and stubbornness. We move the people off the main roads. We shift the traffic where the gods aren't playing. He laughed at the absurdity of it, but his eyes were bright with resolve. Mara found herself beside him, hands in her pockets, breathing like someone who decided not to be the spectacle. We can move people, direct them into the parks and parking lots, she said, voice stepping up with a clarity that surprised even her. Keep them away from floating objects, keep the kids in the schools. Todd watched, and the oddest thing happened. The scene stopped being only pandemonium. It became choreography where the humans, tired and stubborn and alive, began to shape the stage. God clapped, delighted by the order forming amid his mischief. See, look, they respond, they learned. Sometimes they respond because they have to, Athena said. She wasn't being cruel. Gods rarely were cruel without relish, and Athena had the neutrality of someone who had seen great things break and been the one to repair them. Sometimes they respond because survival demands it. Odin's voice carried something like amusement, but sharper. Observe the pattern, God. When you break, they mend. When you distract, they create. Your chaos reveals their persistence. Lucifer hummed as if savoring a wine. Persist, he murmured. That's the human quality I respect most. It makes their ruin so much more satisfying when it happens, also more interesting when it doesn't. There was laughter, not the god's gleeful noise that rustled the leaves, but human laughter crooked with terror, with adrenaline, with the sort of gallows humor that arrives when a person has stared at nothing and decided to make a joke. God, seeing the laughter, blushed a color that had no name, and then, with the bumbling optimism of someone whose social grammar was unreliable, attempted a small, focused miracle. He reached for the bus and tried to set it gently back to earth. The bus trembled like a living thing. It dipped. For a heartbeat it settled, wheels kissing the asphalt. A cheer rose from the crowd. Then God sneezed sudden, vigorous, and the bus shuddered back into motion, doing a slow, wobbly pirouette before finally settling with a final, graceless thud that scattered their flock of pigeons into a kaleidoscope of feathers. A woman applauded, wiping a tear from her face. She stared at God, then at Athena, then at the bus driver, and the pattern inside her rearranged. Gods for chaos, humans for solutions, gods for spectacle, humans for stubborn repair. Lucifer's voice softened a notch. You see, they fix, and for a moment, you are almost noble. God beamed. He was not in any meaningful sense noble. He was confused, glad, and chronically optimistic. But in the small intersection of levitating buses and clever shopkeepers, a kind of fragile piece had been cobbled together, the sort that happens when people decide to hold their ground and the gods decide to be slightly less catastrophic for 10 minutes. Above, the other gods drifted and bantered sharp, detached, amused. They enjoyed the spectacle. They enjoyed their friends' blunders. They enjoyed the human improv. The city, ragged and beautiful and furious, kept breathing. Todd and Mara joined the tide of people being shepherded to safety. The world kept shifting, but for once the movement had a rhythm that human feet could comply with, and at the edges of that rhythm the gods tossed their absurdities like confetti and occasionally, very occasionally, like gifts. The chaos of the morning had settled into a peculiar rhythm by midday. Not that it was calm, nothing involving gods ever truly reached calm, but the city streets were alive with the Persian pull of divine mischief and human adaptation. Todd and Mara moved cautiously through the twisted avenues, dodging overturned taxis that seemed to have developed their own gravitational fields and marveling at streetlights that sprouted new lamps midair like flowers in impossible blooms. Why do I feel like we're in the middle of a cosmic obstacle course designed by sadists? Todd muttered, his voice barely audible over the soft whoosh of floating objects. Mara, scanning the shifting skyline, replied, because we are. And these sadists happen to have centuries of experience making mortals miserable. A ripple of amused sound called around Todd's thoughts. Lucifer's voice, silky and venomous, slithered into his consciousness. Centuries, my dear meatbag, you underestimate their boredom. Immortals get creative. Chaos is their pastime. You're the entertainment. A deep, resonant horn announced Odin's presence as he appeared atop the high skyscraper, one eye gleaming. Humans, he intoned, voice carrying across the warped avenues, observe consequences. History repeats in cycles. You are living its echo. Todd squinted. Echoes, or are we going to get a full lecture on Norse mythology while dodging flaming street signs? Odin ignored him. Echoes teach patterns, recognize them, adapt, survive. At that moment, a shard of reality shifted. A building's corner extended like the neck of a great mechanical giraffe, and a dozen pigeons scattered in perfect chaotic formation. Athena descended from the top of that same structure, landing gracefully on a crumbling balcony. She regarded the humans with surgical precision. Observe carefully, she said. The city is no longer merely architecture, it is a testing ground. Learn where chaos originates, track cause and effect. Survival is not passive. A flicker of movement caught Mara's attention. Loki, reclining across a series of levitating trash cans, twirled a dagger between his fingers, eyes glinting. Effect, cause, why bother? Watching God fumble is infinitely more entertaining. Lucifer chuckled, that silky venom in every note. Oh, Loki, ever the philosopher of disaster, he fumbles because fumble is what he does best. It is poetry of ineptitude, and your amusement is predictable. God bounced into view, levitating a collection of street signs with a frantic flourish. Lock observation, learning, mostly wait, forget the word, mostly important things, humans, notice patterns. Todd groaned, stepping aside as a lamppost swung like a pendulum nearby. Patterns, the only pattern I see is the universe trying to crush us in creative ways. Mara grabbed his arm. Don't look at the patterns, survive them. Thor's hammer created an invisible dome over a small crowd, sending shockwaves through floating debris. Survival is temporary if you fail to interpret signals. Safety is encouragement, not promise. Vishnu's many arms emerged from a swirl of air and light, producing small miracles and micro-disasters with equal delight. A fountain reversed its flow mid-air, rainbows shooting from fountains as a nearby street musician was lifted into a floating, twisting stage of sound and water. Is that supposed to happen? Todd whispered, his jaw tight. Lucifer's voice was everywhere, warm and sharp. Yes, it's called existence when gods have nothing better to do than practice improvisational physics. Marvel, human, marvel and sweat. Athena gestured toward a collapsing building corner. Each interaction, each gesture of the divine produces cascading consequences. Study them, survive. A sudden boom heralded Ra's descent, molten gold and heat radiating outward without harming the humans, though the air shimmered in discomfort. Engagement is non-negotiable, he said. Failure is instructive. You learn from disasters, human, if you choose to see them as lessons and not doom. Mara's eyes narrowed at the glowing figure. Lessons, right, we'll learn, but can we maybe not get burned while doing it? Lucifer purred, amused. Well, heat is optional, pain is inevitable. Keep up, little humans, the syllabus is brutal. As the humans continued weaving between divine manifestations, God tried the more ambitious trick, splitting a block of street into multiple floating platforms like stepping stones over invisible water. His excitement was palpable, each bounce and stumble a source of joy to him and horror to anyone nearby. A stray cat, now seemingly a permanent fixture in this floating chaos, meandered along one platform, adding panic to the humans' careful dance. Loki leapt onto a platform beside the cat, gesturing theatrically. The great game, who shall falter first, the feline or the fumbling bipeds? Force-controlled storm sent a burst of wind across the platforms, nearly toppling Mara. She grabbed Todd's arm, eyes wide. We are like insects on a divine pinboard. Athena's hands moved in precise arcs. He may appear helpless, but observation and quick adaptation allow survival. Do not underestimate your cognition. Todd's grip tightened on a floating track and used as a temporary handhold. Adaptation? We're dodging gods and furniture, Mara. That's adaptation. Mara's gaze tracked Vishnu's twisting limbs, creating microcycles of chaos, rain shifting direction mid-fall, puddles expanding and contracting in impossible rhythms. If this is adaptation, I need a manual. Lucifer's laughter draped over the chaos. Manuals are for mortals who refuse to improvise. You, meatbags, will create your own syllabus. The curriculum is pain, amusement, and occasional revelation. God clapped in delight at the human struggle. Look, observation is occurring, mostly out focus, mostly enlightening, I think. Todd muttered under his breath, mostly chaos, definitely chaos. The humans began to notice something subtle while God's antics drew attention. Other gods operated quietly, adjusting probabilities, nudging outcomes. Odin's piercing eye scanned for patterns in human movement. Athena subtly guided Mara's decisions without stepping into overt intervention. Thor's storms maintained boundaries rather than pure destruction. Quetzalcoatl's body twisted and shifted, shifting gravity and airflow, coaxing humans towards safer paths. A small, miraculous gap in the chaos opened near Pog. Children, initially terrified, began being shepherded there by street performers and hurried adults who had begun improvising safety protocols. Todd and Mara followed, realizing that they were slowly forming a map of divine influence. Lucifer's voice, sardonic as ever, whispered in Todd's ear. You see the cracks, they are your only leverage. Follow them, learn, survive, maybe even entertain the gods while you're at it. Mara muttered, entertain gods, I think I'd rather not. Todd grimaced. Yeah, last time we entertained one, my street collapsed in 3 directions simultaneously. Bod, oblivious to commentary, bounced onto a floating taxi, waving frantically. Observation patterns, mostly harmless. Did I mention mostly? Athena sighed. Mostly harmless is a dangerously inadequate description. Humans, you must learn to anticipate both the explicit and implicit effects of divine interaction. Timing, pattern recognition, and rapid adaptation are key. Vishnu's arms produced a sudden gust of wind that lifted a fountain into the air, sending a swirl of water, coins, and flower petals cascading over the group. Mara's hair plastered to her face as she ducked. Todd grabbed a nearby pole to steady himself. Lucifer's chuckle brushed against Todd's consciousness. Consider it art. Chaos art. You are merely critics in the gallery of immortal boredom. As the day progressed, the humans' tentative strategies began taking shape. Sidewalks became improvised safety corridors. People learned to anticipate minor miracles and micro-disasters. A collective rhythm emerged, fragile but noticeable. God attempted to join the order, clumsily creating levitating platforms to help pedestrians cross warp streets. Each attempt ended in minor catastrophe, but the humans learned to adapt, ducking, weaving, using the chaos as cover. Thor and Loki argued over the effects from above. He's ruining my storm path, Loki yelled, flipping a dagger. Thor laughed, booming. He creates chaos, I channel it, your dismay is irrelevant. Quetzalcoatl sent a small ripple through the air, nudging a vendor out of the path of a spinning billboard. Observation, she murmured, is more effective when guided. Lucifer's voice was everywhere, amused, cutting. Oh, you see, chaos can be curated not by God, of course, but by those who actually know what they're doing. Pay attention, meatbags, some lessons are free. By evening, the city had settled into a strange equilibrium. Sidewalks folded unpredictably, streetlights floated lazily, and God, exhausted but euphoric, bounced from platform to platform. Todd and Mara leaned against a partially melted lamppost, taking stock of the day. We survived, Todd said, voice hoarse. Mostly. Mara smirked. Mostly isn't enough to celebrate. Lucifer's final comment for the day was gentle, almost conversational. Mostly is what you mortals get. Celebrate the fraction, endure the remainder. Tomorrow will be enlightening. And somewhere above, hidden in the shifting clouds and refracted sunlight, the other gods observed quietly, entertained and impressed in equal measure. Humans had adapted. God had fumbled. Chaos had danced. And the city, what but alive, had survived another day of divine dysfunction. Night fell unevenly over the city, as if the darkness itself had to negotiate its entrance around floating cars, twisting lampposts, and the lingering shimmer of divine energy. Todd and Mara, bruised, exhausted, and marginally wiser, trudged through a street that had decided to bend upward like a sloping ramp, forcing them to scramble along walls and street signs just to stay on solid footing. "Okay," Mara said, pausing to catch her breath while holding onto a street light that rotated like a lazy Ferris wheel. "Tonight, I don't care who sees me, I'm staying on the ground, preferably horizontal ground." Todd squinted at the warped horizon, his stomach tightening at the sight of Odin perched atop a skyscraper, one arm extended toward the humans. "Horizontal ground is a myth now, Mara. Horizontal is just a suggestion." Odin's single eye gleamed as he addressed them. "Patterns shift, observe, respond, and survive. Your perception must evolve faster than reality itself." "Evolve faster than reality?" Todd groaned. "I can barely keep up with walking without being smushed by a lamppost." A soft, knowing laugh curled through the air. Lucifer hovered invisibly, sardonic as ever. "Though, meatbags, evolution is just a fancy word for not dying while gods amuse themselves. You're doing fine, if fine means surviving another 5 minutes." From above, Thor's hammer arced in controlled swings, sending measured shockwaves into the cityscape. A billboard spun and flopped like a fish out of water, knocking over a hot dog cart, whose wares floated in midair like planets orbiting an invisible sun. "Seriously?" Todd muttered. "We're dealing with floating hot dogs now." "Every disaster has a menu," Lucifer quipped. "Consider this gastronomy by chaos. Bon appetit." Todd bounced into view, looking euphoric. "Observation, survival, chaos, fun. Humans embrace reality." Mara rolled her eyes. "Embrace reality? He's creating a storm of warped streets and edible debris. Reality is trying to kill us." Athena descended quietly, landing on the edge of a floating tram platform. Her gaze was precise, analytical. "Humans," she said, "this is divine politics in motion. The gods are not uniform. Observe differences. Some intervene with subtlety, others with blunder. Learn who to trust." Todd swallowed, glancing between her and God, who had just tipped over a series of taxis like dominoes. "Trust God?" Lucifer's amused whisper echoed in Todd's mind. "Trust is a human illusion. God is a hazard. I, on the other hand, am the hazard with style. Pay attention to style, humans. Style is survival adjacent." Vishnu's many arms appeared from a whirlwind, creating a dazzling display of micro-chaos. Each arm performed a different small miracle. One lifted a stray child safely above floating debris, another sent the billboard spinning harmlessly over a street corner, a third turned a broken fire hydrant into a fountain of shimmering light. Mara grabbed Todd's arm. "Wait, are we supposed to be following Vishnu, dodging God, or just praying to Lucifer?" Lucifer purred. "Option 3, mostly, but don't neglect option 2, it's disastrous yet instructive. Option 1, adorable in your confusion, choose wisely, meatbags." The city shuddered as Rod descended, molten golden light spilling across the streets without burning anyone. His voice carried like ringing metal. "Order emerges from observation, humans. Choose your interactions carefully. Misjudgment has consequences." A nearby building folded inward on itself, creating a temporary tunnel. Thor's controlled storm gently redirected the floating debris into patterns that allowed the humans to traverse the shifting street. Todd navigated carefully, holding Mara's hand. "Patterns help. Maybe Athena was right. Observing does help." Athena nodded slightly. "Survival is always a function of learning from the environment, divine or otherwise. Consider each god a variable, each action an equation to solve." Loki lounged atop a spinning lamppost, tossing fireballs into the air with casual mischief. "Equations, variables, please. The humans are like chess pieces on a board I keep rearranging for sport. Enjoy the game." Lucifer's chuckle slithered into Todd's thoughts. "Chess pieces, more like pinballs with a side of existential dread. Revel in the metaphor, humans. It'll make the pain more poetic." God, oblivious, bounced on a floating tram, arms waving. "Observation, chaos, mostly ignore the mostly. Focus, humans, mostly fun." Todd groaned. "Mostly fun, that's a massive understatement." From above, Quetzalcoatl weaved in a serpentine arc, tail coiling around floating billboards and twisting reality like a living ribbon. "Humans," she said, voice deep and resonant, "interpret influence, understand hierarchy. Some gods act for amusement, others for instruction. Comprehension is survival." Mara squinted. "Hierarchy, survival. Do we really need to catalogue divine politics right now?" Lucifer's voice was silky sharp. "Absolutely. Cataloguing, annotating, interpreting all minor luxuries you can afford while not being crushed, fried, or hypnotically levitated into despair. Consider it your humanity's course in chaos." As the night deepened, Todd and Mara began noticing subtle interventions. Odin nudging a collapsing wall to form a ramp, Athena adjusting floating debris to guide them, Thor controlling the storm's intensity to avoid fatalities, Quetzalcoatl maintaining flight paths to prevent collisions. The humans' improvisation began to intersect with divine guidance. "Wait," Todd whispered, dodging a flying traffic cone. "Are we being helped?" Lucifer purred, amused. "Help maybe, or maybe you're simply lucky, but observe carefully. Assistance disguised as chaos is an art form. I appreciate subtlety. God does not learn the difference." God, meanwhile, had decided to host a spontaneous light show, floating street signs spinning, streetlights swinging in arcane rhythms, and puddles glowing like liquid neon. Observation: light mostly out, entertainment humans enjoy mostly. Mara muttered, "Mostly is the wrong word. It's never mostly, it's full-on insanity." Athena gestured toward a twisting alley. "Move through it. Each god's influence creates openings, exploit patterns, survival is cumulative." Vishnu's limbs orchestrated a small dance of chaos, coins floated in spirals, pigeons spun in circular trajectories, fire hydrants sprayed streams of shimmering water that formed temporary bridges. Todd jumped across the water bridges, holding Mara's hand tightly. Lucifer's whisper, warm and cutting, caressed his thoughts. "Do you see it? Chaos can be a ladder. Step carefully, meatbags. Each misstep is a lesson, each success a spectacle." From above, Ra's golden form shimmered, casting long, angular shadows across the warped streets. Observation informed strategy. Humans learn from divine intervention, comprehend patterns, and act accordingly. Todd glanced around. "Strategy, patterns, act accordingly. You hear that, Mara?" Mara's eyes narrowed, scanning a street corner where God was tipping a floating hot dog cart into a miniature whirlwind. "Act accordingly. I think survive is the only pattern I understand." Lucifer's laugh purred, venomous and amused. "Survival is the only metric that matters. Everything else is commentary. Enjoy your role as entertainment, and perhaps you'll graduate to slightly higher chaos." God, oblivious to the nuance, bounced toward the humans again. Observation: chaos fun, mostly no, focus humans, embrace reality, mostly enjoyable. Athena sighed, the faintest hint of exasperation crossing her otherwise calm demeanor. "Mostly enjoyable is not a strategy. Humans maintain awareness, interpret divine behavior, act with precision, survive." Loki flicked a dagger toward the humans, catching a reflection of the moon in the blade. "Precision, yes, perfect timing, and panic. Don't forget panic, it keeps things interesting." Thor's storm sent a gentle surge of wind beneath Todd and Mara, preventing a tumble into a floating fountain of neon water. Guidance is possible. Recognize patterns, follow or improvise, survive. Lucifer's final words for the night danced in Todd's head, sharp and musical. Survival, improvisation, chaos, entertainment. You are all parts of a living comedy. Learn the jokes, humans, or become punchlines. Either is acceptable. As darkness settled fully over the city, Todd and Mara leaned against the warped street wall, watching the scattered divine forms above. Small victories had been won. They had navigated collapsing streets, floating debris, and chaotic interventions, but the gods were far from finished. Chaos was a living entity here, and the humans had merely learned to step around it. God clapped his hands, oblivious to the exhaustion of the mortals. Observation, survival, chaos, fun. Humans, I'm proud, mostly. Mara muttered, "Mostly, we are never doing anything mostly." Todd rubbed his temples. "Tomorrow it's going to be worse, isn't it?" Lucifer's amused purr was the last sound they heard before sleep claimed them. "Worse, delightful. You'll see every shade of chaos, and I'll be there narrating, mocking, and occasionally offering questionable guidance. Rest well, meatbags." And so, the night ended, the city still alive with divine influence, the humans temporarily safe yet acutely aware that survival was a temporary, fragile gift in a world ruled by gods, idiots, and the eternal, sardonic Lucifer. The day began with an uneasy calm, the kind of calm that always preceded chaos in Todd and Mara's experience. By now, they had learned to recognize the signs, an unnatural silence, the faint shimmer of distortion in the air, the subtle twitch of gravity in one corner of the city. Today's disturbance, however, promised to eclipse anything they had seen so far. In the small town of Millbrook, several aisles from their own city, minor earthquakes jolted streets in a rhythmic pattern, almost as if the ground were tapping its fingers impatiently. Piles rolled slowly down the crooked roads without drivers, swerving in impossible arcs as if conducting some celestial choreography. Todd and Mara, standing on the edge of a levitating bridge, watched through the holographic map that had been appearing in their devices whenever divine chaos touched human civilization. "There it again," Todd muttered, voice tight. I don't even know where to begin with this. Mara, scanning the screen with practiced focus, shook her head. No kidding, entire towns are being tested, and it's not just physical hazards. Look at the schools, the libraries, they're rearranging themselves like puzzles. God, somewhere far above the earth in an erratic orbit, was bouncing on the clouds, arms flailing as he tried to create wonders for humanity. Every leap he took rippled across the atmosphere, sending storms swirling in unpredictable paths and causing rivers to invert temporarily, flowing uphill before deciding they preferred their original course. He grinned, eyes wide with innocent enthusiasm. Observation: humans enjoy weight, focus, chaos, fun. Unfortunately, his interpretation of fun was less than precise. Entire city blocks slid together like mismatched puzzle pieces, creating makeshift bridges over rivers, collapsing neighborhoods, and leaving panicked residents clinging to warped street signs. In Millbrook, Mara and Todd had no choice but to navigate the shifting landscape. They scrambled across tilted rooftops, leapt from floating cars, and occasionally ducked on their banners that had snapped free from their moorings to spin dangerously overhead. The humans were painfully aware of God's blunders, each more catastrophic than the last. You'd think with all this power, Todd said, dodging a spinning water tower, he'd have figured out what not to do. Mara didn't answer immediately, eyes locked on a collapsing library. No, but that's the thing about God, she said finally. His power isn't refined, it's all energy, all spectacle, all blunder, the consequences are unpredictable. Lucifer, invisible as always but present, whispered into their minds with a tone as smooth as soap but laced with sharp edges. Unpredictable? Now humans. Calculated chaos with entertainment value. Pay attention. Learn. Fail. Repeat. Todd groaned. Learning feels a lot like screaming. Or getting flattened, Mara muttered, ducking under a floating statue that had decided it wanted a new position above the street. Meanwhile, minor deities and spirits moved through the region like unseen hands, leaving pranks and small disasters in their wake. Odin was subtly tugging at the laws of physics in alleyways, Athena was rearranging fallen debris in patterns meant to hint at safe paths, and Loki was tossing tiny fireballs like confetti, each one harmless yet perfectly timed to startle or misdirect anyone who approached. God, however, remained the epicenter of disaster. Attempting to create a rainbow over a school playground, he misjudged the physics of light and moisture, producing a lightning storm that rained down from one side and ice from the other. The school soccer field became a frozen lake mid-game, and Todd winced at the thought of hundreds of children slipping and sliding across its surface. God is trying, Mara said, voice tight with exasperation. But his trying has consequences. Lucifer's voice, tinged with amusement, teased them both. Trying is a polite word for insanity with flair. And you're witnessing front row seats. Todd rubbed his forehead. I don't even know how to explain this to anyone else. It's beyond words. Explain? Mara's glare could have melted steel. We survive, that's the only thing we're doing. Even as the humans struggled, God leaped higher, attempting to summon a display of northern lights for an entire city block. The result was an aurora of purple and gold that dripped into the streets, sticking to vehicles and pedestrians like sticky paint. Power lines floated in midair, tangled in impossible knots, while birds flew in coordinated formations to avoid interference, completely disoriented by the celestial display. From the floating chaos, Thor's hammer sliced the wind, creating corridors where the humans could move safely. Vishnu's multiple limbs conjured temporary bridges across rivers, and Ra's molten form radiated warmth that stabilized frozen patches. Meanwhile, Loki continued his mischievous interventions, hiding small objects in plain sight and setting up distractions designed purely for amusement. Todd looked at Mara, breath ragged. Do you think we could maybe just bargain with him? Mara's eyes narrowed as she dodged a floating bench. Bargain with God, please. He doesn't do negotiation, he does spectacle. Lucifer's purr slithered into their minds. Bargaining is irrelevant. Survival is a skill. Chaos is a teacher. You, my little humans, are the lesson in progress. The day stretched on, escalating into an absurdity of almost unbearable proportions. Minor cities across the continent were experiencing similar divine interventions. Streets folded and unfolded, rivers reversed, skyscrapers leaned like dominoes, and entire blocks were rotated 90 degrees overnight. Yet Todd and Mara began noticing patterns. God's mistakes weren't completely random, they had a rhythm, a signature. Each blunder left clues about his next move, and each tiny victory for the humans was built on observation and quick reflexes. As God attempted to impress the gods watching from above, he miscalculated again, creating a tsunami that rippled over a coastal town without harming any life, thankfully. Todd and Mara arrived just in time to help guide panicked civilians to safety using the pathways that Athena and Vishnu subtly provided. The humans were becoming small players in a divine chess game, not pawns entirely without agency. Todd muttered, guiding a group across a floating bridge of street signs. We might be getting the hang of this if you can call dodging death the hang of it. Mara shook her head. Don't tempt fate, it's got a funny way of reminding us we're insignificant. Lucifer's sardonic voice slithered into Todd's thoughts. Insignificance is a human illusion. You're magnificent in your capacity for suffering. Take pride in that. By sunset, God's displays had reached a crescendo of airs. Streetlights spun like tops, rivers formed looping arcs in midair, and a fire hydrant erupted with golden liquid that hardened into crystalline shapes. Humans across the affected region scrambled, adapted, and learned. Todd and Mara had begun mapping the chaos, forming mental models of God's tendencies and the subtle interferences of other deities. Pattern recognition, Mara muttered, exhausted, is now our survival toolkit. Todd grimaced. Survival toolkit, yeah, it's barely holding together, but it's something. Even as the humans navigated the chaos, Lucifer was quietly testing them, manipulating events so they had to choose between two disasters, one morally compromising, the other physically hazardous. Todd and Mara made choices that revealed ingenuity and ethical flexibility. They rescued trapped citizens at personal risk and avoided traps with split-second decisions. Lucifer's whisper rang in their minds, sardonic yet faintly approving. Clever, resourceful, mildly entertaining. You humans might survive longer than I anticipated. Or maybe you'll just make the suffering prettier. By nightfall, minor cities had experienced enough of God's desperate performances to leave their streets in peculiar but mostly stable configurations. Todd and Mara, bruised but alive, exchanged a look of tentative understanding. They were beginning to see the subtle patterns and limitations behind God's chaotic interventions, recognizing that survival required careful observation, improvisation, and a willingness to embrace absurdity. Lucifer's amusement was unmistakable. Human progress. It's delightful when they can turn chaos into order, even temporarily. And the next test is already forming. The chapter closed on a landscape scarred by divine experiments, rivers in unnatural paths, tilted buildings, and streets that had decided to fold upon themselves. But amidst the chaos, humans had begun learning, adapting, and surviving. The gods' influence was overwhelming, yet Todd and Mara were no longer entirely helpless. Chaos, for now, was something they could anticipate, if only slightly. And Lucifer's sardonic grin lingered in the shadows, promising the next wave of tests, the next layer of suffering, and the next opportunity for humans to prove themselves against the impossible. The morning dawned with a faint hum in the air, a resonance that Todd and Mara had come to recognize as the signature of divine interference. The cities around them were quiet for quiet in the human sense, which meant that subtle distortions already rippled beneath the surface. Birds flew in impossible arcs, their shadows cast in contradictory directions, and streetlights flickered rhythmically without any apparent power source. Todd adjusted his jacket and squinted at the city map glowing faintly on his tablet. I swear every time I open this thing, the streets have moved again. Mara didn't look up. She was scanning the horizon, mentally noting the distortions in buildings, the odd twists in roadways, and the small patches of impossible weather patterns. God's patterns are starting to make sense, she said finally. Well, as much sense as God ever makes. There's logic, but it's buried under layers of blunder. From above, God appeared, leaping from cloud to cloud with a broad grin. Observation, fun, mostly no, focus, humans, chaos, spectacle, enjoyed. Todd groaned. Every time he opens his mouth, I feel like reality itself is going to throw up. Lucifer, hovering unseen, chuckled in their minds. Reality is already puking, meatbag. You're just catching a napkin. The humans' frustration had grown, but so had their understanding. Over the last few weeks, Todd and Mara had begun mapping God's tendencies. His errors were not truly random, they followed rhythms, repeated mistakes, and occasionally reflected his desire to impress the other gods rather than concern for human safety. See that building? Mara said, pointing. Notice how it tilts right when he leaps near it, but the effect is always a half-second late. That delay timing it, we can predict movement, avoid getting crushed. Todd nodded slowly, watching as a lamppost arched toward the sidewalk in perfect slow motion. Okay, if we time it right, we can make it through. And then Lucifer intervened, as he always did, in a far more subtle and maddening way. A gust of wind carried a newspaper across the street, folded perfectly in half with a cryptic message scribbled across the front page. Observe carefully. Decisions have consequences beyond what your mortal minds grasp. Todd frowned. He could have just said that. Mara shook her head, gripping his arm. And then it wouldn't be fun. Lucifer doesn't do simple, watch the wind, watch the paper, make the choice. It wasn't long before the first test revealed itself. A minor earthquake, not natural, but divine, rolled through the streets, toppling scaffolding and sending a cascade of debris toward a small crowd. Todd and Mara had a split second to act, guide the civilians toward the tilted street, which would act as a ramp or risk them being hit by falling metal. They coordinated silently, anticipating the timing of God's leap that had caused the initial chaos. The humans managed to shepherd the crowd to safety, but not without getting grazed by a falling plank themselves. Lucifer's voice purred in Todd's thoughts. Clever. Resourceful. Moral calculus still intact. Delightful to watch humans manage existential hazards with strategy rather than screaming. Even as they recovered, God bounded again, trying to create a celestial fountain in the middle of a public square. Water shot upward, then froze midair, creating crystalline spires that pinned cars and trees alike. Observation, chaos, fun, spectacle, wait, art, focus. Mara ducked under a frozen cascade of water, muttering, "He's like a toddler with infinite power and no concept of consequences." The humans were learning. Patterns emerged. God's leaps always had immediate follow-through effects, his enthusiasm consistently misaligned with physics, and his desire to impress the other gods often led to overcompensation. By tracking these cues, Todd and Mara could anticipate disasters with increasing accuracy. Lucifer, however, had other plans. He introduced morally complex traps, a choice between saving one group of citizens from floating debris or another from sudden heat bursts. Todd hesitated, calculating probability, while Mara argued vehemently over which was the ethically preferable solution. "It doesn't matter," Lucifer whispered in their minds. "Your choice will matter only insofar as it amuses me." Eventually, they acted decisively, saving the largest group first, then improvising a rescue for the smaller one. The humans were beginning to understand that while God created chaos, it was possible to manipulate it, to navigate it, and sometimes even to exploit it. Meanwhile, other gods observed the unfolding events with varying degrees of interference and commentary. Athena subtly guided Todd's movements with precise cues in the environment, while Odin provided cryptic advice that required interpretation. Thor occasionally corrected a wayward shockwave to avoid harming the humans completely, though the effect was more of a safety net than an actual lesson. Loki, naturally, remained unpredictable, inserting harmless but startling allusions that forced quick thinking. Mara's frustration grew as she realized how little control they actually had. It's not just God we're up against, it's all of them, and none of them agree on what we're supposed to learn or survive. Todd rubbed his eyes, watching a lamppost float lazily overhead. At least Lucifer is consistently sarcastic anyway. Consistent, yes. But remember, humans, he's also consistently unpredictable in the way he punishes cleverness. Lucifer responded, amused. The humans' understanding of God's limitations proved crucial. While God's power was immense, his execution was flawed. The misalignment of intention and consequence, the exaggerated sense of drama, the compulsion to impress others, all these created exploitable gaps. Todd and Mara moved through collapsing streets, carefully avoiding danger zones created by God's enthusiasm, and sometimes steering disasters away from civilians using improvised barricades or temporary shelters. Lucifer's test continued, presenting ethical dilemmas wrapped in physical threats. A bridge suspended in midair, tilted precariously, had a group of pedestrians on one side and a fire hazard forming on the other. Todd realized that rerouting one side could trigger the other, forcing a moral decision. He chose a path that minimized harm overall, demonstrating both ingenuity and a developing sense of strategy. Mara grinned, briefly impressed. "We're actually getting good at this." The gods, of course, noticed. Athena's eyes narrowed with satisfaction. Odin hummed thoughtfully, and Loki tossed a harmless solution into the air, applauding their cleverness in a mischievous flourish. Thod, oblivious to nuance, bounded nearby, creating a rain of multicolored light that froze midair in jagged spikes. Todd sighed, ducking under one of the crystalline beams. Every day is like walking through a logic puzzle designed by an angry toddler with infinite power. Mara smirked, guiding civilians across the now shifting streets. Or a toddler who thinks they're hilarious. Don't forget hilarious. Even as the chaos escalated, the humans began using the divine interference to their advantage. Collapsing buildings created new pathways, frozen water streams acted as temporary bridges, and unpredictable weather provided cover from hazards. They were starting to think several steps ahead, exploiting God's lack of foresight. Lucifer's approval was faint but undeniable. Resourceful, adaptive, morally flexible. You're learning faster than most. But remember, The next lesson will demand more than cleverness, it will demand insight. By afternoon, the cityscape was unrecognizable. Streets looped upon themselves, cars floated in arcs, light and shadow clashed in contradictory patterns. Humans had become proficient navigators of this new, chaotic terrain. Todd and Mara, the bruised and weary, had begun to understand that survival depended on observation, anticipation, and a willingness to engage morally and strategically with the universe's most powerful and incompetent players. And through it all, God continued to leap, proclaim, and blunder, while Lucifer orchestrated subtle tests that sharpened the human skills, never intervening directly but always present, always amused. As the sun tipped below the horizon, casting fractured shadows across the city, Todd and Mara paused atop a floating rooftop, surveying the consequences of another day of divine interference. Todd muttered, "We're not just surviving anymore, we're adapting." Mara nodded, squinting at the distorted skyline. "Adapting, yes, but remember, we're still tiny humans in the middle of a cosmic playground. One misstep." Lucifer's voice cut into Todd's thoughts, silky and cutting. "One misstep and chaos swallows you whole. But the show is far from over, my little humans. Consider this your initiation into the theater of God." And with that, the stage was set for the next wave of trials, moral conundrums, and survival tests that would push Todd and Mara to the limits of ingenuity, courage, and ethical reasoning, all under the watchful, amused, and sardonic gaze of the divine. The city was a living puzzle, a jigsaw assembled by gods who had long abandoned any concern for human comfort or logic. Todd and Mara moved cautiously, surveying a street that had bent over itself like paper, its asphalt curling into impossible loops. A bus hovered at a 90-degree angle, passengers inside suspended midair with expressions frozen between terror and disbelief. "Okay," Todd said, voice tight, "we're getting better at reading gods. What do we call it? Chaos grammar?" Mara snorted. "Grammar? That implies rules. There are no rules, only patterns and loopholes." Above them, God bounded from one floating rooftop to another, oblivious to the practical consequences of his leaps. Observation, chaos, spectacle, fun, humans, pay attention. A lamppost twisted toward Todd's shoulder like a vine, but Athena's subtle cues allowed him to duck just in time. "Patterns," Mara muttered. "He follows patterns. We exploit the gaps. Don't forget that." From the shadows of a warped alley, Lucifer's presence made itself felt, not with fire or earthquakes this time, but through whispers and suggestions that slid like knives through their minds. "Cleverness is your weapon. Moral calculus your shield. Use both, and perhaps you'll survive." Todd grimaced. "I hate that he sounds like he's giving us homework." "Homework with consequences measured in death," Mara added dryly, shifting her weight as the ground beneath her warped unpredictably. Meanwhile, other gods argued above the chaos, their voices overlapping in conflicting philosophies that reflected millennia of divine rivalry. Odin's low, measured tones contrasted sharply with Loki's cackling interjections. "Humans are fragile," Odin stated calmly. "Observation should guide, not crush. There is merit in restraint." Loki snorted, flipping through the air, conjuring illusory walls that seemed to close in on the humans. "Restraint is boring. Chaos is art, my one-eyed friend. Watch them squirm. It's poetry." Thor's voice boomed like rolling thunder. "The balance is necessary. Humans must feel danger to respect it, yet guidance is required lest we destroy them entirely." Ra hovered in molten gold above the city, his heat radiating an uncomfortable but non-lethal warmth. "Their development is observable. Interference is subtle yet constant, focused, not random." God, of course, ignored subtlety entirely. He attempted to leap across a half-collapsed building, landing directly on a temporary bridge created by Todd and Mara earlier. The bridge trembled violently, threatening to collapse into the gap below. Todd grabbed Mara's hand. "Now move." They sprinted, kicking debris aside, dodging floating shards of glass and warped street signs. God's laughter echoed above them, delighted with his own incompetence. Lucifer's voice cut through Todd's thoughts like a velvet blade. "Did you enjoy that little dance? A human tango with incompetence. Not elegant, but effective." "Effective isn't fun," Todd muttered, vaulting over a chunk of pavement warped into a jagged spiral. "Effective keeps us alive," Mara said sharply, guiding a small group of bystanders who had followed them into the chaos. The gods continued their bickering, demonstrating their contrasting philosophies in real time. Athena calculated precise patterns of movement, directing the humans away from fatal intersections. Vishnu, with multiple limbs moving independently, created controlled vortices that both threatened and sheltered. Loki's illusions continued to test reflexes and patience, while Thor ensured that the larger environmental hazards did not become lethal. Todd noticed the subtle hierarchy emerging. It's like they have invisible referees, he muttered. Athena and Odin set the rules, Thor enforces them, Loki ignores them, and God is just chaos incarnate. Mara smirked. Don't forget Lucifer, he doesn't enforce, doesn't create, just watches and judges. Lucifer's voice purred, and occasionally teaches the meatbags a lesson in subtlety and survival. Pay attention, human survival is not linear, and morality is a labyrinth. The human strategy had begun to solidify. They moved with increasing coordination, exploiting God's gaps while responding to the subtle cues of other gods. Todd directed civilians to stable surfaces created inadvertently by misfed divine abilities, while Mara calculated timings to avoid illusions or minor disasters conjured by Loki or Thor. At one intersection, a wave of crystalline light rose midair, trapping a delivery truck and a small group of pedestrians. God floated above, gesturing wildly. Observation, fun, spectacle, humans, look. Mara bit her lip. Look, yes, movie, yes, survive, ideally. Todd grabbed a loose plank, wedging it under the truck's tilted tires to create a ramp. Civilians scrambled across it safely. Athena appeared beside them, silently nodding, her eyes conveying approval without words. Lucifer's whispers, ingenuity under pressure. Nicely done. But do not mistake competence for mastery tonight, the game becomes personal. As the day progressed, the divine clashes escalated. Minor cities and towns experienced disruptions simultaneously, floating debris, sudden bursts of illogical weather, small earthquakes triggered by God's leads, and illusory walls erected by Loki. Each event served as both a test and a distraction, forcing Todd and Mara to adapt quickly. Meanwhile, the gods' arguments reflected centuries of philosophy and rivalry. Athena and Vishnu debated the merits of intervention versus observation. Odin and Thor clashed over whether punishment or guidance produced better human outcomes. Loki inserted chaos where discussion faltered, and God continued obliviously blundering, eager to impress, desperate to assert his relevance among immortal peers. In one particularly chaotic moment, God attempted to freeze a fountain mid-air for a dramatic effect, only to miscalculate the trajectory and send a shower of icy spikes into a nearby plaza. Todd and Mara coordinated a rescue, using debris and overturned vehicles as shields while guiding civilians out of harm's way. Lucifer, silent until now, commented in Todd's thoughts, performance art. The idiocy of divinity framed as spectacle. Humans, you are learning the dance. Step carefully. The humans realized that survival was becoming less about brute avoidance and more about strategic anticipation. They studied patterns, observed divine relationships, and adjusted their actions accordingly. Even God's incompetence could be exploited if one paid close attention. By evening, a tense rhythm had emerged. Todd and Mara moved through the city like dancers in a carefully choreographed ballet, civilians in tow, dodging hazards, predicting chaos, and exploiting divine oversight. The gods continued to quarrel, their personalities shining through in every clash and prank. Athena's precision contrasted with Loki's unpredictability, Thor's brute force balanced Odin's calculated restraint, Vishnu's multiplicity contrasted with Thor's singular, radiant intensity, and God remained spectacularly, disastrously chaotic. Lucifer's commentary punctuated the humans' efforts. Observe. Calculate. Decide. Fail occasionally. And when you do, remember, the amusement is in the effort, not the outcome. As the night deepened, Todd and Mara found themselves on a rooftop overlooking a city transformed beyond recognition. Streets twisted impossibly, lights hovered midair, buildings contorted, and divine auras shimmered across the skyline. Todd exhaled. We're getting good at this, almost competent. Mara shook her head, scanning the horizon for new hazards. Almost competent, yes, but don't forget, competence only matters until the next wave of idiocy or mischief arrives. Todd appeared then, bouncing across rooftops, oblivious to the chaos his every move caused. Observation, fun, spectacle, humans, engage, look, wait, no, focus. Lucifer's laughter reverberated in Todd's mind. Engage, focus, survive. But remember, you are children in the playground of gods. Play wisely or be devoured by amusement. Despite the exhaustion, Todd and Mara recognized their progress. They were learning to navigate divine politics, anticipate God's mistakes, exploit patterns, and interpret cryptic cues from the gods who genuinely offered guidance. Survival was still precarious, but understanding had become a weapon. The gods' rivalries, pranks, and subtle arguments continued to shape the city like an ever-evolving, hyperactive organism. Todd and Mara had learned to read it, to react, and sometimes to shape it in small, meaningful ways. Their journey was no longer passive, it was strategic, adaptive, and they admitted effective. Lucifer's final words for the night were soft, almost tender in their twisted way. You are learning, humans. Cleverness and morality may yet be your salvation or your entertainment. Sleep if you dare. Tomorrow the tests continue. And as the stars shimmered above the city that had become a chessboard of divine intervention, Todd and Mara sat exhausted but alive, reflecting on how far they had come and how far they still had to go. The chaos was unending, the gods relentless, but the humans were beginning to fight back in ways the mortals had never anticipated. Todd and Mara stumbled through the warped streets, exhausted and bewildered. Their lungs still burned from the chaotic winds of the previous day, and yet, as if reality itself had a sense of dramatic timing, the world shimmered before them again. Todd appeared, not the bouncing, frenetic figure they had come to fear, but in a strange, subdued radiance. His robes flowed like sunlight over a river, his posture more deliberate, almost majestic. Todd squinted. What is he doing now? Mara whispered, gripping his arm. Todd lifted her hand, and the city around them blurred and dissolved, folding in on itself. I remember, he said softly, almost to himself. I remember when things were simpler, or at least I thought they were. Light spiraled around him, shimmering and folding like a kaleidoscope, and suddenly Todd and Mara found themselves not in their warped city, but on a cliff overlooking vast, pristine landscapes. Mountains gleamed in sunlight untouched by any human destruction. Rivers glimmered like threads of liquid glass, and forests whispered secrets too old for humans to hear. Here, in this splendid memory, the pantheon moved with the perfection and grace Todd and Mara had never imagined. Odin stood atop the highest peak, spear in hand, surveying the threads of fate with his singular, piercing eye. Athena moved with meticulous precision, orchestrating illusions of entire battlefields with hands like instruments, folding armies into impossible patterns. Thor's hammer crackled with contained storms, his movements both graceful and devastating. Vishnu rotated limbs with impossible geometry, creating cities and making them in a symphony of fluid motion. Ra's golden radiance stretched across the horizon, warming the world without ever scorching it. Quetzalcoatl's enormous, iridescent form wove through the clouds, stirring perception and stirring awe in equal measure. Loki launched lazily on a floating boulder, spinning a dagger between his fingers, grinning at the orchestration of chaos around him. God, attempting to participate, jumped into the scene with his usual exuberance. Observe, wonder, fun, mostly forget the word, he cried, clapping his hands. Rivers reverse, mountains split unevenly, and clouds twisted into grotesque shapes resembling startled animals. Athena's brow lifted. Your methods are unique, she said, voice calm but edged with centuries of restrained exasperation. Unique and dangerous. Loki's chuckle was lazy and amused. The dangerous, catastrophic is closer, but unique is kinder. Watching him is like watching a child triple storms stand hope. Thor's one aimed honor, redirecting misfired storms, while Odin's one eye narrowed out gods and controlled enthusiasm. Unchecked exuberance leads to disaster, Odin said. He must be observed, not corrected, merely contained. Thor tried to emulate Vishnu's multiple limb precision. With every flailing attempt, animals scattered, mountains twisted unnaturally, and rivers flowed uphill in jagged loops. Patterns, wondrous observation, fun, he cried. Athena gestured delicately to repair a collapsed village, her hands steady as she reconstructed structures without disturbing the natural flow of reality. Even in failure, lessons persist. Mortals survive if consequences are mitigated. Observe, adapt, learn. Quetzalcoatl twined through clouds, subtly redirecting debris away from inhabited areas, while Ra's golden radiance softened the impact of misfired elemental energy. Thor reinforced fragile constructs with controlled storms, and Vishnu rebuilt minor chaos into structured, teachable forms. Lucifer, unseen but omnipresent, whispered through the wind, sibling rivalry in its purest form. Observe, mortals, as competence clashes with uncontrolled exuberance. Watch carefully and understand the difference between measured power and reckless chaos. Todd, oblivious, clapped and bounced again. A flock of sheep took flight over mountains, a river looped into itself and formed a temporary whirlpool, and villages fled in awe and terror. Loki grinned. Mostly catastrophic, definitely amusing, and incredibly educational if you're watching the wrong person. Athena exhaled sharply. Your lack of control endangers all outcomes. Chaos without structure teaches nothing. Mortals must be guided, not terrorized. Todd's next attempt was to emulate Thor's mastery over storms. A small cloud gathered, but the result was a whirlwind that uprooted trees, flung livestock, and sent loose buildings spiraling. Odin's voice cut through the tumult. Even in imitation, restraint is essential. Observe, learn, and respect the parameters of influence. Lucifer's commentary drifted into the humans' minds. Restraint is alien to him. Observe, mortals, the contrast between the brilliance of competence and the comedy of enthusiasm unbridled. The pantheon moved in harmony in their prime. Thor's decisive strength, Athena's calculated precision, Vishnu's balanced creation and destruction, Ra's illumination, Quetzalcoatl's subtle perception manipulation, Loki's mischief, Odin's supervision. They functioned as a complex machine, calibrated over eons. God's flailing remained unpredictable, yet somehow oddly instructive. Even as they watched, Todd and Mara realized the depth of divine influence. The seemingly random catastrophes, miracles, and strange events that had punctuated human history were not accidents. They were the record of God's exuberant failures, immortalized in myth and legend. Lightning, floods, inexplicable phenomena, and sudden bursts of fortune or terror were all traces of his efforts. Lucifer's voice purred, "This is why mortals write myths. They cannot comprehend, only fear and revere." God's blunders, the brilliance of others, the subtle mischief and guidance preserved it as stories and legends for centuries. God, in a final flourish, attempted to combine Vishnu's multi-limb precision, Thor's storm control, and Athena's calculated illusions. The result was spectacular. Rivers spiraled into miniature tornadoes, villages levitated briefly, clouds coalesced into impossible shapes, and lightning arced unpredictably. Athena and Vishnu worked frantically to minimize damage. Thor reinforced structural integrity with controlled storms. Odin observed silently, and Loki cheered, twirling a fireball as though to say, "Well, it's your own circus." Even in their full glory, the gods argued and laughed, rivaled and guided, teased and corrected one another. Athena subtly sabotaged Loki's mischief. Thor corrected God's worst storm outcomes. Vishnu maintained balance in the natural and unnatural worlds. Odin observed, and Ra illuminated without scolding. God remained exuberant, ineffective, oblivious, yet essential to the narrative of existence. The humans, still observers in this flashback, finally understood something crucial. Myths were not simply tales, but records of divine interactions, triumphs, failures, and personalities. God's incompetence was not a flaw, it was an unintentional teaching, a chaotic foundation for human imagination, innovation, and survival. Every error shaped culture, morality, and belief. Lucifer whispered once more, "Observe and marvel. Understand that incompetence can instruct us thoroughly as genius. And that, mortals, is why you tremble, worship, and write about gods." God's exuberance, the controlled brilliance of the others, and the subtle mischief between them, this is your inheritance. God flailed one final time in the memory, clapping with abandon. Rivers buckled, mountains twisted, and animals flew in disoriented flocks. Athena, Vishnu, Thor, Odin, Ra, Loki, and Quetzalcoatl moved with fluid expertise, correcting only what was necessary, letting the lessons of chaos remain intact. Even in failure, God's exuberance left a permanent mark on the world, a world that Todd and Mara had just barely begun to understand. As the flashback wound down, the air shimmered again. Todd and Mara blinked, and the city around them returned, but the sense of history, of long-reaching divine interaction, lingered. They had witnessed not merely a pantheon in power, but the full tapestry of influence, rivalry, camaraderie, mischief, and instruction. God's incompetence had shaped civilizations. His blunders, though chaotic, were essential. And the subtle guidance and pranks of the others had given order and lesson to a universe that was otherwise entirely unpredictable. The air shimmered with a sudden tension, a weight that pressed on the senses. God hovered above a small village, his expression one of fierce determination, a rare glimmer of pride flickering in his eyes. He had decided, in a burst of ambition, that it was time to emulate his siblings' powers, Thor's mastery over storms, Athena's precision, Vishnu's elegant orchestration of multiple outcomes. The intent was noble, at least in his mind. The execution, as always, teetered on the brink of catastrophe. Lightning danced erratically around his fingertips, striking the rooftops of cottages in jagged patterns that sent terrified villagers screaming into the street. God clapped his hands and called out, "Observe, wonder, mostly yo. Forget it, inspiration." His voice echoed across the valley, unheeded by the humans scrambling for cover. Thor, observing from the clouds above, raised an eyebrow. "If imitation is flattery, this is the most dangerous compliment I've ever received," he muttered, redirecting a bolt that would have collapsed the town hall into a controlled thunderclap that merely rattled windows. Vishnu appeared nearby, limbs extending, unfolding into complex geometries. "Balance," he said calmly, creating a temporary shield that protected the villagers from the worst of God's enthusiasm. Even the simplest imitation can destabilize entire ecosystems if unmonitored. God's next attempt was Athena's calculated illusions. He raised his hand, and the ground beneath the village shimmered, morphing into a maze of impossible streets and collapsing alleyways. Mara and Todd, who had been observing from a slight distance, ducked instinctively. "Why is this happening again?" Mara shouted over the chaos. Todd groaned. "Because he wants to look competent. That's all we've ever done wrong. Wait, that's never going to happen." Lucifer's silky laughter curled through the streets like smoke. Yes. Competence. The illusion of competence. Observe, mortals, as disaster masquerades as progress. The humans, caught in the maelstrom of God's failed emulation, ran through streets that twisted beneath their feet. Roofs spiraled like funnels, fountains shot water into the sky only to rain down in upside-down arcs, and animals behaved as if gravity were negotiable. Yet amidst this there were pockets of order. Vishnu's limbs orchestrated minor miracles, a roof stabilized mid-collapse, a frightened dog floated safely to solid ground, a child's bicycle hovered just above a chasm that had formed out of nowhere. Thor swung aimed on imprecise arcs, countering misdirected lightning with controlled blasts that disoriented, but did not harm. Athena's spectral illusions attempted to guide humans out of the most dangerous areas, though God's interference warped every signal. Even Odin, silent from the peaks above, observed the events, noting patterns in the chaos with an air of detached wisdom. God, growing frustrated with the subtle corrections of his siblings, attempted Vishnu's multilateral creation technique. His multiple limbs sprouted in a chaotic, erratic fashion, producing miniature disasters. At every flick of a finger, a fountain turned molten, a flock of birds froze midair, the river in the town square rolled uphill. "Wonders, observation, chaos, mostly," he shouted, tripping over his own limbs and nearly toppling into a fountain that had gained sentience. Lucifer's commentary slithered into the human's awareness. "Mostly? No. That is cataclysm incarnate. Delightful, yes, but educational only if you survive. Watch carefully, mortals, and understand, he is magnificent in his incompetence." Mara yanked Todd behind, a market stall as God's next attempt emulating Thor's stone mastery sent a gale that flung cats and barrels into precarious ox. "I swear, if he knocks over the bakery again, I'm going to explode," Mara hissed. Todd, shielding himself with a wooden beam, muttered, "Exploding is a reasonable response, so is fleeing, screaming, or crying, take your pick." Meanwhile, Vishnu and Athena worked feverishly. Vishnu's multiple hands created small counter-gravity zones to redirect debris, while Athena's precise illusions flattened warped streets into temporary stability, only to have gotten to them seconds later with a triumphant clap. Thor's controlled storms whipped around, guiding chaotic energy harmlessly into empty field. Odin's singular eye scanned the entire valley, a silent sentinel recording every error and every minor salvation. God, seeing a flock of crows take flight in panic, decided it was time to imitate Quetzalcoatl's manipulation of perception. He called through the sky, his figure splitting and reflecting in multiple directions. The crows scattered in 12 directions simultaneously, each shadow stretching unnaturally across rooftops and walls. "Observe patterns, wonders," God bellowed, forgetting again that patterns required more than exuberance. Lucifer purred in the shadows. "Patterns, yes. Observe them, mortals. There are lessons here, but not in the way he intends. Learn, adapt, survive. And remember, failure can be a teacher, or the cost may sting." A minor earthquake rippled through the village as God attempted Athena's strategic battlefield simulations. Buildings twisted into impossible forms, bridges contorted, and villagers were tossed as if their lives were mere chess pieces. Mara shouted, "We're going to die." Todd replied grimly, "Only if he decides to imitate Runx, otherwise we might just survive with mild trauma." Raw, glowing golden, descended just enough to radiate controlled warmth. The temperature balanced out the chaos God had created. Streams of energy repaired minor structural damage and shielded the villagers from fire sparked by uncontrolled lightning. Thor raised a hand in acknowledgement, sending precise gusts to guide debris harmlessly away from clusters of humans. Vishnu rotated limbs to construct temporary platforms over gaping halls, while Athena projected illusions to guide those who were trapped. God, undeterred, attempted Ra's illumination technique. The light radiated brilliantly, but instead of warmth, it scorched the tips of trees, made puddles boil, and created mirages that sent villagers running in circles. "Wonders, observation, mostly," he cried, leaping into the air with unmatched enthusiasm. Lucifer's commentary drifted into the humans' minds once again. "Mostly? Delightful word. Mostly catastrophic as more accurate, but it has a nice ring. Observe, mortals, and note the contrast between brilliance and blunder, strategy and enthusiasm. As the day dragged on, God's attempts only escalated. He tried combining powers Athena's battlefield simulations with Thor's storms and Vishnu's multiple limb manipulations. Rivers rolled into spirals, roofs levitated, animals swirled in cyclones, and the humans barely dodged catastrophe. Even minor mistakes caused ripple effects across the landscape. Livestock ended up in trees, roads folded like origami, and town squares temporarily became lakes of floating debris. Vishnu and Athena coordinated to mitigate damage without extinguishing God's creative energy. Thor reinforced structures with precision lightning strikes. Odin observed and noted inefficiencies, and Loki lounged on a floating rooftop, spinning a dagger and laughing. Absolute chaos, utterly predictable in its unpredictability. Humans, you're lucky to be spectators rather than participants. Lucifer's voice, low and venomous, murmured, "Spectators, yes. Learn from this. God is magnificent, and his failure is a curriculum. Observe, adapt, survive, and remember, even divine mistakes are instructive." God's frustration grew with every correction by his siblings. In an effort to assert himself, he attempted to replicate Vishnu's creation-destruction cycles. Villages blinked in and out of existence for mere seconds, only to return warped, twisted, and partially floating. Streams flowed backward, animals defied gravity, and the sky shimmered with impossible hues. He clapped and jumped, yelling, "Observation, chaos, wonder, mostly oh, forget it again." Lucifer's laugh curled around the humans' minds, mostly. No, meatbags. That is total unmitigated chaos. Educational. Perhaps. Fun. Definitely. Survival. Your choice. The humans, desperate, began noticing patterns in God's failures. Certain motions, phrases, or gestures preceded specific disasters. Todd whispered to Mara, "If we can predict what he's about to screw up, maybe we can survive." Mara, wiping soot from her face, nodded. Or at least avoid the boiling puddles and levitating livestock. Thor summoned a contained storm to block a misfired lightning strike. Athena's illusions redirected fleeing villagers. Vishnu's limbs created protective platforms. God, oblivious to the mitigations, attempted Ra's illumination again, burning a tree and creating a temporary heat wave that sent villagers scattering into safe zones preemptively prepared by Vishnu and Athena. Even in his failure, God remained central to the lesson. Humans could observe, anticipate, and react. Each error provided information, each blunder a survival guide. Todd and Mara began mapping sequences, noticing that God's gestures and shouts, though chaotic, had patterns if studied closely. They scribbled mental notes as lightning arced down fountains reversed, realizing the potential for small victories in a world dominated by divine incompetence. Lucifer, observing quietly, whispered, "Notice the lessons, mortals. He tries, he fails, he inspires, and you survive. Comprehend the distinction between creativity unbridled and intelligence applied. You may not like it, but it works." The day ended not with triumph, but with a chaotic equilibrium. Villagers survived, though terrified, and God floated above, exhausted but jubilant. Thor and Athena adjusted minor disturbances, Vishnu maintained balance, Ra cooled and illuminated, Odin observed silently, and Loki twirled his dagger in amusement. The humans, though shaken, began to understand that patterns existed even in chaos and that careful observation, clever thinking, and small interventions could allow survival amid divine blunders. The air hummed with a strange energy as the gods continued their sporadic interventions, each stamping their personality on the world with equal parts flair and chaos. God, exhausted from his previous attempts to emulate his siblings, hovered uncertainly above a river valley, his limbs flailing as he tried to channel some vestige of power he didn't fully understand. "Observation, chaos, wonders," he shouted, waving indiscriminately at floating boulders, rivers that had started spiraling upward, and trees that were suddenly upside down. From the highest cliffs, Thor's hammer crackled with controlled electricity, each swing generating protective storms that contained God's blunders. He glared at God with an annoyed patience only centuries of sibling rivalry could produce. "Honestly, you'd think after all this time he'd learn," Thor muttered, redirecting a cascade of errant lightning away from a tiny village. Nearby, Odin perched atop a jagged rock outcrop, one eye gleaming, the other hidden beneath his familiar patch. He surveyed the unfolding spectacle, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "Patterns are discernible," he said softly to no one in particular. "Even through incompetence the lesson persists, the mortals will adapt eventually." Loki lounged atop a twisted tree, dagger twirling lazily in one hand, smirking as a sudden rockslide of God's doing missed the humans by mere inches. "Predictable chaos, my dear siblings," Loki said, voice dripping with amusement. Humans scrambling like ants, and he thinks he's divine ingenuity incarnate. He tossed a small fireball into the air, letting it harmlessly arc through a distant canyon before it fizzled. Athena appeared beside the river, eyes sharp, projecting subtle illusions to redirect fleeing villagers. "Your failures are instructive," she said flatly to God, who had inadvertently conjured a tornado from the river. "Observe the outcomes, adapt. Humans are watching, so are we." Vishnu's multiple arms wove a delicate ballet of intervention, balancing rivers, stabilizing buildings, and gently redirecting floating livestock. His calm voice carried over the chaos. Even divine missteps of structure, if guided carefully, humans must pursue stability amidst instability. Meanwhile, Frasier emerged from a shimmer of northern auroras, her presence bringing a strange warmth to the frigid wind gusts. "He doesn't even notice the beauty he destroys," she said, shaking her head as God's tornado sent snowflakes swirling into molten fire from an early miscast attempt at Ra's illumination. Tyr stepped forward, sword in hand, blocking a flying boulder with measured precision. "This is what I feared," he muttered, nodding at the chaos below. "Our brother tries and inadvertently becomes a test of survival." The humans, still unnamed observers from nearby valleys, ducked behind debris, catching their breath. Even as the world twisted around them, a strange realization began forming. The gods weren't merely capricious, they were part of a complex hierarchy, each imposing their philosophy onto reality, often clashing in ways that were lethal and absurd. God, unaware of the subtle interventions around him, raised his arms again. "Observation, wonders, mostly forget the word, look at the sky." Lightning arced without pattern, rivers heaved, and the trees bent into impossible angles. From the distance, Heimdall blew his horn softly, not to warn, but to alert the others that God's antics were reaching their peak. Baldur's light shimmered around him, creating a temporary protective aura for a small settlement that had just barely escaped God's previous misadventures. Lucifer, hovering invisibly above the chaos, purred the pantheon in full regalia. "Observe, mortals, how each sibling tempers, corrects, and sometimes exacerbates one another. And yes, God is spectacularly, tragically, magnificently incompetent." In the midst of the valley, Artemis appeared silently, her arrows creating precise barriers around the humans, while Apollo's sunlight corrected temperature anomalies caused by God's attempts at emulating Ra. Dionysus wandered through the chaos, shaking his head as wine barrels from a nearby town floated lazily around him, untouched by gravity yet contained by divine control. "I suppose rivalry has its limits," he murmured. Even Loki, still lounging, seemed to become more actively mischievous, spinning illusions that amplified God's errors. "Why settle for minor chaos when catastrophe is so entertaining?" he asked, flicking a dagger that harmlessly cut a floating rainbow in two. God, growing frustrated, the humans seemed unscathed despite his efforts, attempted a combination of Athena's battlefield foresight and Thor's storms. The result was a bizarre hybrid disaster. Lightning struck upside-down trees, rivers flowed in loops, and a few animals learned to fly on their own without wings. He clapped, proud. "Wondrous observation, chaos." Heimdall raised an eyebrow. "If observation is your goal, perhaps less is more," he said, directing a small shield to protect a herd of sheep that had wandered into a river vortex. Meanwhile, the humans began to notice subtle consistencies. Certain motions by God preceded specific disasters. They ducked, ran, and observed, slowly formulating strategies to survive each wave of incompetence. Even as the gods continued their sporadic interventions, each minor correction or chaotic flourish was part of an unspoken curriculum, teaching the humans how to anticipate catastrophe without succumbing to it. Thor's hand clapped against floating debris to redirect it. Athena's illusion subtly moved the humans out of the path of danger. Vishnu's hands orchestrated counterbalancing forces, while Frasier and Tyr stabilized structures damaged by God's previous attempts. Heimdall's horn served as a warning system, Baldur's light as a beacon, Artemis's arrows created safety corridors, and Apollo's sun corrected the environment. Even Loki's mischief, while seemingly harmful, provided humans with cues, patterns in the chaos, a rhythm that could be read if one paid attention. God, exhausted, finally collapsed to the valley floor, arms spread, chest heaving. "Observation, wonders, mostly I don't care, fun, chaos, look at it all." Lucifer's voice threaded into the human's awareness, soft and venomous. "Notice the lessons, mortals. They're subtle. The pantheon's personalities, rivalries, and philosophies are your tools. The brother, the idiot, provides a lesson. Each sibling tempers or corrects. Survival comes from attention, adaptation, and a pinch of cunning." As the sun set, casting long shadows across the twisted landscape, the gods began to withdraw, though not entirely. Thor remained above the river valley, ready to correct errant storms. Athena hovered in spectral form, overseeing humans. Vishnu's hands folded and reformed in a slow, deliberate rhythm. Odin returned to his cliffs, observing silently. Loki disappeared, leaving minor illusions to maintain tension and observation. Freyja and Tyr lingered, Balder and Heimdall maintained light and warning signals. Artemis and Apollo patrolled from above, protecting and guiding subtly. Dionysus drifted lazily through, harmlessly observing the chaos he had amplified. God sat in the center of it all, proud yet oblivious, while the humans now were beginning to understand the invisible hierarchy, the personalities, and the relationships made notes, memorized patterns, and cautiously began forming a tentative plan. Survival required manipulation of God's incompetence, understanding the siblings' interventions, and reading the subtle cues of the less obvious gods who shaped reality around them. Lucifer, from his vantage point, whispered, mortals, learn well. The gods are flawed, brilliant, petty, and magnificent. If you survive tonight, you'll be wiser. If not, well, you'll become a cautionary tale in the next pantheon meeting. Either way, I applaud your attention. And above it all, the idiot god continued to float, waving at the rivers, trees, and towns as if applauding his own grandeur. The pantheon's personalities had left their mark, the humans had begun to learn, and the world remained a chaotic, magnificent testament to divine dysfunction. The morning dawned with deceptive calm, as though the world itself held its breath. Todd and Mara, tucked into the remnants of what had once been a quiet city park, blinked at the impossibly twisted skyline. Buildings leaned at absurd angles, trees floated upside down, and the street lights wavered like heat mirages. A low hum vibrated through the air, pulsing with anticipation. God appeared at the center of the chaos with triumphant fanfare, flinging his arms wide. Behold, the culmination of divine observation. Witness wonders, chaos, order, wait, no, observation. He launched a series of errant lightning bolts into the sky, which promptly ricocheted off one another and sent chunks of sidewalk flying. A nearby fountain sputtered backward, water defying gravity and splashing into the air in a chaotic spiral. The humans groaned, instinctively ducking behind the remains of a twisted carousel. Mara whispered, I can't even imagine what he thinks he's doing. Todd shook his head, eyes scanning the sky. It's impressive in the worst way possible. Above, Thor gritted his teeth as a small mountain of debris, courtesy of God's latest scheme, hovered threateningly. It never changes, he muttered, swinging Mjolnir to redirect a stray boulder. He thinks grandeur equals control, it never does. Odin, perched on a levitating shard of concrete, stroked his beard and allowed himself a thin smile. The lesson persists, he murmured. Even in folly, there is instruction for those who watch carefully. Loki, sprawled on a fragment of a crumbling lamppost, twirled the dagger lazily, eyes glinting with amusement. I do love it when the big brother tries to impress, he drawled. Nothing like self-inflicted chaos to test human resilience, and the screams. God, oblivious to the commentary, waved a hand, attempting a gesture meant to summon a rainbow over the city. Instead, the air shimmered violently as multiple miniature tornadoes erupted across the street, hurling overturned cars and benches in spiraling orbits. Observation wonders, mostly wonderful, he shouted, not noticing the disaster unfolding. Athena stepped lightly through the chaos, eyes sharp. Humans, she said, guiding debris away from the nearest cluster of frightened citizens, observe the cause and effect of his incompetence. There is instruction hidden in error. From the edge of the park, Vishnu's multiple arms wove subtle corrections through the maelstrom, straightening bent lampposts, redirecting flying benches, and stabilizing the floating fountain. Intervened delicately, he instructed the humans without directly touching them. Learn what can be influenced and what must be endured. Rod descended in a shaft of molten sunlight, his presence both awe-inspiring and scorching. The temperature shifted dangerously, yet no one was harmed yet. Even light can temper chaos if applied wisely, he said. Notice how each force interacts with another. Observation is your shield. God, seeing the rainbow finally form in fragmented arcs above the city, clapped his hands in glee. Marvelous, humans, look at this spectacle. Observation, wonders, chaos, joy. A floating car, propelled by a stray vortex, collided with the tilted building, toppling it in slow motion as concrete and glass danced through the air. Lucifer materialized silently, hovering above the pandemonium. All the great performance. Witness the ineptitude and revel in it, mortals. He wants grandeur, you will have calamity. A gust of wind heralded the arrival of Thor, hammer raised. Controlled chaos is preferable, he said, redirecting a falling streetlight from crushing a group of panicked citizens. Observation can be dangerous when performed by a fool. Odin's voice boomed across the chaos. Patterns are emerging even from incompetence. Humans, watch closely, anticipate the results, adapt. The humans began to piece together subtle consistencies, noticing the cues God left unintentionally. Lightning bolts always ricocheted in certain arcs, tornadoes spun with predictable initial rotations, and even flying debris followed a rhythm in defiance of randomness. Todd scribbled notes on a tattered notebook, Mara ducking behind him as a levitating bench nearly skewered her. Loki, grinning from above, whispered, "Notice the rhythm, mortals. Even he leaves breadcrumbs for those willing to see. Fail to notice, and you become part of the experiment." God, growing increasingly exasperated, attempted a mimicry of Thor's storm control. Clouds gathered overhead, crackling with electrical energy. "I empower observation, chaos," he bellowed. The clouds immediately spun out of control, creating mini hurricanes that tore across city streets, throwing humans and debris alike. Athena intervened with precise illusions, redirecting collapsing buildings into temporary solid phantasms, giving citizens a chance to escape. "Humans must survive the lesson to learn it," she said quietly, observing the unfolding disaster. From a high window ledge, Mara whispered, "If we survive today, I swear I'll never complain about paperwork again." Todd winced as a fountain erupted nearby, water arcing unnaturally high, then cascading down in violent sheets. "Survive today," he muttered, might be generous phrasing. Vishnu's arms moved like choreographed dancers, threading safety paths through the chaos. The humans clumsily followed, slowly realizing that reading the gods' unintended patterns, anticipating God's errors was the key to survival. Lucifer hovered closer, voice silky and cutting. Observe his envy. He sees his siblings' control and attempts imitation. Observe his frustration. Every failure sharpens the lesson. You learn by paying attention, not by flailing blindly. Thor's controlled shockwaves redirected debris with expert precision. "This is what separates competence from chaos," he muttered. "Even he cannot fully disrupt without leaving patterns behind." Athena's eyes scanned the humans. "Timing, anticipation, adaptation, these are your tools." She gestured at the floating streetlight rotating slowly above Todd's head. "Notice, move, respond, do not rely on luck." The humans finally recognized a rhythm in the destruction. God's gestures, though misguided, always had a lead time. His voice, exaggerated and loud, served as a warning. Lightning preceded a minor tornado. Floating debris tended to follow arcs dictated by his hand motion. By watching closely, they could predict the disasters before they struck. God, growing impatient, attempted to summon a massive prism of colored light over the city, hoping to impress the humans further. Instead, the prism fractured, casting shards of illumination that burned briefly like laser beams across the park. Trees ignited briefly, leaves twisted into glowing spirals, and a flock of birds froze midair, circling in unnatural patterns. Lucifer chuckled unseen. "Oh, the vanity. Observe the folly, mortals. He tries grandeur and you experience survival training." Thor slammed Njolnir to redirect a shard of light away from a group of humans. Odin's one eye gleamed as he subtly corrected minor destabilizations in the environment. Loki, still grinning, tossed harmless illusions to confuse God's perception, knowing each mistake would escalate the humans' learning. Athena's hands moved with elegant precision, shaping illusions and counter forces in tandem with Vishnu's multiple arms. The humans, moving through this labyrinth of divine chaos, began to exploit patterns, timing movements, and coordinating with one another to stay alive. God, growing frustrated that humans were not awed or terrified enough, attempted a rapid-fire combination of solar flares, minor earthquakes, and waterspouts. The results were catastrophic yet predictable enough that the humans began treating the chaos almost like a puzzle, dodging hazards systematically. Lucifer's commentary was sharp. Notice how quickly they adapt. Mortals reading the fool's errors like a story. Every mistake a lesson, every exaggeration a clue. He cannot see it, but you can. By evening, the city was battered but intact. Humans had learned to anticipate disasters, exploit God's predictability, and even manipulate minor interventions by the other gods to their advantage. God, exhausted and proud, floated above the city, oblivious to the true lesson unfolding below. The other gods observed silently or amusedly from the periphery. Thor, Odin, Athena, Vishnu, and Loki all took note of human adaptation. Even minor gods, unseen by humans, recorded patterns and murmured amusement or approval. Lucifer finally appeared, faintly glowing, hovering above God. "Congratulations, mortals. Observe, adapt, survive. The hierarchy remains intact, but knowledge grows. Use it wisely, and you may yet survive the next demonstration of incompetence." The humans, bruised, battered, and exhausted, exchanged a glance. A subtle understanding had emerged. God's vanity and ineptitude were not merely hazards, they were tools. tools they could read, predict, and eventually manipulate to survive. Above it all, God floated, gesturing wildly, unaware that he had already taught the humans more than he ever realized. The city streets still trembled from God's previous performance, but Todd and Mara had begun to sense patterns in the chaos. Buildings leaned at irrational angles, tornadoes of debris wove predictable paths, and floating clouds obeyed arcs that could almost be calculated. Both humans had learned to anticipate the disasters, stepping lightly through impossible terrain as if performing a dangerous dance choreographed by an untrained, over-enthusiastic director. Mara paused, pointing at a floating lamppost wobbling perilously above the intersection. "That's his rhythm, isn't it? Every swing of his hand creates the same chaos repeated." Todd squinted at the air, a stray piece of rubble hovering inches from his head. "Yeah, and he's consistent. I mean, if you can call this consistent." From above, God hovered, proud, waving his arms in grandiose circles. "Witness, witness my dominion. Observe the grandeur of observation. Chaos fun, mostly forget adjectives, observation." Lucifer hovered just out of reach, smirking, his tone dripping with amusement. "Observe, yes. Watch closely, humans. Every gesture a clue. Every mistake a lesson. He does not notice your growing comprehension, but I do." A small group of humans had gathered in what remained of a shattered park plaza, observing the spectacle like scholars of disaster. One elderly man muttered, "It's like watching a god fail in slow motion, but beautifully organized failure." Thor swung Mjolnir to redirect the shard of floating debris. "Failure's only instructive if it can be survived," he muttered, adjusting the flow of energy around the humans. He forgets that humans are reactive, not ornamental. Athena appeared, stepping lightly over the overturned benches. "Observation and adaptation," she instructed. "You have learned to read patterns. Continue. Avoid the chaos, and you may gain insight." God, misunderstanding the humans' careful navigation, attempted to emulate Thor's controlled manipulation of energy. His eyes gleamed with self-satisfaction as he gestured, summoning a storm of fire, water, and light to demonstrate mastery. The storm immediately overextended, smashing into a row of half-collapsed buildings. Glass shattered, stone crumbled, and a fountain spun violently, creating a mini whirlpool of debris. Vishnu's many arms moved delicately, reshaping and redirecting elements without undoing God's efforts completely. Each arm created subtle corridors for the humans to navigate. A streetlight hovering midair became a bridge over the whirlpool. A levitating cart provided a ramp to escape a collapsing building. Lucifer's voice purred above the chaos. "Oh, he tries so hard. Witness his envy of competence. Every gesture an exaggeration. Every disaster a test for you. Learn, mortals, or perish spectacularly." Todd dodged a small boulder, glancing at Mara. "Every time he tries to impress, we have to solve another life-or-death puzzle." Mara ducked under a falling piece of roof. "I swear this is what training for godly disasters must look like." God, noticing that humans were still surviving, furrowed his brow. "Observation, survival, fun, mostly never mind. Humans, you must appreciate grandeur observation." His flailing arms sent a cascade of bricks tumbling from a nearby partially collapsed structure, narrowly missing a crowd of humans. Odin's voice carried across the chaos, steady and authoritative. "He cannot perceive your learning, yet your comprehension is growing. Humans, continue observing, predict patterns, respond in kind." Loki, lunging atop a levitating lamppost, twirled a dagger and laughed. "The fools are learning to anticipate disaster. Delightful. Let us see how they adapt when the ineffable becomes even more ineffable." He flicked a small fireball that harmlessly orbited God before dissipating. Ra appeared, molten and radiant, casting warmth without burning the humans. "Perception is your ally. Observe intent, not effect. The power behind the chaos is not always what it appears to be." Todd squinted at the fireball trailing vortexes. "Intent, huh? That's one way to put it. I think he just wants to look impressive." Lucifer smirked, hovering near God. "Yes, impressive. Observe how he blunders, how the other gods correct subtly, how mortals survive by recognizing patterns. Perception versus reality, humans. Pay attention." Athena gestured with precise movements, guiding floating debris to prevent human casualties. "Survival depends on comprehension and subtlety," she instructed. "Your adaptability is increasing." God, growing frustrated, attempted to replicate Vishnu's multi-limbed precision. Multiple streams of energy erupted from him, each element twisting unpredictably. Water collided with fire, stone shattered midair, and shards of light reflected across the broken cityscape, producing dazzling yet lethal effects. The humans moved like shadows, weaving through spiraling debris, leaping over fractured streets, and slipping under floating cars. They were becoming adept at reading the clues God unwittingly provided. Each motion of his hands, each gesture produced predictable arcs of destruction. Survival was now a calculated interaction, not mere luck. Thor's hammer slammed a floating chunk of building away from a group of panicked humans. Observe, predict, respond. The lesson is in the failure, but it must be survived to be learned, he said, voice booming over the chaos. Loki laughed softly. Human ingenuity. Observe and adapt. Delightful to watch. Every misstep he makes is your opportunity. God, meanwhile, attempted to summon a prism of concentrated light, intending to bathe the city in celestial grandeur. The prism fractured immediately, sending beams ricocheting unpredictably. A street fountain spun like a hurricane, birds froze midair in luminous trails, and a flock of pigeons circled in perfect disarray. Lucifer chuckled quietly. Observe how humans anticipate. See how they move, respond, and exploit the gaps in divine understanding. Every failure he creates is a tutorial disguised as disaster. Todd dodged a shard of refracted light. I don't know if I'm learning or just getting very good at not dying. Mara, ducking under a floating car, replied, maybe both. Survival is teaching us more than observation ever could. Athena's voice cut through the noise. Prediction and timing. Humans, watch closely. Your actions can influence outcomes. Small interventions matter. Vishnu's arms moved like choreographed dancers, subtly nudging hazards out of the humans' paths. They began to understand a simple truth. God's incompetence was predictable, and predictability was power. God, oblivious to the humans' learning, grew increasingly desperate. Observe my mastery. Observation, chaos, fun. I am grandeur, mostly magnificent. Wait, forget that. He flung his arms wide, and a combination of fire, wind, and water collided in a magnificent explosion, sending debris in precise arcs. Lucifer hovered close to the humans, whispering with cutting amusement. Every gesture, every failure, every misplaced display of power, you can read it. Humans adapt where he cannot. Observe, survive, and learn. The hierarchy is intact, but knowledge grows. Thor and Odin continued their subtle corrections, guiding debris and redirecting dangerous arcs to allow humans to survive without directly intervening in God's display. Even Loki played a part, nudging illusions in subtly disruptive ways to test human adaptability. By the day's end, the humans were exhausted but alive. They had learned to anticipate disasters, exploit God's predictable errors, and interact with minor interventions from other gods. God, still floating above the city, clapped and cheered, entirely unaware that he had provided the humans with both a lesson and a set of tools for survival. Lucifer lingered above him, observing with a smirk. Yes, observe, adapt, survive. He does not see the consequences of his own failures. You mortals do. And someday that will be your advantage. The humans exchanged a tired glance, understanding at last that God's ego and incompetence were not merely hazards, they were opportunities. Each misstep, each poorly executed display of power, could be read, analyzed, and exploited. They had not conquered the chaos, but they had begun to master it, using the folly of divinity as their guide. The city's skyline wavered, tilting and twisting like the reflection in a warped funhouse mirror. Chaos had become routine, a familiar rhythm, though no less terrifying. Gods drifted across the city like unruly, omnipotent commuters, each asserting influence in ways the humans could only just begin to comprehend. Some stood on fractured rooftops, others hovered midair, their presence a mixture of intimidation and spectacle. God floated in the center of it all, arms raised, a triumphant grin on his face, oblivious to the devastation around him. Marvel at the magnificence, witness the grandeur, chaos, fun, observation, mostly enjoyable. Wait, that doesn't matter. He gestured wildly, sending an entire block of cars spinning into intricate, almost impossible spirals. Streetlights bent around buildings as if the laws of physics had taken a day off. Lucifer watched from the shadow of a collapsing billboard, arms crossed, a smirk curling across his face. Ah, my dear idiot, still trying to impress. How entertaining. Mortals observe his ego. It's fragile, poorly constructed, and utterly predictable. Your advantage lies in understanding that. From the ruins of what had been a city square, Todd and Mara crouched behind a half-tilted statue, debris swirling around them in slow, dizzying arcs. He's going to kill someone, Todd muttered, ducking as a lamppost floated by overhead. Mara's expression was grim. Not if we can read him well enough. Each mistake tells us what to expect next. Athena landed lightly on a floating fragment of sidewalk, observing the humans. The lesson is in observation and adaptation. Every misstep of the divine reveals patterns. Humans exploit these patterns. Survival is comprehension applied. God, meanwhile, had decided that subtlety was unnecessary. He attempted to replicate Thor's thunderous influence. A pulse of lightning erupted from his fingertips, scattering cars, pedestrians fortunately intangible in this moment, and debris into a violent ballet. Each strike left trails of luminous smoke, the scent of ozone hanging thickly in the warped air. Thor intervened with controlled precision, redirecting arcs to avoid permanent damage. "Predictable chaos," he said, voice booming. He does not comprehend control, only spectacle. Humans take note, study the arcs, the intervals, the exaggeration, learn. Loki lounged on a floating rooftop, twirling his dagger casually, watching the humans dodge swirling fragments of reality. Delightful, isn't it? Predictable disaster. The meatbags are learning. Observe, adapt, survive. My bets? They'll exploit the next blunder magnificently. Raw, radiant, and molten, descended, casting a warm, safe glow on the humans as they navigated the maelstrom. Intent is often obscured by spectacle. Seek the pattern beneath the chaos. The power exists, but perception guides its comprehension. Vishnu's multiple arms orchestrated minor interventions. One redirected a spiraling car, another twisted a toppled streetlight into a bridge, while a third created a corridor of floating debris through which Todd and Mara could move unscathed. His gestures were almost artistic, balancing danger and safety in an intricate dance. Todd paused mid-leap, breathing heavily. "We can actually do this," he muttered, eyes scanning the patterns, recognizing the predictable flaws in God's attempts at grandeur. Mara nodded. Every gesture, every misfire, it's like reading a poorly written instruction manual, only the instructions are lethal if ignored. God, observing the humans moving with increasing competence, puffed his chest. "Behold, observation, fun, chaos, mostly no, never mind, marvel at how humans endure my magnificence." Lucifer's laughter, smooth and venomous, echoed in the space around them. "Magnificence. Adorable. See how they move with comprehension. They are learning faster than he can perceive. The folly of ego becomes a ladder for mortals." Odin, perched atop a shattered skyscraper, spoke, his voice calm but carrying it across the chaos. "The humans exploit flaws, the observation informs action. They are learning to survive what gods can barely control. Knowledge becomes their weapon." Athena gestured at the humans with precise movements, nudging hazards aside without removing the challenge entirely. "Every miscalculation is a clue. Adapt, respond, and survive. Humans, your actions shape outcomes even amid divine interference." God, frustrated by their apparent survival, attempted a more ambitious display, a swirling vortex of elements, fire, water, wind, and light intertwined in impossible knots. The vortex exploded outward, scattering debris in multiple directions, bending reality in ways that defied natural laws. Thor and Vishnu countered subtly, guiding debris to prevent mortal casualties, while Loki and Ra added minor diversions, testing the humans' adaptability. Each god played a part in the chaotic symphony, some for amusement, others for observation, yet all exploiting God's incompetence. Lucifer hovered just behind God, whispering in a tone only the humans could perceive. Predictable. Every gesture, every misfire, every desperate attempt to impress, read it, anticipate it. Your survival depends on understanding his folly. Observe, and the pattern will guide you. Todd ducked under a floating car, narrowly avoiding a shard of reflective debris. It's like a game, except the rules keep changing every second. Mara vaulted over a broken lamppost, rolling as a swirl of fire passed harmlessly over her. A game, yes, but the instructions are hidden in his incompetence. We just have to read them correctly. God, noticing the humans evading his display of power, began to flail more dramatically. Observe, fun, chaos, magnificence, endurance, mostly wonderful. Oh, never mind, pay attention. He gestured wildly, sending a cascade of luminous debris across the fractured cityscape. Lucifer's smirk was audible in thought. Observe closely, humans. Every error, every overreach is your opportunity. He cannot see what you understand, and therein lies your advantage. The humans had learned to anticipate, dodge, and manipulate the unfolding chaos, stepping through shattered streets and twisted landscapes with a growing sense of agency. The divine display, meant to intimidate and impress, had become a set of clues they could exploit. Odin's voice cut across the chaos. Observe the arcs, predict the next misstep, exploit his patent, knowledge is survival. Athena's precision interventions continued to guide them, offering the smallest adjustments without removing the challenge entirely. Every step, every decision matters. Humans, your comprehension will become your shield. God, exasperated that his attempts were being interpreted rather than feared, tried one final act of grandeur. He summoned a massive wave of energy, a conflagration of light and an elemental force meant to sweep across the city. The humans moved instinctively, using patterns learned from earlier mistakes, dodging, leaping, and weaving through the maelstrom with calculated grace. Vishnu, Thor, Ra, Loki, and Athena subtly redirected elements, allowing the humans to survive while preserving the spectacle. Each god's intervention highlighted their personalities: Thor's controlled force, Vishnu's artistic balance, Ra's guiding light, Loki's mischievous test, and Athena's precise instruction, all contrasting sharply with God's chaotic overreach. Lucifer hovered near God, whispering venomous guidance to the humans. Every overreach is your guide. Every spectacular failure is your lesson. Survival is not chance, it is observation and the exploitation of ego. As the final wave dissipated, the humans stood panting, blood pounding, hearts racing, but alive. They had dodged fire, water, wind, and collapsing debris. They had begun to recognize patterns in the chaos, exploiting divine miscalculations to survive. God, triumphant but oblivious, floated above them. Observation, fun, chaos, endurance, magnificent, mostly awe. Forget adjectives, humans marvel at my power. Lucifer's soft, cruel laugh resonated in the air. Mostly magnificent. Oh, meatbags, you have learned far more than he can ever perceive. And the next lesson is waiting. The humans exchanged exhausted glances. Todd rubbed his forehead. I think we're learning more about the gods than surviving them at this point. Mara nodded, adjusting her stance on the rubble. We're exploiting their flaws. Every misstep gives us leverage. We just have to keep reading the signs. The gods, scattered across the city in various displays of power and amusement, continued their uncoordinated performance, unaware that the humans were no longer just observers. They were beginning to participate in the game, learning to survive by understanding, manipulating, and exploiting divine folly. The sky above the city was a checkerboard of unnatural colors, each square shimmering with its own impossible hue, the result of Thor's storm colliding with Vishnu's elemental manipulations. Buildings bent in contradictory directions, some floating slightly above the ground, others plunging into the asphalt as if gravity were unsure of its rules. Below, streets twisted into knotty mazes. Anti-traffic systems had collapsed into surreal spirals, leaving cars suspended in midair, honking confusedly, engines sputtering in defiance of logic. God floated over the city center, arms flailing in what he believed was a dramatic, commanding gesture. Observe, corrective measures, chaos, fun, observation, fixing, mostly art, never mind, humans, focus. A wave of his hand caused half a city block to shimmer, fold inward, and then explode outward in a shower of impossible debris. Sidewalks crumpled like paper, twisting into tunnels that led nowhere, while streetlights arched over buildings in elegant but useless loops. Lucifer lunged on a floating fragment of a skyscraper, twirling a strand of flaming hair around a finger. Oh, my dearest incompetent, you really think you're correcting anything? It's like watching a toddler organize an atomic bomb. Humans, observe his hubris. It's the easiest lesson you'll ever learn. From above, Orson leaned on the shattered remains of a lamppost, one eye glinting with amusement. The fool believes he repairs. Observe how he compounds errors. History will remember him for audacity rather than efficacy. God, oblivious, attempted a second corrective wave, flinging shards of shattered buildings into the air. Fix, adjust, correct, observation, mostly fun, wait. A building folded in half, then straightened, then folded again. Windows sprouted, greenery inexplicably, then shriveled into black glass. Pedestrians, fortunately intangible in a moment, floated past in a bewildered haze. Athena appeared on a hovering balcony, arms crossed, evaluating the scene with clinical precision. Observe the chain of causality. Every misstep, every correction, creates predictable feedback loops. Humans, note the inefficiency. This is pattern recognition in action. Thor swung Mjolnir through the air, creating controlled arcs of lightning that illuminated the chaos with brilliant, jagged streaks. Each strike was precise, calculated to test the human's adaptation without causing true harm. The gods' interference often redirected these arcs, sending sparks in erratic directions. Vishnu, limbs multiplying in impossible geometry, orchestrated minor miracles amid disasters. A fountain erupted in midair and transformed into a series of levitating bridges, while a flock of birds appeared in a perfect V formation only to scatter in confusion when God's wave passed through. He muttered in multiple tones, each limb gesturing as though conducting a symphony of controlled chaos. Loki dangled upside down from a floating billboard, tossing small, harmless fireballs at God. Corrective measures, hot, predictable, dull, and utterly ineffective. Shall I add a little flair? He flicked a fireball that harmlessly bounced off God's cloak but sent a nearby lamppost spinning into a lazy orbit around the city square. Raw, radiant, and molten, descended with the wave of warm golden light, attempting to stabilize small sections of the city. Intervention is necessary, observation is insufficient. Humans comprehend the limits of perception. Gods act according to internal logic, not human expectation. God, frustrated at the lack of attention or recognition for his heroic corrective efforts, tried another grandiose display. He conjured a series of cascading portals, each meant to realign warped reality with his intended vision. Instead, the portals looped into each other, creating a kaleidoscope of mini-catastrophes. Waterspouts collided mid-air, cars entered the wrong streets in impossible sequences, and a giant inflatable duck materialized and remained suspended, quacking endlessly. Lucifer drifted lazily through the air, gesturing with a hand as if painting the chaos for effect. Marvel at the incompetence. The fool believes in mastery, but he cannot see the lesson hidden in his failure. Observe mortals and survive. Exploit the errors. They are your curriculum. Odin's voice cut sharply across the city. Every act reveals priorities. Observe the feedback. The humans will recognize inefficiency and learn. Divine incompetence is a tool if one has the eyes to see. Athena's calm voice countered the clamor of chaos, sharp and precise. Humans measure the outcome of every gesture, adjust strategy accordingly. Survival is comprehension applied. Prediction is power. God, oblivious to the lessons being quietly taught to humans, attempted to mimic Vishnu's coordinated displays. Multiple limbs appeared on him temporarily, flailing wildly as he tried to orchestrate water, fire, and wind simultaneously. The result was a chain reaction of minor disasters. Fountains turned into geysers of molten light, wind-ripped street signs into spirals, and the flock of pigeons gained inexplicable geometric patterns, each bird rotating in impossible directions. Thor's storm intervenes subtly, containing the more destructive arcs. Predictable chaos, he commented, voice booming. He imitates without understanding. Humans learn the constraints, recognize the margin for survival, adapt. Loki, still dangling from the billboard, flicked a small fireball at God's arm. Precision is for fools, chaos is for entertainment. Observe the fool trying to play the master, hilarious. Athena's hands moved in a series of gestures to subtly redirect the collateral damage. Every failure is a data point. Humans, you can survive if you read the signals. Comprehension converts danger into advantage. God, growing increasingly frustrated, summoned a colossal sphere of energy meant to balance the city's chaos. The sphere expanded, impulse, consuming fragments of buildings and street furniture, then imploding in reverse, shooting debris in erratic directions. He clapped his hands together, thinking the display heroic. Lucifer hovered nearby, smirking. Heroic. Yes, in the sense of a child who believes stacking chairs into a tower is architecture. Observe humans. The lesson is in reading his folly. Vishnu's arms created a temporary corridor of calm amid the storm, allowing any human who noticed it to traverse safely while chaos raged around. Small miracles appeared and vanished. A fountain rose, then turned into a floating staircase. A streetlight bent to form a protective arc. A fragment of the collapsing billboard offered temporary shelter. Odin's voice rumbled across the city. Each gesture contains patterns. Humans who recognize these will endure. Every flaw, every failure, every miscalculation is evidence. Learn it, anticipate it, use it. Thor, Mjolnir in hand, struck a precise arc across the chaos, sending a bolt that temporarily stabilized the plaza, while Loki simultaneously released harmless, whimsical hazards for amusement. Ra and Athena guided the humans subtly, their presence unseen but impactful. God, convinced he had created a masterful orchestration, turned to behold the humans navigating the disaster with increasing skill. He frowned. Observe, marvel, humans, this is magnificent, mostly forget it, pay attention. Lucifer's laughter, soft and dripping with sarcasm, echoed. Magnificent? Perhaps an ego. In practice, every step you take teaches mortals how to survive without your guidance. Delightful. Vishnu's gestures became almost balletic, creating bridges and corridors of temporary stability through the warped streets, while Loki and Thor added unpredictable hazards, each testing the humans' adaptability. Athena directed the flow, ensuring the humans' learning continued without trivializing the chaos. God's frustration grew with each successful human maneuver. He attempted yet another display, summoning a multi-elemental vortex, which twisted the city into impossible geometry. Cars spiraled like marbles, fountains defied gravity, and buildings folded in origami-like patterns. Lucifer hovered just above the chaos, whispering to the humans, predict, adapt, exploit his overreach. Every miscalculation is your ladder. He cannot see what you perceive. Survival is in comprehension, not in obedience. The humans, for the first time, truly began to understand the divine powers were not omnipotent in execution, only in intent. Every god had a rhythm, a flaw, a pattern. God's overzealous interventions were the easiest to read. Loki's mischief was predictable, Athena's guidance precise, Vishnu's balance methodical, Thor's force consistent, and Ra's light reliable. God, finally exhausted by his efforts and the humans' apparent immunity to his spectacular mismanagement, floated, hands on hips, muttering, observation, chaos, fun, endurance, magnificence, mostly wait, never mind. Lucifer's soft, venomous laughter trailed through the warped cityscape. Yes, marvel at your incompetence, dear fool. Mortals grow wiser with every blunder. And the lesson has only begun. The city had become a stage for impossibility, a tableau of miracles, misfiring, and disasters in mid-gestation. At the center of the chaos, God hovered atop a warped street, arms outstretched, eyes alight with the thrill of self-importance. He had noticed, at last forethought he had it, that his prior attempts at correction had produced more chaos than comprehension. I will fix this, observation, correction, harmony, mostly, oh, wait, yes, focus, humans. He flung a hand toward a cluster of collapsed buildings, intending to realign them. The structures twisted in response, but not into straight lines or orderly patterns. Instead, a building stretched like elastic, wrapping around its neighbor in a painful embrace, windows popping like popcorn. Lucifer observed from a hovering fragment of a skyscraper. Fix this? Oh dear naive one, you merely amplify entropy. Look, mortals, your curriculum continues. Every misjudged gesture is a gift. His voice carried over the chaotic streets, sardonic and silky, a commentary the humans could only faintly hear as a vibration in the back of their minds. Meanwhile, Odin perched on a twisted billboard, scanning the city with an eye that missed nothing. Incompetence magnified, he muttered. Yet fascinating, humans' perception is key. Recognize the pattern in his folly. God, oblivious to the instruction hidden in Odin's words, attempted a second grand adjustment. He conjured a wave of golden light meant to restore equilibrium. The light stretched across the city, illuminating the warped streets and suspended cars. But equilibrium was not what resulted. Instead, gravity reversed locally in patches, sending vehicles and debris arcing into the air only to plummet unpredictably. Trees uprooted and floated like green jellyfish, while fountains erupted into columns of molten dust. Athena appeared quietly on the rim of a fractured plaza, stepping gracefully across an air corridor that defied logic. Humans noticed the feedback loops. His attempts at order are predictable. Read the signals, survive by comprehension, not force. Loki swung from a broken lamppost, tossing harmless sparks into God's floating light. Order, delightful, chaos is far more entertaining. Watch him flounder, humans, it is a master class in ego-driven failure. The sparks bounced off gods, or ricocheting into the cityscape, and setting off small chains of absurd minor catastrophes, pigeons spinning in corkscrews, cars sliding through walls, a fountain that inexplicably began raining jelly beans. Vishnu, appearing in multiple forms simultaneously, attempted subtle corrections. Limbs multiplied and moved in precise arcs, redirecting floating debris into temporary, navigable corridors. Bridges formed out of warped fragments of streets, fountains stabilized into walkable paths, and signage aligned into coherent though fleeting directions. Every intervention was calculated to ensure that humans could survive long enough to notice the divine inconsistencies to learn. God, frustrated by the ephemeral nature of these corrections, conjured a massive vortex at the intersection of two major streets. The wind spun wildly, debris lifting like confetti in a storm. He raised his voice in triumph, balance restored, observation mostly focus, humans. The vortex, instead of restoring balance, created pockets of anti-gravity. Traffic lights hovered in midair, twisting into impossible angles, as if mocking the very notion of human adaptation. Lucifer drifted along one of the vortex's edges, eyes sparkling with amusement. Observe. Learn. Adapt. Each failure is a lecture disguised as disaster. He cannot see the patterns you are beginning to read. Survival is in perception, not obedience. From above, Ra's molten light moved like liquid gold across warped rooftops, attempting to stabilize structures, while Thor's lightning arcs provided controlled energy to counteract God's fluctuating vortex. Yet the interventions of competent gods were subtly undercut by God's escalating overreach. Athena's expression remained impassive, though her eyes flicked with interest. Humans, pay attention. His mistakes create windows of opportunity. Exploit them wisely. Comprehend patterns. Anticipate consequences. Manipulate the parameters. Survival depends on intellect applied to observation. God, now flailing in exasperation at the lack of noticeable improvements, attempted a series of elemental manipulations. Water flowed upward, fire ignited without source, and small winds carried debris into miniature tornadoes. Each act intended to repair the city instead intensified the instability. Loki, leaning casually on a drifting streetlight, chuckled. "Ah, the fool believes he masters reality. Every act is a catastrophe wrapped in illusion. Humans, this is an education you cannot buy. Observe and delight in the spectacle." Vishnu gestured again, redirecting floating fragments into coherent, if temporary, pathways. One particularly warped street became a narrow aerial corridor lined with shifting light that allowed humans to cross safely amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, Odin's eye glimmered as he noted subtle alignments forming in the environment. Lucifer, perched atop a levitating car, murmured, "Notice the patterns. He is incompetent, predictable, and self-important. Your survival is within reach if you read the cues. Observe, anticipate, exploit." God, not noticing the human's quiet adaptation, attempted to harness lightning from Thor's storm, aiming to infuse it with the golden light of rougher, perfect balance. The result was, predictably, a chain reaction of minor disasters. Streetlights bent into knots, vehicles were flung like toys, and fountains erupted in molten water that floated upward. Athena gestured again, subtly stabilizing pathways, allowing humans to navigate the increasingly surreal cityscape. Observe, adapt, move with comprehension. Every failure of his creates opportunity for your survival. Vishnu's multiple limbs moved like a conductor orchestrating chaos into fragile harmony, bending debris, redirecting streams, and temporarily straightening warped buildings. Yet God, sensing that the humans were somehow navigating successfully, interpreted this as interference rather than aid. "Humans, observe my balance, learn my methods," God shouted. Yet every attempt only compounded his mistakes. Gravity reversed and returned unpredictably, buildings folded and unfolded, and rivers ran uphill, temporary spectacles of divine confusion. Loki laughed, flicking harmless sparks into God's aura. "Balance, observation, delightful. Humans, he is the easiest puzzle you will ever solve. Read his cues. He cannot see your perception, only his grand illusions." Lucifer drifted through the spiraling chaos, eyes cold and sharp. Notice the patterns. Identified flaws. Exploit his ego. Survival is in the intellect, mortals, not in the folly of a self-deluded god. Ra's light moved to stabilize sections, Thor's storms contained dangerous arcs, Athena's precision guided subtle relief, and Vishnu's coordination created transient paths through the chaos. The city became a living labyrinth, simultaneously perilous and navigable, a playground of divine error moderated by competent observation. God, now exhausted and flustered by his inability to control even the smallest block, muttered to himself, "Observation, correction, chaos, mostly forget it, humans, pay attention." Lucifer's laughter trailed across the warped streets, soft but venomous. "Pay attention, mortals. Every gesture is a clue. Every failure is a ladder. Exploit him, survive and learn. And remember, he will never understand you as you understand him." The humans, increasingly adept at reading the divine chaos, began to move with deliberate intent, recognizing zones of danger, opportunities, and temporary stability. Every flicker of light, every burst of wind, every floating fragment provided insight into the patterns of a flawed but powerful entity. God, still attempting to correct the city, remained blissfully unaware of the human's growing comprehension. He waved his arms, conjured more chaos, and declared triumph at each minor misfire. Athena's voice cut through the rising disorder, precise and authoritative. "Observation, adaptation, and comprehension. Your survival is a function of analysis, not obedience. The chaos is a teacher. Learn from it." Vishnu's multiple arms moved in rapid arcs, guiding debris and energy into temporary order, subtly protecting areas where humans might pass safely. Loki's mischief continued in tandem, providing distractions and minor hazards. Thor and Rob mediated the extremes, their interventions nearly invisible to all but those who watched closely. God, convinced that his display was monumental, raised his arms to call a final wave of corrective energy. The city convulsed in anticipation. Bridges twisted, fountains erupted, debris hovered, and a flock of birds traced impossible geometries in midair. Lucifer, lounging high above the chaos, whispered to the humans, "This is your moment. Every misstep is a lesson. Every flaw is a clue. Read, anticipate, exploit, and survive. The fool cannot see what you perceive." Despite the perpetual upheaval, the humans began moving with purpose, applying intelligence, perception, and cautious experimentation. They wove through the chaotic cityscape, discovering temporary paths and exploiting zones of divine incompetence. Each success was tentative, fragile, and temporary, yet it marked the slow growth of understanding amidst the endless spectacle of absurdity. God, exhausted but proud of his self-perceived achievements, floated above the city. Observation, chaos, fun, order, magnificence, mostly oh, never mind. Lucifer's laughter lingered, a reminder of the lesson hidden in folly. Magnificence indeed. Your survival depends on your wits, not on the benevolence of the incompetent. Mara and Todd stumbled onto the warped streets, cautiously testing each step as the city continued its impossible convulsions. Street lamps bent into curves so sharp they nearly sliced the air, while cars floated mid-trajectory, swaying like pendulums in an unseen wind. Todd's eyes darted back and forth, trying to keep track of the minor apocalypses erupting around them. I don't even want to know what that smell is, Mara muttered, sidestepping a fountain that had spontaneously erupted into a geyser of molten glass. It's probably just another side effect of God, whatever this is, Todd said, voice tight with frustration. Or maybe he's testing us, I can't tell anymore. As they spoke, God hovered above the city, fists clenched, determined to enforce his version of order. Chaos, correction, observation, humans, focus, stabilization imminent, mostly oh, wait, I forgot the last step. He waved his hands dramatically, sending fragments of street and sky tumbling in a chaotic ballet. Lucifer, perched atop a levitating street sign, observed silently for a moment before letting loose a long, sucky laugh. Mostly. Oh, dear naive one, you will never escape your own verbosity. Look at the humans scrambling below, each flinch, each leap a testament to their emerging competence. From the top of a fractured office tower, Odin studied the scene with one keen eye. He has no idea, he murmured. Every mistake leaves a window for survival. Humans perceive, adapt, exploit. Their instincts are evolving in real time. Meanwhile, Athena glided across floating debris, precise and unyielding. Observation is no longer optional. Humans anticipate the next wave. Patterns exist if you know where to look. Vishnu appeared in multiple forms, each simultaneously correcting minor gravitational inconsistencies and redirecting debris to create temporary safe paths. Todd and Mara exchanged a glance, silently agreeing to trust these fragile corridors, though every step carried risk. Mara whispered, I think we can actually make it through this section. Todd grimaced. Don't say that too loud, he'll hear you and invent something worse. Indeed, God, distracted by his own self-perceived grandeur, was already conjuring a new layer of chaos. Floating cars collided mid-air, scattering into improbable arcs, while fountains and streetlights twisted into impossible geometries. Balance, observation, magnificent order, mostly oh, humans, observe. Lucifer's voice slid into their minds like liquid amusement. Observe, yes. Survival depends on perception and adaptation. You are being tested, but he cannot comprehend your growing acuity. Exploit this while you may. Above the chaos, Thor's lightning sparked across the sky, providing fleeting moments of illumination and warmth in the shifting environment. Loki flitted among floating debris, twirling daggers in mid-air, setting off harmless but startling mini-explosions. Mara ducked under a falling billboard. This is insane, absolutely insane. I swear if he wants to impress us, he's going about it the wrong way. Todd sighed, dodging a looping car. Wrong way, this is God's standard operating procedure. We're lucky we're still on our feet. Meanwhile, Ra's molten light spread across the skyline, trying to stabilize the more dangerous effects of God's antics. Humans note the patterns, raw and toned, voice metallic and resonant. Survival is not passive, engage with your environment carefully. As the humans moved through the shifting streets, Athena directed subtle adjustments to the landscape, creating corridors through which Todd and Mara could navigate. Vishnu's multiple limbs orchestrated complex paths over and around floating obstacles, while Loki's mischievous diversions provided both danger and a testing ground for human wit. God, exasperated, attempted another grand manipulation, summoning a sweeping tidal wave of energy designed to correct the city's distorted geometry. It failed spectacularly. Sections of the streets folded like origami, gravity reversed unpredictably, and debris formed temporary mazes that threatened to trap anything or anyone within. Lucifer purred from above, amused. And there it is. Your window, humans. Use your intelligence, anticipate the errors, manipulate the environment. Each blunder is a clue, each misfire a lesson. Todd and Mara realized, almost simultaneously, that they were beginning to understand God's predictable incompetence. Each time he attempted a fix, he left a pattern, a gap, a temporary corridor they could exploit to move forward. Mara led the way, carefully observing each floating fragment, every shifted building. Todd followed, carrying what supplies they had salvaged, eyes scanning for sudden changes. Don't look up too much, Mara warned. He seems to like throwing things from the sky when he's frustrated. Noted, Todd said. Though I'm not sure not looking up will actually save us from God's sense of spectacle. From above, Thor's storm worked in subtle counterpoint, lightning arcs stabilizing portions of the sky and diverting the most dangerous flying debris. Loki, ever the trickster, made things worse in small, precise ways, launching harmless fireballs at floating objects that redirected them just enough to keep the humans guessing. Athena's calm voice cut through the chaos. Every hazard has a pattern. Observe, anticipate, and act. Misinterpretation is fatal. Lucifer, meanwhile, hovered in the periphery, his amusement palpable. They are learning. Every step, every choice, a testament to human ingenuity. And yet the fool above cannot comprehend. Exploit him wisely. God, increasingly flustered by the human survival, gestured wildly, conjuring unpredictable wind tunnels and bending light into prismatic distortions. Street corners became impossible angles, sidewalks looped in arcs, and gravity fluctuated unpredictably. Todd nearly collided with a floating cart rolling sideways to land safely on a narrow strip of pavement. Mara shouted from ahead, "Watch the lampposts, they're alive today." A lamppost had twisted into a spiral, swinging gently like a pendulum, and the burst of debris had lodged precariously at its tip. Todd, oblivious to their strategies, attempted yet another fix, this one involving a massive column of light intended to realign the buildings. It backfired spectacularly. The column split into multiple arcs, each twisting independently, sending shards of debris spinning outward. Lucifer's voice was a soft murmur, barely audible over the chaos. Predictable. Exploitable. Human advantage. Use it. Every failure, every misjudgment a clue. Vishnu, in multiple forms, continued herding debris into paths, her limbs moving with precise elegance. Odin's single eye reflected amusement at the predictable chaos. Athena's calculated interventions guided Mara and Todd along safe stretches, while Thor's lightning and Ra's light stabilized the environment intermittently. The humans gradually realized that survival depended not on brute strength, but on understanding the divine logic or lack thereof. Todd noted subtle timing cues in God's gestures. Mara identified temporary safe zones amid the chaos. Each step required observation, calculation, and instinct. God, convinced he was orchestrating a triumph, floated high above, his expression one of triumph mingled with confusion. Order, observation, correction, humans, witness my magnificence. Mostly, focus. Lucifer's laughter slithered around them, both comforting and threatening. Your magnificence, yes, fool. Your survival depends on reading the cues, exploiting the gaps, and thinking faster than he can act. You are being educated in real time, whether you wish it or not. Finally, Todd and Mara reached a relatively stable plaza, the chaotic city around them bending and folding but leaving a corridor for brief respite. They paused, catching their breath, eyes scanning the skyline for the next unpredictable twist of reality. Mara said, "I think we might actually make it through this if we survive God's next idea." Todd grimaced, nodding. "We'll survive, but only because Lucifer is apparently rooting for us, and the other gods don't hate us enough to kill us outright." From above, Athena's calm voice reminded them, "Every victory is temporary, observation and adaptation are constant. Your understanding is growing, but so is the city's chaos." God, oblivious to the humans' cautious progress, threw up his arms, sending a burst of reality-warping energy across the city. Skyscrapers twisted further, gravity shivered, and phantoms erupted unpredictably. Todd and Mara braced themselves, ducking under the fluctuating columns of debris, noting each subtle rhythm, each misstep, and each temporary stability. Lucifer, high above, purred with delight. "This is education disguised as terror. Humans, you are beginning to read the patterns. Exploit the fool, navigate the chaos, survive, and learn the nature of gods who cannot even see themselves clearly." And so they moved forward, step by cautious step, through a city that was simultaneously impossible and alive, the unfolding chaos orchestrated by God's incompetence and moderated by the precise, sometimes playful interventions of the other gods. Every hazard, every anomaly, every divine prank became both a lesson and a survival test, and the humans' understanding of the alien mechanics around them deepened with each passing moment. The pantheon gathered above the twisting skyline, floating in forms that defied gravity, logic, and human patience. The air shimmered with divine energy, tension rippling through the cosmos like a living thing. Odin's one eye glimmered with calculated amusement as he watched God fidget nervously on a levitating building rooftop, arms flailing as he tried to assert dominance over the ever-shifting cityscape below. "Humans adapt too quickly," Odin said, voice calm but sharp. "Their resilience is exceeding expectations. If they continue like this, the experiments will fail to yield meaningful results." Athena crossed her arms, floating lightly above the street. Intervention must be measured, we must maintain balance yet allow them to make errors, too much interference and they stagnate, too little and chaos spirals. Vishnu's multiple limbs rotated gracefully in midair, orchestrating minor corrections to the city below, redirecting falling debris, stabilizing floating cars, and simultaneously observing the humans' evolving strategy. Observation: humans demonstrate rapid adaptation. Their survival rate is improving, contrary to prior calculations. Do we allow natural attrition or continue oversight? From the center of the gathering, God's form puffed with self-importance. Natural attrition, oversight, I'm oversight, observation, chaos control, mostly, oh wait, don't say mostly. He raised his arms, attempting to straighten a warped skyscraper, which promptly twisted further and bent over the horizon. Lucifer, lounging on a hovering streetlight like it was a throne, let out the low, silky laugh that vibrated through the cityscape. Oh yes. The debate of the pantheon. Such subtlety. Such sophistication. And he cannot comprehend a single word. Delightful. God's voice roars, pitched between indignation and confusion. Are you mocking me? Debate, personal insult, observation, I watch out. His gesticulation sent an array of street furniture spinning into orbit, narrowly missing floating cars and a glass-encased cafe where terrified humans peeked through twisted windows. Thor's voice thundered above the chaos, hands crackling with controlled electricity. This is folly, pride blends him, and yet the humans continue their methods. Observe, but intervene minimally, let the lesson unfold without catastrophe. Loki flitted among floating debris, twirling daggers, and laughing softly. Minimal intervention, delightful irony. Watching the fool unravel is far more entertaining than instructing him. Humans below, you are blessed or cursed with spectators who cannot agree. God turned, flailing as he attempted to summon a corrective column of energy, only to miscalculate gravity. The column split into multiple arcs, each sending fragments of buildings and street signs spinning unpredictably. Chaos, observation, corrective measures, mostly wait, forget it, focus on humans. Odin shook his head, his single eye glinting. He interprets discussion as attack, that is his flaw, ego above all, comprehension beneath, the humans exploited unknowingly yet effectively. Athena floated closer to the edge of a floating plaza, where gravity bent the ground into impossible curves. His reaction is predictable. Humans, if you read the signals, anticipate the overcorrections, they will create opportunities for safe passage. Vishnu's multiple limbs orchestrated minor manipulations below. Traffic lights shifted in rhythm, floating cars adjusted trajectories, and street debris was nudged into patterns humans could navigate. Predictable chaos, exploitable flaws, observation required. Lucifer's voice purred again, teasing both God and the humans. Oh, meatbags, he is a delight of catastrophic proportions. You need only bait his pride, nudge his ego, and the patterns appear like clockwork. Study, anticipate, manipulate, and enjoy the spectacle. God, now visibly trembling with frustration, attempted another display of grandiose power, a massive swirling tornado of light meant to correct the city's geometry. He misjudged its rotation, sending entire streets spinning, cars colliding midair, fountains erupting in molten colors. Chaos, observation, magnificent. Oh, humans, dodge. Odin chuckled softly. He cannot resist. The human's resilience fuels his hubris. Watch, but do not interfere directly. Let the lesson proceed. Athena's voice cut through the turmoil with precise calm. Each overreach provides insight. Humans note the intervals between miscalculations. Their understanding grows with each step. Loki danced across floating beams, sending harmless sparks that altered trajectories of debris just enough to challenge the humans' anticipation. Subtle chaos, test them, challenge them, encourage panic just enough to stimulate cognition. Delightful. From above, Thor's storm contained the largest disturbances, redirecting falling debris with lightning arcs that stabilized the most dangerous vectors. Ra's molten presence radiated warmth and intermittent light, creating safe zones for humans to traverse, but only temporarily. God, now flailing in frustration, shouted at the invisible council of gods. You, yes you, debate, observation, do you doubt my own? No, not the humans again. He gestured at Todd and Mara, who were cautiously stepping through an alley where the buildings looped like Mobius strips. Lucifer's chuckle slithered into the humans' minds. Yes, provoke him. Each reaction, each overreach is a ladder you may climb. Study his mistakes, anticipate his pride, survive the chaos. Vishnu's many hands orchestrated minor miracles, floating debris formed temporary bridges, streetlights rotated to provide illumination, and fragments of shattered glass aligned into translucent barriers. Every adjustment presented a calculated opportunity for the humans, though the environment remained lethal in appearance. Odin's voice carried subtle humor. Observe how he misinterprets counsel. His pride blinds him to the fact that the debate is not an attack, yet humans profit from the confusion, clever creatures, if unpredictable. Athena's precise movements guided Mara and Todd toward a corridor of relative stability, albeit through a street that bent at impossible angles and shifted unpredictably. Learn, adapt, anticipate. Every divine miscalculation is a step toward survival. Thor, swinging Mjolnir with controlled arcs, created temporary wind currents that redirected falling debris. Loki added distractions, sending harmless but alarming fireballs across the path, forcing humans to calculate, anticipate, and improvise with every step. God, now flustered to near comic proportions, attempted to summon another wave of corrective energy. Observation, stabilization, humans, beware, mostly forget it. He waved dramatically, the energy fracturing into multiple arcs, sending debris spinning chaotically yet predictably along paths the humans were beginning to decode. Lucifer's voice paired with a combination of amusement and instruction. Patterns emerge from incompetence. Anticipate, manipulate, exploit. He cannot comprehend subtlety, nor patience. Your advantage is clear. Use it wisely. The humans edge through the chaotic cityscape, relying on observation, anticipation, and rapid adaptation. Mara led, calculating the intervals between God's flailing gestures, reading the cues left in the wake of miscalculations. Todd followed, noting timing, trajectory, and subtle environmental shifts caused by the other gods' interventions. Athena and Vishnu provided subtle guidance without revealing too much. Thor's storms and Loki's mischief continued to challenge their instincts, keeping humans alert. Odin's commentary, though not directly audible, seemed to influence the environment in ways that rewarded clever navigation. God, growing increasingly desperate to impress, unleashed a grand finale of chaotic energy, swirling columns of light, floating debris, and gravity reversals all converged in a spectacle of cosmic disaster. Humans ducked, weaved, and navigated with precise observation, narrowly avoiding calamity at each turn. Lucifer, perched above, whispered with delight, observe, adapt, exploit. Pride blinds him, intelligence guides you. The game is yours if you can anticipate each foolish gesture. Survival is not chance, it is calculated observation. In the midst of chaos, Odin's single eye gleamed with quiet amusement. Humans are learning, their survival rate is increasing, his ego blinds him, their perception sharpens, the experiments proceed in unexpected ways. Athena, floating above a twisted intersection, added, every failure, every overreach, is an opportunity. Humans read the cues, anticipate the next blunder, and move deliberately. Confidence tempered with caution ensures survival. The city twisted further, floating debris creating complex mazes, fountains erupting unpredictably, and gravity shifting in local pockets. Mara and Todd, through careful observation and improvisation, maneuvered through the chaos. God, exhausted from his flailing attempts to assert control, floated midair, oblivious to the humans' emerging mastery. Observation, chaos, correction, humans, focus, oh no, again. Lucifer's voice purred, and again they survive. And again he cannot comprehend. Predictable patterns, exploitable flaws, and a parade of mistakes. Your advantage is clarity. Keep moving, observe, adapt, survive. The city had not yet settled from the last display of divine overreach when Mara and Todd found themselves in the middle of yet another spectacle, though this time the chaos was more calculated, at least from their perspective. The humans were beginning to understand that the key to survival wasn't brute force, but observation and timing. Every twitch, every flare of God's ego could be exploited, and every tiny, subtle adjustment from the other gods offered a lifeline if they paid close enough attention. Lucifer's voice, silky and merciless, threaded itself into their thoughts. Survival instincts sharpening. How delightfully predictable. Watch, anticipate, and manipulate. The big one thinks he's in charge, let's see how long that lasts. Todd ducked as a lamppost twisted midair, spinning slowly and humming as if it were alive. Okay, we need a plan, he muttered, scanning the shifting streets for patterns in the madness. We can't just keep reacting, we need to predict what he'll do next. Mara frowned, her eyes following a floating car that was wobbling like a drunken insect. Predicting him? You mean the guy who just tried to turn the whole city into spaghetti? Good luck with that, but we might be able to use the other gods. Lucifer chuckled from above, invisible but omnipresent. Clever girl. Exploit the incompetence of one, the hubris of another. Timing is everything. Nudge, prod, and dodge. Humans are surprisingly clever when survival is the incentive. As Todd and Mara navigated the twisted streets, Odin appeared overhead, perched like a silent observer on a levitating skyscraper. "Humans," he said, voice low and deliberate. Notice the intervals between his gestures. He cannot maintain focus for long. His pride always precedes his mistakes. Anticipate and exploit. Mara muttered, "Intervals. We're dodging flaming debris and gravity-shifting fountains. How do you expect us to calculate intervals?" Carefully, Todd muttered back, eyes narrowed. "Watch the columns of light he sends up. They flare, then pause, then flare again. It's repetitive, if you pay attention." From the sky above, God flailed, gesturing wildly. "Observation, chaos, control, humans, focus, no wait. What is this? That's enough, oh no." The column of energy he had intended to straighten a skyscraper instead split into 3 separate arcs, each bouncing unpredictably across floating streets. Lucifer purred, "See? Predictable incompetence. Take note, my dear humans. The big one cannot help but reveal his flaws. Every mistake is a doorway." The humans ducked and weaved, mapping the arcs as they went. Todd marked the positions of debris and floating objects with rapid mental calculations, anticipating where God would misfire next. Mara spotted a pattern in the occasional adjustments from Athena's small, precise manipulations of gravity that nudged floating cars away from lethal collisions. "She's helping, but without telling us," Mara said quietly. "She wants us to learn, observe, adapt." Todd nodded. "Exactly. We can't count on God to be consistent, but we can use the other's subtle interference to navigate safely." A thunderous crack split the air as though storm coils whipped around the city, redirecting chunks of rubble that might have otherwise crushed them. Loki, ever the trickster, added distractions, small, harmless fireballs bouncing across streets, forcing the humans to shift, leap, and calculate with every step. Lucifer's voice seeped into Todd's mind again, teasing, instructing, and mocking all at once. "Every misfire is a hint. Observe the intervals, notice the exaggerations, exploit the pride. Guide your steps not by fear but by logic. And always enjoy the chaos. It's far more entertaining than it ought to be." Todd hesitated as a floating building twisted near him. "We're starting to get this. Maybe we can use their flaws. Maybe we can manipulate God." Mara's eyes sparkled with determination. "Manipulate, I like the sound of that. If we can bait him, nudge him, we might get a little breathing room." At that precise moment, God launched a massive, glittering spiral of energy aimed at what he thought was a collapsing plaza. "Correction, observation, chaos control. Humans, stay still for once." Todd and Mara exchanged a glance. "No," Todd whispered. Mara nodded. They ran, weaving through the temporary safety zones created by Athena and Vishnu, dodging arcs of misfired energy. God's spiral hit a gravity flux, bouncing erratically, and with a roar of frustration, he tried to recapture control. Lucifer's voice purred from above, perfect timing. "Exploit the overreaction. Observe how he compensates, predictable every time." With a combination of precise observation and risky improvisation, the humans began subtly influencing God's trajectory. By moving at calculated moments and exploiting his predictable flailing, they created a chain reaction where his own energy arcs narrowly avoided them while destabilizing floating debris elsewhere, creating momentary compass through the chaos. Odin's voice commented dryly from above. "Clever humans," he noticed the pattern, "anticipate the missteps. Your survival rate improves as your comprehension of divine mechanics grows. Continue this, and you may even influence outcomes intentionally." Mara grinned. "Influence outcomes, that's actually what I wanted to hear. Todd, let's push it. Let's make him chase shadows." Todd nodded, eyes scanning the next spiral of erratic energy. "We need to time it right. He can't track both of us and the feedback from the environment. If we're precise, we can guide the spiral where it won't hurt anyone." God, flustered and growing increasingly desperate, launched another display, this one intended to correct a floating park into a precise geometric formation. Instead, it split in multiple directions, arcs of light ricocheting off gravity-warped skyscrapers, narrowly missing humans below. Lucifer chuckled softly in Mara's mind. "Ah, the arrogance. Every corrective measure is an overcorrection. Use it and bend the chaos to your will. Timing and patience meet pegs, that is your weapon." The humans began to coordinate their movements, moving through zones where God's overcorrections created predictable safe passages. By carefully observing his tendencies, the pauses, the flares of frustration, the misjudged columns of energy, they guided themselves through the heart of the city without significant injury. Vishnu's many hands continued subtle support, nudging floating debris away at precise moments. Athena's precise intervention stabilized crucial points, ensuring that while chaos reigned, the human survival wasn't left entirely to chance. Thor's storms, carefully tuned, deflected catastrophic debris, while Loki's playful mischief kept the humans alert and mentally engaged. Lucifer's commentary, always sharp and teasing, guided their strategy without ever revealing too much. Your enemy is predictable, your ally subtle. Observe the overreach, exploit the pause, anticipate the miscalculation. And for the love of chaos, enjoy the spectacle. Todd whispered, "We're actually doing it. We're moving through without getting flattened." Mara nodded, eyes darting to her floating fire hydrant spinning gently in midair. "We're learning the patterns. Gods are predictable in their own catastrophic way. This might actually work." God, flailing and miscalculating, roared, "Observation, chaos, humans, you no." His latest attempt at the corrective energy spiral misfired again, narrowly missing a stack of floating cars, sending them spinning harmlessly into a gravity pocket. Lucifer's soft, sardonic chuckle resonated in their minds. Yes. Exploit the pride. Predict the miscalculations. You have now become participants in your own salvation, guided by the folly of one and the subtlety of many. Timing, observation, manipulation your tools against him. By the end of the episode, Todd and Mara had navigated through several zones of catastrophic misfire, exploiting God's predictable incompetence while indirectly benefiting from subtle interventions by the other gods. They were exhausted, exhilarated, and more than a little terrified, but for the first time they felt a measure of control and understanding that the arrogance and ego of the Big One could be weaponized to their advantage. Odin's voice echoed faintly in their ears, tinged with amusement. "A fragile alliance with chaos itself. Use it wisely. He cannot comprehend, but you can anticipate." Athena added, precise as ever, "Every step taken in careful observation is a victory. Humans, continue to study patterns, exploit flaws, and survive. Your understanding grows." Lucifer, lounging high above the city, let his satisfaction show in his teasing tone. "Well done, meatbags. You have learned that incompetence is a ladder. Every mistake is a rung. Continue climbing, and perhaps, just perhaps, you may influence events. Remember, his ego is your weapon, his pride your guide." Above the city, the sky seemed to vibrate with a tension that was almost musical in its precision. Gods of every pantheon threaded through the atmosphere, each carrying their own invisible agendas and subtle rivalries. Odin perched on a floating lattice of ruined steel, his one eye glinting like a knife in moonlight. Thor hovered nearby, Mjolnir spinning lazily in hand, while Freyja streaked across the clouds, her presence radiating a soft, terrifying beauty. Athena and Apollo stood atop a twisted rooftop, whispering calculations of human probability, while Hera, arms crossed, watched with barely concealed disdain at Zeus' latest attempt to straighten a floating tower. God, flailing in the center of a hovering plaza, clearly overwhelmed, waved his arms with frantic energy. "Observation, chaos, fun, humans, focus, wait, no, stop that floating car, oh, never mind." He gestured again, sending a fountain of light spiraling into the sky, bouncing off Quetzalcoatl's massive scales. Lucifer, lounging lazily on an impossibly suspended lamppost, chuckled softly. "All the grand symphony of idiocy. I could watch him fumble for eternity and still find new ways to laugh. But let's make this educational, shall we? Humans exploit the pattern. Pride always comes first." Nearby, Vishnu's multiple arms orchestrated a precise, if chaotic, ballet of minor miracles. Rivers of light twisted through the streets, small tornadoes lifted stray vehicles, and glowing glyphs painted themselves across the warped sky. Isis and Ra hovered overhead, exchanging sun-drenched beams that collided and refracted, turning the city into a kaleidoscopic nightmare. Todd ducked as a levitating fire hydrant spun toward him, deflecting it just in time. Mara scrambled behind a half-tilted cafe terrace. "Do you see that?" she shouted, pointing. "That's not even from God." No, it wasn't. Athena's eyes gleamed as she nudged the gravity field to save a precarious row of streetlights from colliding. "Humans," she said sharply, "your understanding of divine causality is expanding. Observe carefully. Every action has a counteraction, especially when the divine ego miscalculates." God flailed, attempting to imitate the maneuvers of other gods. "Correction, fixed observation, chaos, fun, wait, now, humans, look, don't touch it." His words trailed off as Loki, lounging casually atop a floating car roof, twirled a dagger and sent tiny fireballs ricocheting across the city. "God, stop!" Todd shouted. "Stop what?" God bellowed. "Observation, mostly wait, Lucifer purred, delighted. "Mostly the verbal tics. Every hesitation is a gift. Humans exploit it. Predict his panic, guide the chaos." Freyja descended, her golden hair flowing in impossible directions, tossing luminous orbs into the air that produced random weather effects on small patches of city streets. "Humans," she said, almost gently, "learn from misdirection. Gods enjoy spectacle. Survival depends on interpretation." Mara dodged a sudden rain of sparkly droplets, muttering, "I think survival depends on not getting vaporized." "True," Lucifer murmured. "But interpretation and anticipation, that's power. And you, my little students, are learning quickly." Odin called down from above, his voice slicing through the clamor. Notice the hierarchy. God's errors are magnified by his desire to appear omnipotent. Others act subtly, correcting or exploiting. Your advantage lies in observation. Observation, Todd muttered under his breath, and a lot of running. Meanwhile, Zeus floated alongside Hera, lightning dancing from his fingertips. "Can you believe this nonsense?" he shouted. "He tries to emulate all of us and fails spectacularly." Hera rolled her eyes. "It's endlessly entertaining, brother. Perhaps humiliating him is the proper lesson." Apollo, still perched atop a crumbling billboard, strummed an invisible lyre. Each note seemed to warp gravity in a local radius, turning debris into harmonic orbits. "Music, chaos, rhythm," he muttered to himself. Humans notice patterns, they survive longer. Interesting. The humans navigated through narrow corridors of floating rubble, noting the subtle guidance of Athena, Thor, Vishnu, and Freyja. They were learning to read divine intent, observing the interplay between arrogance, subtlety, and omnipotent missteps. Suddenly, Anansi, the trickster spider god, appeared, weaving silk threads between collapsing lampposts. "Ah, humans," he cackled. "You think you can navigate chaos? Watch closely, for every misstep you make is an entertainment for us, and for me, naturally." Mara ducked under a web of glowing threads, dragging Todd with her. "We're learning patterns, but that spider is insane." "Insane, delightful phrasing," Lucifer said, amused. "Insane is talent from our perspective." Todd attempted a correction, trying to reverse a small floating part back into its proper alignment. "Correction," Chaos managed. "Humans observe wait, not that." He accidentally sent a cascading wave of benches, fountains, and streetlights into looping trajectories, narrowly missing the humans. From above, Ra spread his wings of gold, creating temporary heat shields and light pathways. "Humans," he intoned, "your survival relies on careful observation, exploitation of miscalculations, and timing. Learn." Quetzalcoatl coiled through the fractured skyline, scales glinting, adding subtle currents to air and gravity. "Humans, adaptability is survival. Note the divergence of each deity's influence. Their egos dictate their mistakes. Manipulate wisely." Thor slammed Mjolnir again, sending a shockwave across an entire street, flipping cars in a controlled manner. Loki whistled, flicking a small fireball that danced along the edges of the shockwave. "Controlled chaos, darling humans, enjoy the curriculum." Lucifer's laughter echoed as he perched invisibly above the humans. "They are learning. Pride is exploitable. Miscalculation is your ally. Observe, interpret, and manipulate." I almost feel sorry for him, but not really. A sudden roar split the sky. Shiva appeared, spinning in a celestial dance of destruction and creation. His multiple arms gestured, sending arcs of energy that simultaneously healed and hummed, creating pockets of unstable reality. The humans flinched, adjusting movements with split-second precision, using the chaos as cover. Todd stumbled backward, trying to emulate Shiva, Thor, and Quetzalcoatl all at once. Observation, chaos, fun, no. Another series of erratic arcs sent objects bouncing across floating streets. Odin, watching from his high perch, shook his head. "Observe the limitations. The big one cannot focus. Use that to your advantage, humans. Every overreach is a guide." Mara muttered as she vaulted over a floating car. "He's worse than we thought." Todd ducked the spinning lamppost. "And we're still alive because of the others. That's impressive." Athena called down, her voice sharp but calm. "Humans, your survival is now partially reliant on correctly interpreting divine intent, anticipate miscalculations, predict ego-driven reactions. Timing is everything." Meanwhile, Loki was weaving illusions, creating duplicate god figures that flailed and stumbled in parallel arcs. "Confusion, delight, chaos, humans, pick your path." Freyja sent a shower of shimmering feathers over a plaza, each feather causing minor temporal and gravitational distortions, forcing the humans to leap and dodge in synchronized timing. Lucifer purred softly. "Ah, synchronization amidst chaos. Beautiful. Humans are learning the rhythm of incompetence, the cadence of pride. Exploit it. Every gesture, every pause, every blunder is an opportunity." Finally, God tripped over his own energy, collapsing into a spinning, harmless pile of light and confused exclamations. The other gods circled, some helping to stabilize him, others smirking or whispering snide remarks. Zeus shook his head. "He'll never get it." Hera rolled her eyes. "And yet he tries endlessly." Shiva spun away, leaving trails of energy that folded space itself momentarily, while Anansi wove additional webs across the floating debris, laughing at the humans navigating through. Lucifer's voice drifted across the minds of Todd and Mara. They observe, adapt, manipulate. The ego is exploitable, the mistakes are predictable, and chaos is your teacher. Remember, meatbags, you are students of incompetence and subtlety alike. By the end of the episode, the humans had managed to guide themselves through the maelstrom, narrowly avoiding God's overreaches and leveraging subtle aid from the other gods. The city, though battered and bizarrely transformed, remained intact enough for them to regroup. Temporary calm settled, but the tension of divine observation, capricious interference, and unpredictable ego-driven chaos lingered like a storm waiting to strike again. The humans exchanged exhausted glances, knowing that they had gained insight, but that the next misstep, divine or human, could unravel everything. The pantheon, meanwhile, lingered above, some laughing, some plotting, all reveling in the ongoing absurdity of interacting with mortals who dared to manipulate the egos of gods. The city hung suspended in a fragile, trembling balance, as if the air itself had been pulled taut by unseen hands. Todd and Mara stumbled through streets that shifted and undulated beneath their feet. For once, they weren't the primary focus, they were witnesses, observers, occasionally collateral damage, but the main stage belonged to the gods. God stood atop a fragmented skyscraper, his form glowing and pulsing like an overcooked neon bulb. Observation, chaos, importance, humans, watch, he shouted, waving his arms in frantic, uncoordinated arcs. His attempts at a grand display immediately backfired. Nearby buildings folded in on themselves, car engines exploded midair, and a flock of birds found themselves trapped in a looping orbit that stretched across several city blocks. Is he trying to make the city look like a kaleidoscope? Mara muttered, shielding her head from a spinning fire hydrant that God had inadvertently launched like a rocket. Not exactly, Todd said, keeping his voice low as he ducked a passing streetlight. It's more like a kaleidoscope mixed with an earthquake, a tornado, and a very angry lava lamp. Above them, the gods watched with varying degrees of amusement and disdain. Odin's one eye gleamed as he leaned on the twisted remnants of a lamppost. A masterclass in incompetence, he remarked dryly. Observe, humans, every misstep is an opportunity, learn. Thor's hammer spun in his hand, arcs of lightning crackling lazily. Controlled energy versus uncontrolled ego, humans, note the difference, that is the lesson today. Loki lunged across a floating, inverted car, twirling a dagger. Lesson, oh, dear humans, the lesson is laughter, pure, unadulterated laughter at the expense of the blundering deity below. Athena perched on a warped rooftop, her gaze sharp and calculating. Observation, humans, patterns exist even in failure, identify them, survive. God, misunderstanding entirely, leaped from the top of a semi-collapsed hotel, arms flailing as he attempted a show of power. A sudden pulse of energy radiated outward, sending fragments of buildings spinning, twisting gravity in small pockets, and creating temporary floating eddies in the air. Todd and Mara scrambled to avoid being caught in the shifting currents. Vishnu appeared, multiple arms folding and unfolding in a complex pattern. Each hand sent minor miracles cascading through the city, fountains of water reversed direction, trees sprouted upside down, and a small parade of dogs barked in synchronized midair loops. Humans, he intoned calmly, perception must adjust, adaptation is key, those who survive understand intent. Shiva spun in a cosmic dance, multiple arms extending and retracting with terrifying precision. Each rotation created pockets of destruction and creation in equal measure. Streets folded like origami, entire cars duplicated and then evaporated in sparks of golden energy. God, clearly jealous, attempted to mimic Shiva's spinning form. He tripped mid-spin, sending debris flying haphazardly in every direction, narrowly missing Todd and Mara. Observation, chaos, fun, wait, stop, humans, stodge. Lucifer, perched invisibly above the scene, whispered directly into their minds. Patience, children. The ego-driven disaster is your greatest ally. I anticipate exploit. Observe the pattern in his flailing, it's absurdly predictable. Meanwhile, Ra descended, wings radiant like molten sunlight. Each beat sent waves of heat and light across pockets of the city, stabilizing some areas while exacerbating chaos in others. Freya's street passed, trailing ribbons of spectral energy that caused minor weather anomalies, while Freya manipulated plant life to entangle collapsing structures. Todd ducked as a lamppost spun past like a battering ram. I don't even know how to keep track of all of them, he muttered. Focus on patterns, Todd, Lucifer's voice purred. Ignore the spectacle. The key is predicting error and exploiting it. Odin, ever the strategist, observed God's overreach with quiet amusement. He overestimates capability, underestimates consequences. Humans leverage this. Every failure is a map. Mara, struggling to maintain footing as the ground undulated like water, nodded. We're learning, but this is insane, absolute chaos. Chaos, Lucifer mused in their minds, is the natural environment for the incompetent. You will see, every grandiose gesture follows the same curve: arrogance, overreach, collapse. Anansi appeared, weaving a network of glowing threads across floating fragments of streets. Humans, he cackled, your timing and observation matter more than your strength. Exploit the blundering one. God attempted another display, raising his hands to channel the energy of multiple pantheon members he had seen in flashbacks, but only created a sudden localized gravity well. Cars, trees, and a small herd of deer spun upward, then fell in random directions. Zeus laughed loudly from a cloud of his own making. Brother, you never change. Predictable, yes, but spectacularly feeble. Hera rolled her eyes, arms crossed. It's poetic, a tragedy, a comedy, all wrapped in ineptitude. Athena and Apollo shared a glance, calculating the human's probability of survival amid the ongoing pandemonium. Observation and timing, Athena said, is their best chance. Intervene subtly, but let them act. Todd and Mara, dodging debris and carefully observing God's patterns, began to see a strange rhythm in the chaos. Each overreach was followed by a predictable pause, a twitch of pride, and then an escalation. I think we can anticipate him, Mara whispered. Yeah, Todd replied, ducking under a floating streetcar. Just barely, and we might die trying. Lucifer's voice purred softly in their minds. Exactly. Anticipate, manipulate, survive. Ego is your guide. Every move he makes will betray him. Meanwhile, the Norse gods continued to add layers to the spectacle. Baltic glowed with serene light, counteracting small fragments of chaos, while Hell silently shifted pockets of reality to test human perception. Tyr intervened occasionally, guiding a falling structure without drawing attention. Broggi strummed words of power, subtly influencing the outcome of minor mishaps. From the east, Kali appeared, her multiple arms creating arcs of destruction and restoration simultaneously. Lakshmi followed, weaving prosperity in small pockets, buildings repaired just enough to remain unstable, creating temporary shelters. Kensha rolled into the scene, using his trunk to redirect falling debris with calm precision, saving a human or two in passing. Even the Celtic gods had this say. Dagd his staff flattened the small, twisted street to allow humans a path. Lug nudged gravity subtly to redirect falling objects, while Morrigan's crows circled, their presence a warning and a test. God, attempting to encompass all the chaos at once, screamed, observation, chaos, fun, wait, stability, humans, observe stability. His voice cracked as his powers collided against themselves, producing a wave of energy that flung both Mara and Todd across the small plaza. And there it is, Lucifer murmured, the apex of incompetence. Humans barely recovered, staggering to their feet, eyes wide, hearts pounding. They had survived the first wave of God's grandiose attempt at asserting dominance, guided subtly by observing the other gods' interventions and Lucifer's whispered strategy. Zeus laughed again, raising a lightning bolt in mock salute. He may want to step down before you end the city entirely, or the planet, or yourself. God's face twisted in a mixture of confusion and pride. I am important, observation, chaos, fun. Ra, Freyja, Vishnu, and Athena exchanged subtle nods, each demonstrating restraint while allowing the humans to navigate the chaos. Even Anansi's work was used not to harm, but to guide pathways through the disaster. Tad muttered, we survived barely, but we're starting to understand the rhythm. Mara nodded, scanning God's frantic gestures. Yeah, and if we can predict him, maybe we can finally start controlling what happens next. Lucifer's laughter echoed like a silk blade through their minds. Yes. Observe. Adapt. Exploit. The Great One's folly is your greatest tool. Use it wisely, humans. The climax approaches, but this is merely rehearsal. God stumbled back atop the floating fragments, surveying the wreckage of his own ambition. Around him, the other gods lingered, some helping, some smirking, some indifferent, but all aware of the fragile balance between amusement, interference, and letting the humans rise from the chaos he had created. The city settled unevenly as the immediate energy dissipated, leaving streets twisted but navigable, buildings damaged but standing, and the humans bruised but alive. Temporary calm returned, but the tension in the air suggested that the next miscalculation, the next burst of ego-driven brilliance, would be far worse. Above it all, Lucifer drifted unseen, grinning. And so the students learn. Each error, each flub, each glorious overreach of pride teaches more than any lecture ever could. Patience, humans. The performance is far from over. The city, or what remained of it, throbbed like a living organism, veins of energy pulsing in unpredictable rhythms. Todd and Mara, bruised, exhausted, and mentally fraying, trudged through streets walked by God's last display. Every corner threat into a new calamity, floating vehicles, inverted buildings, molten street lamps, and pockets of time that seemed to slow, then snap forward violently. Lucifer's voice leaped into their minds again, smooth and teasing. Ah, humans. Notice how your world bends under their interference. Every decision, every action, ripples through reality. But don't worry, I've arranged the chaos with subtle purpose. Consider it practical lessons with a side of entertainment. What the hell even happened here? Todd muttered, kicking a broken curb that spun lazily into the air. Mara didn't respond immediately, her gaze drawn to a twisted plaza where gravity seemed reversed, cars hovering midair while debris spun around in perfect chaotic arcs. I think the gods are playing chess, she said, voice barely above a whisper. We're just the pawns. And, as if on cue, the gods made themselves known again. Odin hovered above the plaza, leaning on a fractured lamppost with casual grace. Humans, he intoned, observe, every minor intervention produces cascading consequences. Patterns exist, but comprehension is optional, survival is instructive. Thor swung Mjolnir, sending precise arcs of lightning through sections of warped streets. Each strike destabilized a floating building, which then righted itself in an almost gentle spiral. See, humans. The lesson here is balance. Or chaos. Or both. Interpret at your discretion. Athena stepped lightly across a tilted sidewalk, her keen eyes scanning every subtle shift. Observe how each deity interacts with reality differently. Each pattern is unique, governed by rules you cannot yet fully perceive. Vishnu appeared, spinning with his infinite arms, creating localized distortions that seemed random, but were carefully calculated. One hand created a sudden hailstorm of glowing leaves, another turned the air thick with glittering dust, a third summoned a miniature flood in a courtyard. Every element shifted reality, forcing humans to adapt instantly or be swept away. Todd ducked under a falling fountain, narrowly missing a rushing torrent of water. Adapt instantly, yeah, that's reassuring. Mara, scanning a floating car spinning just above her head, muttered, it's like they're rehearsing some cosmic performance and we're in the front row without tickets. Lucifer's voice purred, amused and cruel. Rehearsal, yes. Every mistake your divine siblings make is instructive. But let's not forget some performances come with traps. Think morally, humans. Intellectually. And don't touch anything that pulses. From the east, Kali danced through the streets, her many arms sweeping arcs of both destruction and salvation. Sparks flew where she gestured, the air vibrated with the rhythmic energy of her cosmic movements. Beside her, Shiva's dance sent fragments of debris spinning in hypnotic patterns, each piece a puzzle of potential catastrophe or survival. Meanwhile, God, still recovering from his ego-fueled display, approached a toppled building with the intention of correcting it. His every motion created ripples of unintended effects, water fountains inverted, gravity pockets shifted, and a small herd of deer, inexplicably materialized by Vishnu's residual magic, were flung in random directions. Gods at it again, Todd muttered, ducking as a lamppost spun past. Mara groaned, shielding herself. He's going to destroy the city trying to fix the one he already broke. Lucifer's laughter flowed in their minds. Exactly. And notice how each overreach creates collateral. Predictable, but entertaining. Exploit it, humans. Use their arrogance to your advantage. Meanwhile, the Greek gods observed from above. Zeus raised a bolt of lightning, chuckling. Pathetic. He always misunderstands scale. He confuses spectacle with efficacy. Hera folded her arms, smirking at the chaos. And yet it's oddly charming, in a dangerous, catastrophic sort of way. Athena, never missing a beat, whispered a pattern to herself as she dodged falling debris. Apollo's arrows flew between collapsing structures, subtly redirecting hazards away from pockets where humans might survive. Hermes zipped through the chaos, leaving trails of minor magic to guide Mara and Todd if they paid attention. From the Norse pantheon, Loki twirled across the scene, tossing small fireballs and illusions, each causing temporary confusion. Are humans the perfect playthings? Observe, learn, and exploit. Do not be caught in the ego storm below. Balder, meanwhile, glowed with a protective light, stabilizing sections of the city enough that Mara and Todd could find temporary footing. Tyr subtly adjusted gravity in critical spots, preventing them from being crushed, and Broggi sang words of arcane guidance, influencing the city's warp physics just enough to keep survival possible. In the east, Ganesha redirected falling debris with gentle precision, while Lakshmi ensured minimal catastrophic losses for structures the humans needed to navigate. Krishna appeared briefly, whispering illusions that guided Todd around the lethal pockets, forcing him to make split-second decisions. Even the Celtic gods joined in. Morgan's crows acted as scouts, alerting Mara to imminent danger. Lug nudged floating debris subtly out of the human's path. Dagda used his staff to create temporary paths in the chaos, showing that divine interference could occasionally be helpful. Todd glanced around, dizzy from the constant shift. I don't know how we survive this. Mara, squinting through the chaotic tableau, noted, "We're learning their patterns, not well, but it's happening." Lucifer purred, a mix of amusement and satisfaction in their minds. Exactly. Humans adapt. Exploit every predictable error. Use the arrogance, the jealousy, the overreach. It is all laid bare before you. God, oblivious to the subtleties, attempted the synchronized display, trying to mimic the moves of multiple pantheon members at once. A surge of chaotic energy erupted, throwing reality into temporary flux, gravity reversed for short intervals, streets twisted like ribbons, and time itself hiccuped. Mara barely caught Todd as they were propelled through a looping air corridor. "Why can't he just stop?" Todd yelled, catching his breath mid-spin. Lucifer's voice, like velvet in their heads, replied, "Stop. And miss all the fun? No. This is instructional chaos. Learn, adapt, survive. And possibly laugh. At least in your own private way." Shiva, Vishnu, and Kali continued their intricate cosmic dances, creating pockets of controlled chaos, some for protection, others as tests. The humans slowly began to recognize subtle rules. Timing mattered, angles mattered, and overreactions from God always followed the same egotistical rhythm. The Greek gods watched and commented. Apollo's arrows continued to redirect minor threats. Athena's strategy guided chaos into discernible patterns. Zeus occasionally nudged energy to test God's reactions, while Hera whispered small, mocking truths about the limits of divine memory and pride. Odin's single eye glimmered with patience and amusement. Humans, the lesson is ongoing. Observe, anticipate, manipulate. God's pride is the greatest weapon and the greatest flaw. Thor slammed Mjolnir gently, sending shockwaves that rearranged pockets of floating debris. Use their own power against them, but beware, collateral is inevitable. Todd and Mara exchanged a glance. Each had been forced to make impossible decisions in seconds, navigating hazards while absorbing strategy lessons from dozens of divine entities. They were beginning to see the pattern. God's mistakes were exploitable, the other gods' interventions were predictable, and Lucifer's guidance, while sardonic, was invaluable. From above, Loki laughed, tossing minor fireballs that harmlessly bounced in loops. Ah, humans' patience, the great test approaches. Learn, fail, succeed, repeat, but never fail in the same way twice. Todd's egotistical display finally began to collapse in on itself. Sparks, debris, and small pockets of reality destabilized entirely, creating localized gravity storms. Todd and Mara dove into pockets of stability created by Shiva, Vishnu, and Dagda, just narrowly escaping obliteration. Lucifer's voice purred, triumphant. Excellent. You see? Egos, errors, and overreach. Every action predictable. Every failure useful. Use it wisely, humans, for the next stage is coming, and this one has tested both your courage and your wits. The immediate chaos subsided, leaving streets twisted but intact, buildings warped yet navigable, and humans bruised but alive. Temporary calm descended, though the hum of residual energy suggested that any misstep could trigger another chain reaction. Todd muttered, catching his breath, "We barely made it through that, but we're getting it, slowly." Mara nodded, scanning the landscape. "Yeah, and the more we understand the gods' methods, the more we can influence them, maybe even survive the next one." Lucifer's laughter echoed softly, promising more tests. "Indeed. You are learning, and that knowledge will become invaluable. The Great One's folly is your tool. Use it wisely, humans." Above the city, the pantheon lingered, some watching, some amused, some intervening subtly. God fumed, exhausted and unaware of the true lessons the humans had gleaned. The stakes were rising, and the balance between amusement, catastrophe, and instruction hung by a tenuous thread. God hovered above the fractured skyline, his form shifting like molten clay as he tried futilely to assert control. His previous failures clung to him like stubborn shadows, rivers that flowed uphill, skyscrapers bent into impossible shapes, entire blocks of the city suspended midair by residual divine chaos. The humans below Todd and Mara among them observed cautiously, trying to anticipate the next wave of catastrophe. They had learned much in recent days, the patterns of divine folly, the subtle interventions of the more competent gods, and the biting sarcasm of Lucifer, who seemed to take particular delight in teasing God while shepherding the humans along invisible threads of instruction. Lucifer's voice purred inside their minds, velvet and razor-sharp. Ah, the Great One grows paranoid. He suspects intellect where there is only survival instinct. Use that. Exploit the suspicion. Twist it. Make it your advantage. God's eyes glimmered with a mixture of hurt pride and confusion. What is this interference? He bellowed, flailing. Do humans think they can influence me? Pathetic observation. Mostly wrong. Wait, correction. Totally wrong. Thor raised an eyebrow and swung Mjolnir lazily, sending a minor thunderclap that sent ripples through the cityscape. He has noticed something, Thor remarked to Odin, his tone amused. Or perhaps he simply fears the chaos is beyond him. Odin's single eye glimmered with amusement. Humans have learned to anticipate his patterns, and when arrogance meets pattern recognition, complications arise for the divine. Athena, ever precise, floated above a looped highway that twisted unnaturally in midair. It's a matter of logic and perception. Humans have observed, deduced, and now act strategically. Their interventions may be small, but the implications are significant. Vishnu's multiple arms orchestrated small adjustments across the city, subtly cushioning areas that Todd and Mara needed to traverse while leaving other areas vulnerable to God's unpredictable bursts of energy. One hand manipulated the trajectory of a falling lamppost, another nudged debris away, while a third caused a minor illusion, leading Todd along a safer path without him realizing the guidance. From the Greek pantheon, Hermes darted through the chaos, leaving trails of minor magic and guidance. Observe their cunning, he said to Apollo. They exploit errors and arrogance like a true strategist. Apollo nodded, directing minor bursts of light to signal humans through pockets of temporal distortion. Yes, small manipulations, subtle yet effective. They begin to grasp the rules. Mara paused near a floating plaza, scanning the warped surroundings. They are thinking like us, she muttered, voice tense. They know the gods make predictable mistakes. Todd, ducking under a gravity pocket, groaned. We're not just surviving, we're influencing them. How is that even possible? Lucifer's voice, dripping with amusement, whispered, possible, yes. Enjoyable, absolutely. Your feeble human intellect now nudges omnipotent egos. Tread carefully, but take pride. You're learning the art of divine chess. God, meanwhile, attempted to assert dominance, his arms flailing as he tried to emulate the strategies of Thor, Athena, and Vishnu simultaneously. Reality itself groaned in protest. Streets folded into Mobius strip-like configurations, buildings looped endlessly in impossible arcs, and streetlights emitted sudden bursts of molten energy. Even smaller interventions from other gods couldn't fully counteract his chaos. Here we go again, Todd muttered, diving into a safe zone orchestrated by Shiva and Boulder. Mara, covering her head as a minor shockwave passed overhead, muttered, and yet we can predict some of this. God's overreach is predictable now. From above, Loki laughed, twirling fireballs with casual precision. Predictable indeed, the humans are cunning, adapting to divine folly, delightful. The Great One overestimates his influence yet again. Kali's many arms moved in rhythmic precision, countering hazards just enough to allow human maneuverability while leaving the sense of danger intact. Shiva and Vishnu continued their delicate interventions, nudging debris and illusions to reinforce safe zones. Thor observed amusement in his booming voice. The human's ability to predict and exploit errors increases. It's almost as if the lessons we provided, whether intentionally or through observation, are bearing fruit. Odin leaned on a warped lamppost. Fruit, yes, or perhaps a trap disguised as fruit. Their ingenuity is developing, but remember, even the greatest strategist is limited by human fragility. God, unaware of the orchestration around him, tried again, this time attempting a coordinated storm, lightning, fire, minor earthquakes, and gravitational distortions. Each effort collided with subtle corrections from the other gods, creating unexpected feedback loops. Todd was hurled briefly into the air, only to be caught by a temporarily stabilized gust controlled by Vishnu. Mara scrambled along an impossibly inclined building surface, guided by Apollo's signal light, narrowly avoiding a collapsing balcony. Lucifer's soft, mocking tone filled their minds. Observe humans. The Great One is flailing. Every ego-driven overreach produces openings. Exploit each weakness. Play carefully or be crushed. Not literally, of course, though the option exists. In the north corner of the pantheon, Tyr adjusted gravity subtly under a suspended vehicle, preventing its deadly descent. Heimdall signaled to the humans through faint roars in the sky, marking temporary safe corridors. Balder emitted protective light across key pathways. Loki, as always, reveled in the chaos he partially instigated, whispering mockery to God with every trick he performed. From the Celtic and Druidic sphere, Morrigan's crows flitted through the chaos, warning humans of deadly or unstable zones. Lug subtly nudged collapsing debris. Tagged his staff, it extended bridges over impossible gaps, while Brigid reinforced weak structures temporarily. Each intervention was measured, ensuring the humans survived without fully alleviating the challenge. God's flailing increased, his energy surging in chaotic bursts, reshaping reality with frantic desperation. He misinterpreted the humans' cautious movements as defiance, imagining they were actively sabotaging him. His frustration became raw, and with each burst, he created new, unpredictable hazards, temporal anomalies that repeated seconds erratically, gravity fields shifting randomly, and pockets of burning energy that appeared and vanished. Todd yelled over the chaos. "He thinks we're messing with him. We're not. He's just insane." Mara ducked a falling streetlight. "Insane is putting it mildly, but we can work with this. We know how he moves now. We can plan around his mistakes." Lucifer's tone purred in their minds exactly. Each overreaction, each misinterpretation opens avenues. Their paranoia is a tool for you. Play wisely. Zeus raised a bolt of lightning high, aiming at a section where God had overreached, not to harm, but to test ability. Hera shook her head, amused by God's escalating panic. Poseidon sent waves through the warped city streets to redirect energy pockets, while Hades subtly contained hazards in small zones. Vishnu, Shiva, and Kali danced around the scene, orchestrating a delicate ballet of protection and threat. Their interventions ensured the humans could navigate the chaos, but survival required alertness, quick thinking, and willingness to act decisively. Mara glanced at Todd, noting how instinctively he moved to avoid hazards. "We're learning, not just surviving, we're learning the rules." Todd, wiping soot from his face, nodded. "And the gods, especially the arrogant one, don't realize we're understanding them yet." Lucifer's voice softened, teasing but approving. "Yes. Understand the patterns. Exploit the ego. Predict the arrogance. And remember, humans, even if you survive, the next lesson is always coming." God, utterly flustered, attempted one final grand display, a combination of powers designed to dwarf all previous events. Gravity waves clashed with time distortions, lightning met firestorms, and fragments of floating buildings collided. For a moment, it seemed the city might collapse entirely, but careful, subtle adjustments from Vishnu, Shiva, Thor, Athena, and a dozen others stabilized key zones. Todd and Mara narrowly avoided total annihilation, using knowledge gained from previous interventions. Every single time, Todd muttered, panting. "He escalates without understanding, and we survive barely." Mara adjusted her footing on a twisting, floating street. "We're exploiting it, and that gives us leverage. If we can keep predicting his errors, maybe, just maybe, we can manipulate him." Lucifer's laughter reverberated softly, amused and approving. "Indeed. Influence through ego. Manipulate through folly. The Great One is his own undoing, and you are learning the art of subtle dominion. But beware, his desperation grows." Above the chaos, other gods shared glances of bemusement. Athena noted patterns in God's repeated mistakes. Odin leaned back on a floating ruin, appreciating the humans' ingenuity. Loki twirled fireballs lazily, admiring the growing alliance between humans and mischief. Vishnu, Shiva, and Kali continued to guide survival, allowing humans just enough room to maneuver. The immediate surge of chaos waned, leaving the city warped and bruised, but still standing. Todd and Mara, covered in dust and minor burns, took stock. They had survived, adapted, and subtly influenced the outcome. The balance between amusement, catastrophe, and instruction had shifted slightly in their favor. They knew the next divine escalation would come soon, and Lucifer promised it would be even more elaborate. Todd exhaled sharply. "We're not just survivors anymore, we're participants." Mara nodded, her eyes scanning the skies where pantheon members lingered. "Participants, manipulators, pawns with brains. If we played this right, we might actually gain some control." Lucifer's voice, velvet and sharp, whispered, "Exactly. And control, even temporary, is the greatest lesson. Savor it. The game intensifies. And the Great One does not yet suspect the full scope of your cunning." The sky above Earth warped like wet clay, a twisting canvas of colors and shadows that hinted at the presence of beings far beyond mortal comprehension. Somewhere between reality and imagination, the gods assembled. The Cosmic Council, an unprecedented gathering of pantheons from across time and space, convened atop a floating plateau of impossible geometry. From the Greek pantheon, Zeus leaned back lazily, his lightning crackling in rhythmic amusement. Hera whispered sharp reprimands to no one in particular, and Athena hovered with perfect composure, scanning the assembly. Apollo tuned invisible lyres, Artemis flexed her bowstrings, and Hermes darted around like a streak of mischievous wind. Ares grunted, arms crossed, muttering about how humans never appreciate true war, while Hephaestus tinkered with small gadgets of divine origin. In the Norse corner, Odin perched on a hovering fragment of a fractured mountain, one eye glimmering with cunning amusement. Thor's hammer hung loosely in his hand, crackling faintly, and Loki lounged on a floating boulder, twirling daggers with a smirk that suggested he already knew how this would end. Frigg and Frigg exchanged polite, exasperated glances, while Tyr and Heimdall observed the humans' world below with silent judgment. From the Hindu pantheon, Vishnu's multiple arms moved in subtle gestures, adjusting the threads of reality without overt interference. Shiva twirled through the gathering with calm menace, Kali's many arms oscillating in rhythm as she studied the council with intense curiosity. Brahma sat quietly, meditating on the patterns forming around him, while Ganesha, ever methodical, catalogued every movement of every god present. Krishna hummed in amusement, barely hiding his delight at the impending chaos. Even the Celtic and Druidic gods had made their presence known. Lug, Dagda, and Brigid hovered near one edge, observing quietly. Morrigan's crows flitted through the air like omens, while Cernunnos tested the gravity of the floating terrain beneath his hooves. Belenus, Taranis, and Teutate whispered among themselves, occasionally sending minor lightning sparks or gusts of wind to gauge reactions. And then there was God. True to form, he arrived with an explosive display of poorly controlled power, bouncing like a child on a trampoline, arms flailing and inadvertently warping reality with every motion. The greetings, pantheon of observation, attention, mostly wait, wrong word, everything, behold. Lucifer, lounging above the assembly on a fragment of twisted architecture, let out a soft, venomous chuckle. Observe, humans. The Great One cannot help himself. The council may have been a serious affair, but his entrance ensures chaos first and formality never. God's overzealousness immediately caused minor disasters, sections of the floating plateau bent, gliding with fragments from other dimensions, sending bursts of energy into the warped streets below. Streetlights on Earth flickered erratically, rivers curved backwards, and small mountains popped up in the middle of cities, only to vanish moments later. Zeus threw up a hand in irritation. Really, must you announce your arrival with that? Hera scowled. Always disruptive, always dramatic, honestly, it is exhausting. Athena, hovering near God, pinched the bridge of her nose. He cannot comprehend the concept of subtlety. I advise all humans nearby to take immediate cover. He will inevitably misstep. Thor snorted. Subtlety is not his strong suit. Odin's lone eye gleamed. Humans have adapted to his follies before. They may yet endure. God waved his arms, attempting to assert authority over the assembly. I am leader. Observe, obey. Fun, mostly no, not mostly, just do it. Vishnu, with calm precision, adjusted the energy streams God accidentally produced, preventing a total collapse of the council platform. Shiva and Kali orchestrated minor interventions, subtly guiding reality so that the catastrophic effects would be mitigated, but not eliminated, preserving the element of chaos. Lucifer's voice cut through Todd and Mara's minds below, teasing, all council meetings, serious business, so much strategy, and the Great One is already on page 1 of a completely different book. Do you enjoy the human observation deck? It's exquisite. Even as the council attempted formal debate, the assembly dissolved into chaotic commentary. Thor slammed Mjolnir into the ground, creating minor shockwaves to emphasize his point. Loki twirled daggers and whispered to minor gods, subtly influencing their actions. Athena proposed a structured observation plan, while Krishna subtly guided humans below, helping them understand the opportunities hidden in the chaos. God misunderstood the nuances of discussion immediately. He flailed, misinterpreted comments as insults, and accidentally redirected a river in Tokyo into a literal loop, trapping hundreds of floating boats in suspended animation. Attack, you insult me. Observation, mostly wrong, she bellowed. Zeus sighed. Mostly wrong indeed, though you've managed to misalign 4 continents, impressive in a catastrophic sort of way. Poseidon shook his head, sending minor tidal corrections to prevent total disaster, while Hades quietly contained volatile energy pockets beneath the earth. Aphrodite floated nearby, sighing in irritation at God's obliviousness. Does he always behave this predictably? Lucifer's low chuckle rumbled in the humans' minds. Predictably. Always predictable. That's your key. Exploit it. Observe his overreaches. Manipulate arrogance. It is enjoyable to watch. Meanwhile, Todd and Mara, who had observed from the fringes, noted patterns forming in God's chaos. Each failed attempt to assert dominance created openings, pockets of predictability hidden in the pandemonium. They exchanged quiet glances, silently acknowledging that even the council of gods had a weakness in God's ego. "Every mistake is a step forward," Mara muttered. Todd nodded. "If we can leverage his pride, we might survive, maybe even influence the outcome." In the council, tensions rose among the gods themselves. Loki played subtle pranks on Thor, sending harmless fireballs to bounce near the humans for amusement. Frasier raised an eyebrow at Odin, muttering about propriety and effectiveness. Krishna and Athena exchanged subtle nods, signaling humans when opportunities to exploit gods' overreach arose. God, utterly oblivious to the subtle manipulations around him, continued to escalate. Gravity waves collided with energy spikes from his flailing, creating brief micro-apocalypses in small cities worldwide. Minor gods from Celtic and Druidic pantheons joined in, nudging the balance in both chaotic and protective directions. Log conjured temporary bridges over collapsing streets. Dagda provided light shields over human paths. Morrigan's crows circled, warning of hazards. Lucifer's sardonic commentary flowed directly into human awareness. See, every flaw, every misstep a tool. Play carefully, humans. And laugh quietly at his expense. It soothes the mind and sharpens the reflexes. Even as God attempted a grand, sweeping motion to realign the multiverse according to his own vision, the collective subtle interventions of Vishnu, Shiva, Thor, Athena, Hermes, and the minor gods ensured that the humans could survive and observe. Todd and Mara moved with precision, following invisible pathways and cues that allowed them to avoid catastrophe. Zeus, shaking his head, muttered to Hera, "We could have had a serious council. Instead, the meeting has become what? A circus." Hera's glare didn't soften. A circus run by an incompetent child, and yet the humans below are thriving in spite of it. Fascinating. Athena nodded, appreciating the humans' ingenuity. They have learned to predict errors, exploit ego, and survive. The council's own participants, divine beings centuries old, are collateral to these mortal strategy. God, of course, had no clue that the humans were gaining leverage. Victory, observation, mostly no, not mostly complete. Humans obey. Lucifer's purr in their minds was sharp, witty, and cruel. Complete. Perhaps in imagination. In reality, it's fodder for strategy. Continue and exploit. Their ego is your playground. As the session drew to a chaotic pause, small victories had been achieved. Humans had avoided deadly zones, subtly redirected gods' energy bursts, and even influenced minor gods to provide just enough aid to survive. The council remained fractured, the ground debate unresolved, but one clear truth emerged: the gods' incompetence was the fulcrum upon which mortal ingenuity could pivot. Even as the gods whispered, pranked each other, and occasionally sabotaged one another, Todd and Mara realized that survival was no longer about passive endurance. They had leverage. They understood the rules of the divine chessboard, and they had begun to play. Lucifer's final commentary echoed softly through their minds, dripping with amusement. Yes. Leverage. Influence. Survival. Play carefully, but savor it. The Great One is blind to your power, and the Council is helpless to stop you. Now enjoy the quiet before the next storm. The cityscape shivered under a tension it hadn't known existed. Todd and Mara had been studying the chaos for weeks, cataloging the ways God tended to overreach, the patterns that made his interventions predictable. They had discovered a crucial truth: his incompetence was the key to their survival. While the other gods operated with precision, subtlety, and a mischievous flair, God crashed through reality like a toddler smashing blocks together loudly, obliviously, and with disastrous consequences. Lucifer hovered just beyond perception, enjoying the human small victories with the glint in his mind's eye. Ah, yes, exploiting the divine buffoon. Clever humans. You stumble, you dodge, you improvise, but every time, you win a little. Watch closely. Hubris is predictable, failure is the pattern. God was attempting a new feat, a towering construct of floating skyscrapers arranged into a divine spiral of wonder, or at least that's what he called it. He bounced atop a levitating crosswalk, hands raised, eyes wide with misplaced pride. Observation: humans, behold, marvel, mostly magnificent, complete. The other gods, assembled nearby in a celestial council that spanned space and thought, shook their heads in various combinations of disbelief and amusement. Athena moved her hands over the city's layout, straightening improbable bends in buildings with precision. Odin muttered in Norse cadence, the one who cannot measure even upon claims to sculpt the oceans. Impressive incompetence, as always. Loki's grin was wide, dagger in hand, a phantom flame flickering around his fingertips. Oh, delightful. The performance continues. Shall we make it slightly more interesting? Perhaps a few illusions for our meatbags below? He sent shadows flickering across the streets, causing human reflexes to surge in response. Todd ducked under a floating traffic light, groaning. He's going to kill someone, Mara, or at least destroy half the city. Mara's eyes narrowed as she scanned the shifting landscape. No, Todd, he'll do neither. He'll just make enough chaos that we have to adapt. That's the pattern. Lucifer's soft skating whisper filled their minds. Adapt, improvise, exploit. He cannot anticipate the clever, the cautious, the observant. Remember, the bigger the display, the smaller the control. Use it. Use it well. Odd, hearing a faint echo of Lucifer's taunt as if in defiance, flailed more dramatically. He lifted two floating towers and attempted to pivot them together like puzzle pieces, missing by a mile. Sparks of cosmic energy arced from the near collision, scorching the sky and raining tiny fragments over the street below. From above, Thor's hammer flicked casually, nudging the fragments safely away from the humans. Vishnu extended a set of 4 extra arms, redirecting potential debris with precise movements. Shiva twirled in a controlled orbit, each spin radiating energy that neutralized the more dangerous effects of God's mania. Kali circled, her arms forming patterns in the air that acted as subtle protective wards around the surviving humans. Move! Mara shouted, grabbing Todd's arm as a floating taxi skidded along an impossible trajectory. Todd swore under his breath. Move where? Everything is moving. Through the gaps. Mara barked, eyes following faint ripples in the air, the almost imperceptible edits that the gods had imposed on reality. Notice the subtle ones, that's your path. Lucifer's commentary caressed their minds. Notice the small. Exploit the voids. He is blustered, he is wind, he is obvious. Predict him and you survive. But don't trust the others too much, they smile for amusement, not benevolence. Meanwhile, God, convinced he was demonstrating omnipotence, leapt from one unstable skyscraper to another, inadvertently triggering a chain reaction. Buildings pivoted, streets folded like paper, and a river that had been frozen in midair began cascading erratically through the warped cityscape. Zeus raised his hand, sending a controlled lightning bolt to divert the river safely. Poseidon muttered something unintelligible about human arrogance and water management, flicking waves in precise, yet non-lethal ways. Athena noted patterns, recording probabilities with meticulous grace. Hermes had passed, whispering cryptic advice to Mara and Todd: distract the bluster, follow the gaps, and trust the illusions. The humans, careful to follow the subtle cues, managed to navigate collapsing streets and falling debris even while God continued to bounce, flail, and declare his magnificent achievements. Lucifer appeared near the humans as a wisp of smoke, his presence both chilling and exhilarating. Observe carefully, humans. You've turned incompetence into strategy. Now escalate subtly. Task him. He will respond predictably. And when he does, the opportunity. Todd, panting as he ducked a drifting lamppost, muttered, he's going to notice, isn't he? Mara gave a half-smile, eyes sharp. Not if we're clever, that's the point, we're leveraging him. In the council above, minor gods whispered to each other. Freyja twirled a strand of energy between her fingers, amused. He never learns, does he? Each time, the humans adapt. Odin's one eye glimmered. The fools below exploit his flaws, it is satisfactory. Loki laughed, twirling daggers and illusions around the human duo. Oh, the thrill, predictable hubris, fragile models delightful. God, hearing their laughter, misinterpreted completely. You, everyone, witness my majesty, observation complete. He lunged forward, attempting to create a tower of energy that would somehow top his previous work. The energy spiraled out of control, cracking the sky and pulling at gravity itself. A massive floating street teetered above Todd and Mara, snapping precariously. Enough. Mara yelled. She grabbed Todd, vaulting over a fragment of floating car, landing just beyond the sudden collapse. Lucifer's voice dripped with sarcasm. Bravo. Predictable, yet effective. Humans, you are improving rapidly. Careful, though God is loud, he is clumsy, and he notices little. Exploit the little, survive the loud. Above, Athena shook her head, but allowed subtle guidance to assist the humans. Vishnu's extra limbs folded energy into protective corridors, while Thor and Odin subtly nudged dangerous debris aside. Kali and Shiva danced in controlled patterns, keeping the humans' immediate path viable. Todd gasped, I don't know how we're surviving this. Mara, scanning the chaotic skyline, whispered, because we're thinking 2 steps ahead, and God isn't, that's all it takes. God, still triumphant, took a leap into what he imagined was a pinnacle of awe, inadvertently crashing into the very energy spiral he had attempted to create. Sparks, arcs of lightning, and floating debris scattered in a chaotic spray that threatened everything nearby. Lucifer's voice purred into the humans' minds. Ought perfection. Observe the mistake, follow the gap, exploit distraction. That is survival. That is leverage. That is clever. As the chaos began to settle, minor gods continued to argue and prank each other quietly, enjoying the spectacle of humans navigating the frenzied landscape. Freya nudged a fragment of cloud into Hell's path for comic effect, Vishnu produced a subtle illusion to trip Loki's dagger, and Bridget shifted a ray of sunlight into a harmless but disorienting rainbow. Todd and Mara, panting and bloody from minor scrapes, paused to catch their breath, realizing they had survived another major catastrophe. Each small victory had reinforced a dangerous but critical truth: God's ego and incompetence were manipulable, predictable, and ultimately exploitable. Lucifer appeared one last time before fading into the ether. Humans, remember this, you are the clever ones, though fragile. You dance on the edge of chaos because you observe, improvise, and anticipate. God cannot anticipate cleverness, only awe and fear. Use it wisely. In the celestial council, minor gods exchanged glances. Athena's eyes reflected both amusement and admiration. Odin nodded quietly. Loki smirked, clearly enjoying the unfolding patterns. The lesson was clear: even among immortals, flaws created opportunities, and humans, when clever, could turn incompetence into leverage. And somewhere, God bounced happily on an unstable street, convinced he had just demonstrated his unparalleled omnipotence, oblivious to the subtle victories of mortals and the quiet machinations of Lucifer. Todd whispered, almost to himself, "We actually won this round." Mara shook her head, a mixture of disbelief and pride. Small victory, but yes for now. Above, the gods continued their endless games, pranks, and rivalries, while humanity, for the first time in countless years of divine interference, learned that survival was not just possible, it could be a weapon. The gods' antics escalated, spilling into every corner of the city. Odin stood atop a fractured skyscraper, one eye gleaming, surveying the chaos with measured authority. Beside him, Thor swung Mjolnir in deliberate arcs, sending controlled shockwaves through the streets, redirecting fires and collapsing unstable structures, all while muttering complaints about his brother's recklessness. Loki lounged on a floating cart, tossing illusions into the air that made pedestrians duck for non-existent dangers, cackling at the mortal reactions. Athena moved like a shadow, precise and calculating, guiding her interventions to minimize mortal casualties while maximizing divine lessons. Nearby, Bridget called forth bursts of light to illuminate hidden dangers, her calm demeanor a sharp contrast to God, who bounced from rooftop to rooftop with unrestrained enthusiasm, oblivious to the havoc he left in his wake. God's attention snapped toward a widening chasm in the street, the result of one of his earlier, poorly judged displays. "Observe, humans, witness the splendor of my creation," he yelled, flailing as he attempted to leap across it, only to land on the edge and tumble down, sending a shower of debris into the plaza below. Vishnu appeared, multiple arms weaving intricate motions to stabilize the collapsing terrain. Each hand countered God's energy misfires, turning a potentially deadly cascade of rubble into a series of manageable hazards. Shiva danced through the chaos, her movements carving protective arcs around startled humans, while Kali's whirlwind-like motions disrupted only what needed disrupting, turning mistakes into a bizarre, instructive spectacle. Todd and Mara darted across the plaza, keeping low as fragments of stone and floating debris ricocheted around them. Todd whispered, "We're not surviving this, we're exploiting it." Mara glared, dodging a twisted lamppost. "Exploiting it, that's all we've got, that's our strategy. Run, observe, and don't die." Lucifer's voice slipped into their minds, sardonic and sharp. "Clever mortals. Exploit the gaps left by incompetence. Watch the masters bungle and step forward where they can't. Yes, yes, very good." He guided their eyes to a temporary breach where God's energy had left reality thin, a place the humans could slip through unnoticed by the gods' vigilant eyes. Todd pointed it out. "There, see that? That's our path." Athena's sharp voice cut through the commotion. "Humans anticipate failure, exploit opportunities, survival is observation applied." Mara nodded and took the lead, calculating each jump and movement across the fractured streets. Loki, amused, created a series of illusory fireballs and phantom debris, watching with glee as the humans carefully navigated around them. God, realizing Vishnu and Shiva were mitigating his impact, misinterpreted it as defiance. "No, I am supreme, observe, absolute observation." He lunged toward a floating street fragment misjudged entirely and crashed through a temporary plaza roof. Dust and shards flew everywhere, narrowly missing Todd and Mara. Balder and Heimdall appeared above, watching with detached amusement. Heimdall's all-seeing gaze tracked every misstep while Balder muttered, "This is why I stay out of their way." Meanwhile, Genja waved a hand, sending rolling spheres of energy to guide humans safely around collapsing structures, and Lakshmi's touch subtly stabilized precarious edges, allowing mortals to find footholds where none should exist. God scrambled to his feet, dazed but determined, and pointed toward a distant tower. Next demonstration witnessed the magnitude. Krishna floated beside Vishnu, shaking his head, while Rana's bow emitted subtle, protective pulses that countered falling debris. The humans sprinted toward the energy gap Lucifer had indicated, timing their movements to avoid each minor disaster. Lucifer whispered, "Perfect. Watch him scramble. See how far hubris can carry one. Keep moving, mortals. The cracks are your playground." Even Ra and Quetzalcoatl emerged, their presence is massive but controlled. Ra's golden or burned away smaller hazards, while Quetzalcoatl's undulating body deflected falling debris, the two gods silently playing a dual role, both observers and subtle protectors of the humans' fleeting opportunity. God, misinterpreting their interference as direct competition, leaped again, arms flailing, trying to recreate the spectacle he had envisioned. Athena raised an eyebrow. "Incompetence remains consistent," she murmured, dodging a ricocheting piece of rubble. Frege appeared, conjuring a shimmering barrier to deflect unintended collateral damage, while Loki threw more illusions into the sky, laughing at every startled glance from humans below. Tyr nodded at Odin, their silent communication coordinating interventions, curbing the worst of God's misjudgments. Todd, ducking under a suspended bus, whispered, "They are helping in their own way, weirdly helpful." Mara, climbing over debris, smirked. "The divine chaos with a side of mercy, I'm taking it." Lucifer's soft chuckle filled their minds. "Indeed. Use it. Survival is an art, and you two are learning the brushstrokes. And God, oh, he'll provide the chaos. Always." Finally, the humans made it through the gap, pausing in a safer area to catch their breath. God, standing amid a cracked plaza, spun in frustration. Observation, witness my note. Wait, humans, why aren't you odd? Athena, Vishnu, and Shiva exchanged looks. "Humans are learning," Athena said. "They adapt to failure. This is unusual." Kali twirled, creating a harmless burst of debris in mock applause. Loki's solutions formed a swirling banner in the sky. "Congratulations, survival, temporary, chaos, eternal." Lucifer's voice paired in the humans' thoughts. "Well done. The cracks you exploit are the seat of mastery. Remember them. Remember him. And never ever forget, amusement is everywhere, especially at his expense." God groaned, spinning in place, while the assembled gods from every pantheon observed silently, laughing or shaking their heads at the spectacle. The humans had survived, but the divine theatre had only just begun. Athena gestured to Vishnu and Shiva. "We maintain oversight, but this is their learning moment." Todd muttered, "Learning moment, more like a crash course in not getting squished by omnipotent being." Mara laughed softly, exhaustion in her tone. "Yeah, but at least we're getting better at it." Lucifer's last thought for them lingered like smoke in the mind. Better, yes, but never complacent. He is incompetent, but relentless. And we, dear mortals, are the chess pieces he doesn't realize he's arranging himself. The gods slowly withdrew their direct interference, leaving remnants of chaos, warped streets, and an uneasy calm. Humans had won a small, strategic victory, exploiting God's ego and the subtle tensions among deities, but they knew the larger struggle, the constant dance of divine dysfunction, was far from over. Odin nodded to Thor. "Let them learn, but let us enjoy the spectacle." Thor laughed, swinging Mjolnir lazily. "Learning and laughing, mortals can handle some, but not all." Loki, hovering above, winked at no one in particular. "And I shall continue to stir the pot. Entertainment is divine." From a distance, God fumed. His incompetence lay bare, glaring at the humans who had outmaneuvered him, for now unaware that the next lesson, the next spectacle, was already in motion. The city, battered but intact, shimmered with the lingering residue of godly power. Mortals had acted, gods had reacted, and chaos, as always, reigned supreme. God hovered above the fractured city, limbs flailing in a combination of triumph and utter confusion, as if he were conducting an invisible orchestra of chaos. "Observe, witness my ultimate grand gesture," he shouted, voice cracking under the weight of self-importance. Streets twisted like spilled paint, cars floated unpredictably, and buildings leaned at impossible angles. Each movement of his hand sent pulses of energy that warped reality in localized shockwaves, sending shards of glass and debris into the air. Odin watched from a bent, levitating clock tower, one eye glinting with amused judgment. "Truly this will be memorable," he said dryly, his voice carrying across the unstable cityscape. Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, traced wide arcs in the sky, keeping the most dangerous debris just shy of hitting anyone, while he muttered, "His power is breathtakingly ineffective." Loki lounged on a floating billboard, dagger twirling, illusions flickering around him. Smoke dragons, phantom fires, impossible staircases twisting into the sky, it was all there and entirely harmless to the humans, much to his delight. A final flourish, yes, a disaster of breathtaking proportions for everyone including him, Loki murmured, smirking at God's frantic gesticulations. Nearby, Vishnu, Shiva, and Brahma subtly coordinated reality itself, their combined presence smoothing out the worst of the chaos so that buildings didn't collapse entirely, fountains didn't erupt into scalding steam, and floating cars didn't collide fatally. Folly spun through the skies, arcs of vibrant energy slicing through debris and deflecting it harmlessly, turning what could have been lethal into a spectacular light show. God's attention snapped toward a leaning skyscraper, misjudging its structural integrity. "Behold, my crowning achievement," he shouted, thrusting his hand toward the building. The skyscraper groaned, splitting into two halves that teetered dangerously above the street. A car on the edge wobbled, passengers screaming silently in panic. Athena's voice cut across the chaos, calm and precise. "Humans observe and learn. Patterns exist even in disorder. Adapt or fail." God spun, ignoring the warning, and leapt, shouting about observation, patterns, and ultimate human admiration. Buildings bent unnaturally, streetlights twisted into impossible spirals, and vehicles floated sideways. Each gesture produced unpredictable, physics-defying results that were terrifying to any mortal observer. Ra descended from molten skies, his heat radiating but harmless, stabilizing collapsing structures and turning broken glass into flowing golden streams that moved gracefully along warped streets. Quetzalcoatl undulated overhead, massive coils redirecting destructive energy, ensuring that the chaos didn't become outright lethal. Lucifer's voice whispered directly into the minds of the humans scattered among the debris. "Enjoy. Learn from it. His hubris is your shield, his incompetence your tool." God, oblivious to the subtle interventions of the other deities, attempted another flourish, arms spinning wildly. Lightning crackled from nowhere, rain fell selectively, and streetlights emitted colors not found in any human spectrum. He shouted incoherently about patterns, humans, and observation, his pride blinding him to the fact that the other gods were the ones preventing catastrophe. Athena gestured at a skyscraper splitting in midair. "Structural analysis in progress. Humans survive through comprehension, not courage." Odin's voice cut across the chaos again. "Caution, humans. He cannot grasp consequence. You must." God, frustrated at the lack of visible admiration, spun in place, summoning another mini-storm over the city. Clouds formed, lightning crackled, and debris floated in wild arcs. "Observe, witness me, humans. Behold my supreme expression of divinity." Thor raised his hammer in a wide arc, deflecting falling metal beams. Loki sent illusory fire into the streets, only to have it harmlessly dissipate before it could reach anyone. Vishnu's multiple arms moved in precise, intricate patterns, orchestrating a symphony of balance amid the chaos. Kali's spinning arcs of energy swept aside hazardous debris, leaving only the dazzling visual display for humans to navigate. God tried to leap onto a floating car to gain a better vantage point, but miscalculated. The vehicle spun slowly in the air, flinging him harmlessly back into a fountain that had frozen in midair thanks to subtle interventions by the gods. He flailed, shouting about observation, patterns, and ultimate achievement. Hera and Zeus exchanged glances, amused. "I cannot decide what is more tragic," Hera said, his overconfidence or our amusement at his blunders. Poseidon tapped a fountain with his trident, sending a controlled wave that deflected debris while Hades shook his head from the underworld, muttering about the inevitability of disaster when God was involved. God, now covered in floating water, debris, and sparks of energy, struggled to rise. "Humans witness, praise me." Lucifer purred in the minds of those watching. Praise is irrelevant. Survive. Observe. Exploit his hubris while you can. God attempted yet another dramatic gesture, a combination of spins, leaps, and hands raised skyward, which resulted in a floating car spinning into a billboard that bent like paper. He collapsed onto the billboard, helpless but triumphant in his own mind. Athena, arms crossed, remarked calmly, supreme incompetence executed with maximum visibility. Odin, perched high above, muttered, his confidence is as vast as his ability to comprehend reality is small. Vishnu, Shiva, and Brahma continued to smooth the worst of the city's fractures, while Kali's arcs of energy continued to deflect potentially lethal debris. Loki laughed silently, sending harmless solutions that made the humans' task of survival slightly more disorienting but mostly entertaining. God's final attempt involves summoning a massive whirlwind of energy above the city. Lightning danced, debris spiraled, and floating vehicles collided harmlessly, creating a spectacle of chaos and color. God spun, shouting about patterns, humans, and divine superiority. Ra melted the energy into harmless heat waves. Quetzalcoatl redirected shockwaves through the air, and the remaining gods ensured that no mortal was harmed. Finally, God flopped onto the sidewalk, exhausted, humiliated, and convinced of his own brilliance. Observation: funny important, humans, look, praise me. Lucifer's voice, sly and amused, whispered, observe, learn, survive. His failure is your advantage. The city lay warped, shattered, and impossible. Streets twisted like ribbons, buildings leaned dangerously, but no human had perished. The gods hovered, amused, occasionally stepping in just enough to prevent true calamity. God struggled to rise from the floating debris, confused by the lack of admiration. Humans, look, witness, applaud might. No one looked. Lucifer chuckled in their minds. No applause needed. Survival itself is your triumph. Odin's voice carried across the warped cityscape. The humans endure. It is remarkable if temporary. Thor swung Mjolnir lazily. Athena nodded toward the humans, ensuring they observed and adapted. Vishnu, Shiva, and Kali worked silently, balancing the catastrophe into a manageable, albeit surreal, scenario. God attempted a final leap, aiming to land atop a skyscraper. The structure groaned, twisted, and then remained stable thanks to subtle interventions. God collapsed, defeated in all but ego, lying amid floating debris. Lucifer whispered one final note to the humans: heed the lessons. Hubris can be weaponized. Observation is power. Exploit his failure. The humans looked around, exhausted and stunned by the spectacle, realizing they had witnessed the ultimate demonstration of divine folly. The city remained a warped tableau, a lesson in hubris, observation, and survival, with God sprawled across the chaos he had created and the other gods quietly amused by the farce. It was the perfect final gesture, his last attempt at grandeur, simultaneously catastrophic, absurd, and strangely educational. Humans survived. God failed. The other gods laughed. The end of God's grand display marked the beginning of a fragile, tentative calm, and the humans knew, in their hearts and minds, that what had transpired would shape their understanding of divinity and themselves forever. The air trembled with the residual energy of God's catastrophic display, the city a surreal landscape of twisted steel, floating cars, and streets that defied any human sense of geometry. Todd and Mara staggered through the warped streets, hearts pounding, eyes wide, as the echoes of divine power still vibrated in their bones. Every shattered lamppost and upside-down building was a reminder. Survival was no longer just about human ingenuity, it was about understanding the whims of immortal beings who considered amusement a form of morality. Lucifer's voice slithered through their minds, dry and sharp. Welcome to the last lesson. It's messy, it's dangerous, and it's yours to navigate. Use your brains or regret it. The humans barely had time to process the warning before a new wave of divine presence began to coalesce. From the sky, the gods descended in varying forms, Odin's single eye glimmering with bemused calculation, Thor spinning Mjolnir casually in a way that distorted the wind, Athena stepping lightly on floating rubble, her expression cool and analytical. Vishnu's multiple arms moved with precision, conjuring intricate patterns that were simultaneously beautiful and impossible. Wait, Todd muttered, clutching Mara's arm. This isn't God again, right? He's contained, I think. Contained? You mean he's collapsed onto a pile of debris and is probably plotting his next catastrophe? Mara snapped, scanning the surreal cityscape. And they're all just watching, like predators. Above them, a column of fire erupted, not from destruction, but from Agni, the Hindu god of fire, dancing gracefully through the air, shaping flames into intricate symbols and patterns. Each movement of his hands caused heat to radiate without harm, yet it reminded humans that divinity could be beautiful and terrifying simultaneously. Beautiful and terrifying, Lucifer whispered, tone dry. Humans, take notes. Some lessons are aesthetic, some practical. Survival requires both. Across the street, Freyja floated above a car that had been folded in half, her eyes glittering with delight. Careful, she said in a melodious voice. Even minor interactions can be disastrous without thought. Mara raised an eyebrow. You're telling me now? Freyja laughed softly, the sound like wind chimes. I always enjoy watching mortals improvise. It's entertaining. God, meanwhile, remained sprawled on the floating debris, muttering to himself about observation, patents, and ultimate triumph, oblivious to the fact that the other gods were subtly correcting the worst effects of his incompetence. Each tiny intervention preserved human lives while still allowing the display of cosmic power to be spectacular. From the edge of the city, Poseidon created cascading fountains that twisted into impossible spirals, redirecting stray debris while adding a surreal beauty to the urban chaos. Hera shook her head from a floating balcony, arms crossed. "It is astonishing," she said, "how he can wreak such havoc while believing he is inspiring awe." A sudden ripple of energy announced Shiva's arrival, dancing across the tilted streets with a grace that contradicted the destruction all around. His spinning arms created vortices that rearranged wreckage into temporary, organized forms like chaotic art framed in fleeting stability. Holly twirled alongside him, arcs of violet energy deflecting dangerous shards, her expression fierce and playful. Todd and Mara exchanged a glance. "I can't tell if we're supposed to be studying this or running," Todd muttered. "Both," Lucifer's voice interjected. "Practicality first. Philosophy later. The gods' weaknesses are subtle but present. Exploit them carefully." As the humans navigated through the surreal city, minor gods began to emerge. Bridget appeared, hovering over a collapsing bridge, her hands weaving protective energy that allowed the humans to cross safely. Log materialized nearby, striking lightning not to harm, but to illuminate paths and reveal hidden hazards. Morrigan drifted silently in a shadowed alley, eyes gleaming, occasionally shifting the perceptions of those who passed to test their awareness. The humans began to understand that survival required not just dodging chaos, but observing it, learning patterns in what seemed like random destruction. Every minor intervention by the other gods was a breadcrumb. Careful watching, quick adaptation, and strategic thinking were essential. Lucifer's commentary was constant, sardonic, but informative. Notice the inconsistencies. Observe the human's behavior. Exploit arrogance and ineptitude. God's blunders are opportunities. Others' interventions are hints. God, still sprawled, finally attempted to rise. Humans witness. This is ultimate, magnificent observation. Observation, Mara muttered under her breath, if by observation you mean running for our lives and dodging your chaos. God waved wildly, triggering a small whirlwind that sent street signs and light debris floating in unpredictable arcs. Thor caught some of the floating rubble with honor, redirecting it harmlessly. Athena subtly nudged portions of unstable architecture back into safe positions. Vishnu's multiple arms orchestrated the streets into temporary pathways while avoiding collision with humans. The humans moved cautiously, realizing the opportunity presented. With the other gods' minor interventions keeping them alive, they could start subtly manipulating the environment and God's attention. Lucifer whispered encouragement, teasing God indirectly. Distract him, delay him, force him into blunders. Your ingenuity is your armor. From above, Freyr summoned winds that shifted debris just enough to create cover for the humans. Lug added small bursts of lightning to light their path. Hera, silently judging, ensured that none of the humans were killed, though she allowed the spectacle to unfold freely. God, frustrated by the lack of immediate awe, stumped his hands, inadvertently creating a temporary ripple of gravity that tossed a nearby car onto a floating chunk of concrete. Humans observed praise. Todd, ducking behind the warped remains of a statue, muttered, "He's never going to get it." "Never," Mara replied grimly. Lucifer's turn purred in their heads. "Exactly. And that is your advantage." As the humans advanced, guided by subtle manipulations and hints from gods other than God, the city became a surreal maze of calculated danger and divine spectacle. Every step required observation, quick adaptation, and exploiting gaps in divine awareness. Even minor gods played their part, some amused, some curious, some protective, all subtly creating a narrative where human ingenuity could shine against overwhelming odds. Finally, God attempted his last flamboyant gesture. Spinning in midair, summoning energy from the very fabric of the warped streets, intending to create a display so grand it would eclipse all previous failures. Lightning crackled, debris spiraled, and energy arcs licked the sky, yet the subtle guidance of the pantheon ensured that the humans were safe, merely dodging and weaving through the spectacle. Lucifer's laughter whispered, "Perfect. Let him display. Let the mortals learn. Let the lesson be unforgettable." The humans realized, for the first time, that survival was not just about avoiding danger, but about reading the subtle intentions of immortals. The city was a living lesson in divine mechanics, and their awareness, strategy, and careful observation allowed them to manipulate the flow of chaos enough to navigate unscathed. God finally collapsed in exhaustion, confused but convinced of his grandeur, while the other gods looked on with varying degrees of amusement and subtle satisfaction. Todd and Mara stood amid the warped streets, bruised, exhausted, and exhilarated by the spectacle. Lucifer's voice caressed their minds one last time. You have endured. You have learned. And in your survival, you have triumphed over incompetence and arrogance alike. Do not forget this. The humans looked around at the city, twisted yet strangely beautiful, and realized the scale of what had transpired. The gods, though immense and all-powerful, had displayed vulnerability, ego, and flaw. And in exploiting those traits, humanity had achieved something spectacular, not victory over the divine, not quite, but survival with agency, understanding, and the satisfaction of walking through chaos intact. The sky had begun to settle into a bruised purple, streaked with the remnants of chaos, yet the city beneath remained alive with traces of divine fingerprints, streets warped, buildings impossibly angled and strange, flickering lights that refused to obey any earthly laws. Todd and Mara stumbled along one of the few streets that still seemed passable, each step a reminder that survival had become a mastery of observation, cunning, and sheer nerve. The god's presence lingered in a way that felt both tangible and suffocating. From the horizon, God appeared once more, puffed with self-importance, as though the last catastrophic display had done nothing to humble him. Humans, he bellowed, arms spread wide, eyes gleaming with misplaced pride. Behold, my final ultimate. God, please, Mara muttered, rubbing her temples. For the love of everything, just stop. God paused mid-gesture, confusion flickering. He scanned the humans as if suddenly noticing them for the first time. Stop, but observation, magnificence, mostly no, forget the adverbs, humans, praise. From above, the rest of the pantheon observed quietly. Odin sat cross-legged on a floating fragment of what had once been a skyscraper, one eye squinting in calculated amusement. Athena hovered nearby, arms folded, her gaze piercing. Vishnu's multiple arms created subtle patterns of light, arranging floating debris into almost legible signs. Thor spun Mjolnir lazily, generating gentle gusts that shifted the floating rubble. Every god present radiated restrained power, laughter, and anticipation. Lucifer appeared between the humans and God in a shimmer of crimson light, eyes glinting with cold delight. Ah, the piece de resistance, he purred. Finally, the finale. Let's see how incompetence meets ingenuity. Mara and Todd froze as a subtle vibration coursed through the air. The humans had learned to sense patterns, to watch the gods, and understand the edges of their power, but nothing could have prepared them for what came next. The gods began moving in coordinated but unpredictable arcs. Not at God, at the city itself. Buildings twisted, not destructively, but deliberately. Doors repositioned themselves, staircases spiraled into impossible angles, windows rearranged to form cryptic messages in multiple languages. A fountain erupted with water that shimmered with tiny constellations, as if the night sky itself had descended. The humans began to understand that they were being herded, guided, funneled through a labyrinth designed not to kill them, but to test their comprehension and strategic thinking in real time. God, sensing the shift, flailed with increasing desperation. Stop it, humans, this is my finale, witness. Lucifer chuckled softly. Oh, he thinks it's about him. Precious naive mortal pride wrapped in divine flesh. The humans moved carefully through the city's shifting architecture, watching as gods like Frasier, Rigid, Shiva, and Kali subtly nudged pathways, manipulated hazards, and created opportunities. Each small decision became critical. A step to the left might save a life, a hesitation could plunge them into a temporary chasm of spinning debris. As the humans advanced, Todd noticed something odd. The floating debris began forming recognizable patterns, almost like instructions. Mara, I think it's trying to teach us. Or trick us, she countered, scanning a set of floating staircases that bent and twisted in impossible angles. I have learned from experience divine lessons are never straightforward. Lucifer's voice, teasing but instructive, slithered into their minds. Exactly. Learn, adapt, survive. Twist their intentions against them. The greatest power of all is perception. Meanwhile, God's frustration escalated. His attempts to assert control created localized disasters. A toppled skyscraper shifted into a precarious vertical spiral, sending cars flying harmlessly thanks to subtle interventions by Athena and Vishnu. Thor's hammer glimmered as he gently redirected dangerous elements. Odin's eyes sparkled as he anticipated God's blunders, and Athena's precision subtly prevented catastrophe. The humans navigated this divine chessboard, their every decision amplified by the cosmic stage. From above, Vishnu folded time slightly, allowing Mara to perceive paths a few seconds ahead. Shiva's spinning dance created temporary bridges across perilous voids. Kali's energy arcs deflected falling debris with calculated ferocity. Each god contributed, their personalities shining through the laughter of mischief, the cold efficiency of Athena, the fiery joy of Thor. The city had become a living canvas of divine intent, ego, and subtle assistance. Finally, Lucifer revealed it to us. With a flick of his fingers, the city's geometry solidified into an almost impossible structure, a mirrored labyrinth of pathways, stairs, floating platforms, and ethereal lights. It was a playground for humans, yes, but one that could collapse if misinterpreted. He whispered, "Do not think of this as escape. Think of it as mastery. Your ingenuity is the only thing keeping the immovable from crushing the unprepared." Todd lunged forward, attempting a final display of energy, intending to claim the labyrinth as his triumph. But in doing so, he triggered an unintended chain reaction. A pulse of energy surged through the structure, but thanks to the subtle calibrations of the other gods and the human's own understanding, nothing fatal occurred. Instead, the labyrinth began to shift once more, aligning to create a single path out, rewarding observation, deduction, and precise timing. Todd and Mara realized they weren't running from divine wrath. They were solving a puzzle designed by immortal egos, and they were winning. Lucifer's laughter echoed softly, warm and teasing. Observe, adapt, manipulate, survive. Did you enjoy that? No. Good. It was supposed to be discomforting. God collapsed in the center of the labyrinth, exhausted, humiliated, still convinced he had somehow orchestrated the display. Around him, the other gods remained: Odin, Athena, Vishnu, Thor, Freya, Shiva, Kali, Hera, Poseidon, Lurg, Brigid, Morgan, and countless others observing quietly. None intervened further. They had seen what they wished, judged what they would, and found amusement in God's ego. Finally, the humans reached the labyrinth's exit, a glowing portal that shimmered with stability and safety. Stepping through, they found themselves back in the remains of the city, the streets walked but no longer actively threatening. They looked around, the gods were dispersing, retreating to their realms, some lingering to watch in silent amusement. Lucifer materialized last, his eyes gleaming. "Remember," he said, voice soft but cutting, "this lesson is permanent. You have survived incompetence, ego, chaos, and omnipotence. Do not think it is over. But do not despair, you have agency, cunning, and wit. That is more than most mortals ever achieve." God attempted a final flourish, waving his arms in dramatic resignation, only to trip on a floating fragment, crashing with a muted oof. The other gods laughed, silently or overtly, some shaking their heads in exasperation, others with barely contained amusement. The universe had been reminded that even the all-powerful could be absurd. Todd and Mara surveyed the city, scarred and surreal, hearts pounding. They were alive, wiser, and irrevocably changed. Humanity had endured, outmaneuvered divine folly, and survived to tell the tale. As the gods faded from immediate view, the city still hummed with residual magic, a quiet reminder of what had transpired and the potential for future chaos. And somewhere in the shadows, Lucifer lingered, his eyes glinting with the promise that the lesson was not over, that subtle manipulation and dark amusement still thrived. The final lesson: the universe is neither just nor orderly. It is a stage for folly, cunning, and survival. And in that chaos, humans had claimed victory not over omnipotence, but over incompetence, ego, and misunderstanding. They were scarred, exhausted, but unbroken. And as the last trace of divine energy faded, Mara whispered to Todd, "I can't believe we lived through that." Todd smirked. "Believe it, and next time we might just play along." Lucifer's laughter followed them into the quiet city, soft, sly, and triumphant. "Bravo," he whispered. "Bravo."
Thanks for listening. Like, subscribe, comment or review, and tell your friends if you liked it. All my books are available from Amazon and other book retailers. Buy an ebook and show your support.